Section 86 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 38. England and Bonaparte, 1802 to 1815, Part 4. Further Annexations by Napoleon. The years 1810 to 1811 were the last years of Napoleon's ascendancy in Europe. They are marked by his final attempt to make the continental system effective, by the annexation of almost the whole coastline of Central Europe. He had already taken Rome and central Italy from the Pope in 1809. Now he expelled his own brother Louis from Holland and appropriated that country. He next added to his dominions the whole north coast of Germany as far as the Baltic, including the Hanseatic towns and the realms of 4 or 5 of his vassals, the princes of the Confederation of the Rhine. These wild and arbitrary seizures, which made the coast of France extend from Rome to Lubeck, were to Napoleon mere episodes in the struggle with England. The Dutch and Germans would not enforce the blockade against English goods as stringently as he wished, and so he annexed them to make their secret trade with England impossible. The continental system was now in full swing. It was working in all Napoleon's own dominions, in France, Italy, and Illyria, in the lands of all his vassals, the German states, Poland, Denmark, Naples, Prussia, in Sweden, where one of his marshals, Bernadotte, had lately been made heir to the throne, and even in the territories of his reluctant allies, the emperors of Austria and Russia. Yet in spite of Napoleon's many assertions to the contrary, England was neither ruined nor likely to sue for peace. Perceval and Lord Liverpool. War policy of the Tories. There had of late been many changes in the persons who ruled England, but the policy of Pitt was still maintained by his successors. The old King George III had gone mad in 1810, and the nominal control of the country was now in the hands of his worthless, vicious son George, Prince of Wales, the old ally of the Whigs. But the regency was given him guarded with so many checks and limitations that he was completely in the hands of the ministry and could not do much harm. First Perceval, and after he had been shot by a lunatic in 1812, Robert Jenkinson, Earl of Liverpool, swayed the policy of England as Prime Minister. Both were men of moderate abilities and narrow minds, but they had the saving virtue of obstinacy, and stuck to the old policy of war with France through thick and thin. Their task was no easy one. Debt was accumulating in appalling loads from the expenses of the war, the taxes were increased year by year, trade was much hampered by the continental system, a series of bad harvests raised the cost of corn to famine price, and led to endless discontent and rioting both in town and country. Our allies were beaten one by one in the continent. There was no compensating gain save Wellington's successes in Spain, and the fact that we had now full control of the seas and had absorbed the colonial trade of the whole world. Yet the Tories hardened their hearts and hammered away at the Corsican ogre with untiring zeal. Nor can it be doubted for a moment that they were right. Napoleon had to be put down, or England must perish. All honour therefore to the men, narrow-minded and prejudiced though they were, who carried out the struggle to the bitter end. Russia and the continental system. They were at last about to be rewarded for their perseverance. Towards the end of 1811, Napoleon became involved in a third struggle with Russia, more deadly than those of 1805 and 1806-7. The cause of the quarrel was the inevitable continental system. Hitherto England had been the largest buyer of Russian goods, and Russia had been wont to get her luxuries and colonial wares from England. The enforced prohibition of trade with her best customer did Russia untold harm, and the Tsar Alexander found that every class of his subjects was groaning under the yoke of the Berlin decrees. Discontent was rife, and Alexander knew well enough that Russia is a despotism tempered by assassination, and remembered the fate of his own father. He saw at last that his empire was losing more from alliance with Napoleon than she could lose by open war against him. Finally, the Russian government began to provoke the emperor by an almost overt neglect of his wishes, and practically abandoned the continental system. Napoleon's Russian campaign. Napoleon was at the height of his arrogance and autocratic insolence. Instead of making an end to the war in Spain, the running sore, as he called it, from the drain which it caused on his resources, he resolved to impose his will on Russia by force, and declared war upon the Tsar. A vast army of 600,000 men was concentrated in eastern Germany and crossed the Niemen in June 1812. But the Russians had taken example by the policy by which Wellington had foiled Messina in 1810. Instead of fighting on their frontier, they withdrew into the heart of their vast plains, wasting the country behind them and leaving no food for the invader. The French army had lost half its horses and a third of its men before it approached Moscow or fought a serious engagement. The Russians turned to bay at Borodino in front of their ancient capital, but Napoleon stormed their entrenchments at the cost of 25,000 men and entered Moscow. But he found it deserted by its inhabitants, and a few days after his arrival the whole city was burnt, whether by the deliberate resolve of the Russians or by the carelessness of the French soldiery. Winter was now at hand, and for want of food and shelter the Emperor resolved to retire on Poland. But the season was too late, and he was surprised on his way by the snow. His harassed and half-starved soldiers died by thousands on the roadside. The Russians cut off every straggler, and less than a tenth of the magnificent army that had crossed the Niemen struggled back to Germany. November 1812 to January 1813. Storming of Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz. The fortune of war had at last turned, and Napoleon's first disaster was soon to be followed by his fall. Prussia and all his other unwilling subjects in northern Germany took arms when the fate of the Grande Armée became known, and to meet them the Emperor had to call up his last reserves of men, and especially to draw on the large force in the Spanish peninsula. But he found that little help could come from Spain, for 1812 had been as fatal to his marshals in the south as to himself in the far north. Early in the year Wellington had swooped down on Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz, the two fortresses in French hands which covered the Spanish frontier. He stormed each of them after a siege of a few days, making the desperate courage of his soldiery serve instead of a long bombardment, and paying for his rapid success by a heavy loss of men. Badajoz was actually escaladed with ladders, the breaches having proved inaccessible. The French marshals came hurrying up to save their strongholds, but found them already fallen into English hands. Battle of Salamanca. There followed the decisive Battle of Salamanca, in which Wellington defeated Marshal Marmont and crushed the main army of the enemy. This fight was a splendid exhibition of his skill. His able adversary had for a moment put his left wing in a hazardous position. Before half an hour had elapsed, Wellington had pounced upon the isolated divisions, routed them, and attacked and scattered the main body. Thus, as was happily said, he beat 40,000 men in 40 minutes. In consequence of this victory, Wellington was able to retake Madrid after it had been 4 years in hostile hands. To check his further success, the French marshals had to evacuate all southern and central Spain and mass their forces against the victor. When they beset him with 100,000 men, he was forced to retreat towards the Portuguese frontier for a space. For the net result of the campaign had been to deliver Andalusia and most of Castile from the enemy, and more was to follow. Napoleon had to withdraw so many of his veterans from Spain to replace his losses in the Russian war that in the next spring Wellington was no longer in his wonted inferiority of numbers. He used his opportunity with his usual skill and promptness. Battle of Vittoria. Last efforts of the French in Spain. Attacking the French before they had concentrated from their scattered winter quarters, he chased them before him in disorder all across northern Spain. It was only at Vittoria, close under the Pyrenees, that they could collect in numbers strong enough to face him. But there he fell upon them, routed Marshal Jourdan, cut off his retreat on France, and drove him into the mountains with the loss of every single cannon and wagon that the French army possessed. June 21st, 1813. The autumn of the year was occupied in subduing St. Sebastian and Pampeluna, the two fortresses that guarded the French frontier, in repulsing at the battles of the Pyrenees, two gallant attempts made by Marshal Soult to relieve the beleaguered fortresses. At last they fell, and Wellington prepared to invade France in the next spring. Fall of Napoleon. Restoration of Louis XVIII. Meanwhile, Napoleon, with a horde of conscripts and a few veteran troops that he could collect, had been fighting hard in Germany. Against the Russians and Prussians he held his ground for some time, but when his own father-in-law, Francis of Austria, joined the enemy, he was overwhelmed by numbers. The 3-day strife at Leipzig, which the Germans called the Battle of Nations, sealed his fate. It was only with the wrecks of an army that he escaped across the Rhine in the autumn of 1813. The Allies followed him without giving him a moment's respite, a wise strategy that they had learnt from his own earlier doings. The Emperor made a desperate fight in France, but the odds were too much against him. After some ephemeral successes, he was defeated at Lyon by one body of the Allies, and their main army slipped past him and took Paris. April 4th, 1814. On the news of the fall of the capital, the French marshals compelled Napoleon to abdicate and laid down their arms. The humbled despot vainly attempted to commit suicide, fearing death at the victor's hands, but they spared his life, gave him the little Tuscan island of Elba as an appanage, and bade the man who had been the ruler of all Europe to spend the rest of his life in governing a rock and 10,000 Italian peasants. The crown of France was given, with questionable wisdom, to the representative of the Bourbons, the eldest surviving grandson of Louis XV. This shrewd and selfish old invalid, who was known as the Count of Provence, now took the title of Louis XVIII and mounted his martyred brother's long-lost throne. Wellington in France, Battle of Toulouse. While the Austrians, Russians, and Prussians had been conquering Napoleon and capturing Paris, Wellington had not been idle. He had invaded France from the south, taken the great city of Bordeaux, and beaten Marshal Soult at the Battle of Toulouse, when the news of Napoleon's abdication brought his brilliant campaign to a conclusion. April 14th, 1814. The American War, Naval Successes of the United States. All Europe now began to disarm, dreaming that the deadly struggles of the last 22 years were over at last. Diplomatists from all nations were summoned to meet at Vienna to rearrange the map of Europe and parcel out Napoleon's ill-gotten spoils. England alone was unable to disband her armies, for she had still got a war on hand. In 1812, Napoleon had succeeded in stirring up against us the United States of America. Their grievance was the Orders in Council, by which we had prohibited neutral ships from trading with France, in retaliation for the Emperor's Berlin decrees against our own commerce. After 5 years of bickering and recrimination, the Americans declared war on us, though they might with equally good logic have attacked Napoleon, whose conduct to them had been even more harsh and provoking than that of the Perceval cabinet. With all her attention concentrated on the peninsula in 1812-13, England had little attention to spare for this minor war, and Canada was left much undermanned. But the small garrison and the Canadian militia fought splendidly, and 3 separate attempts to overrun the colony were beaten back, and 2 American armies forced to capitulate. But while so successful on land, the English were much vexed and surprised to suffer several small defeats at sea in duels between single vessels. The few frigates which the United States owned were very fine vessels, heavily armed and well manned. On 3 successive occasions an American frigate captured an English one of slightly inferior force in single combat, a feat which no French ship had ever been able to accomplish in the whole war. In the course of time the American vessels were hunted down and destroyed by our squadrons, but it was a great blow to English naval pride that the enemy had to be crushed by superiority of numbers instead of being beaten in equal fight. But the fact was that individually the American ships were larger and carried heavier guns than our own, so that the first defeats were no matter of shame to our navy. Battles of Bladensburg and New Orleans. End of the war. When Napoleon had been crushed, England was able to turn serious attention to America and to send many of the old peninsular veterans over the Atlantic, but their arrival did not crush the enemy so easily as had been expected. One expedition under General Ross, landing in Maryland, beat the Americans at Bladensburg and burnt Washington, the capital of the United States, 1814, but 2 others failed. The imbecile Sir George Prevost attacked the state of New York, but turned back without having done any serious fighting. On the other hand, the overbold Sir Edward Pakenham, one of the bravest of Wellington's officers, was slain at New Orleans with 2,000 of his followers because he endeavoured to storm from the front impregnable earthworks held by a steady foe, January 8th, 1815. The war, however, had ceased just before Pakenham fell, Napoleon having abdicated and the English having withdrawn the orders in council. The causes of our strife with America had been removed, and the two powers had signed the Peace of Ghent on December 24th, 1814. This agreement restored the old condition of affairs, each party surrendering its conquest and agreeing to let bygones be bygones. But the struggle had bred much ill blood, not to be forgotten for many a year. Napoleon escapes from Elba. By the new year of 1815, when the Treaty of Ghent had been signed, England was at peace with all men, and the Liverpool Ministry began to take in hand the reduction of our army and navy, the restoration of finance, and the protection of English interests in the resettlement of Europe at the Congress at Vienna, which had met in the previous autumn. All the diplomatists of the great powers were hard at work settling the new boundaries of their states, when suddenly the alarming news was heard that Napoleon had escaped from Elba and landed in France. The rule of the selfish old Louis XVIII and the elderly companions who had returned with him from a 20 years' exile had irritated and disgusted the French, and most of all the army. When, therefore, Napoleon landed in Provence with 700 men and called on his countrymen to rise in behalf of liberty and expel the imbecile Bourbons, his appeal met with a success such as he himself had hardly hoped for. Not a shot was fired against him, regiment after regiment went over to his side, and Louis XVIII had at last to fly from Paris and take refuge in Flanders. March 1815. Napoleon proclaimed himself emperor once more, but promised the French a liberal constitution in place of his old autocratic rule. He also made overtures to the allied powers, saying that he was tired of war and would accept any honorable terms. But they knew his lying tongue of old, and wisely refused to listen to his smooth speeches. One after another, all the monarchs of Europe declared war on him. Napoleon enters Belgium, battles of Ligny and Quatre Bras. Napoleon's second tenure of power was only to last from March 14th till June 22nd, 1815, the 100 days as they are generally called. Forced to fight, he displayed his old energy and resolved to strike at the Allies before they could concentrate their scattered forces from the remotest ends of Europe. He called his old veterans to arms and hastily organized an army of 130,000 men for an immediate attack on the nearest foe. By waiting longer, he could have collected an army thrice as great, but on the other hand, his enemy would have been able to mass their whole force against him. The only troops ready to oppose him by June 1815 were two armies in Belgium, one of Prussians under the old Marshal Blücher, which lay about Namur, Liège, and Charleroi, the other a combined force of British, Germans, and Dutch under Wellington, now a duke, stationed round Brussels and Ghent. The Prussians were 120,000 strong, and Wellington had 30,000 English and 65,000 Hanoverians, Germans, and Dutch. Napoleon was therefore bound to be outnumbered, but he thought that he could crush one army before the other came to its aid, if he could only strike hard and fast enough. His advance into Belgium was rapid and skilful. He made for the point where the English left touched the Prussian right, near Charleroi, and thrust himself between them. On June 16th he engaged and beat Blücher's Prussians at Ligny, while his lieutenant, Marshal Ney, held back at Quatre Bras the front divisions of Wellington's army as they came marching up to try to join the Prussians. The Prussians were severely beaten, but the indomitable old Blücher gathered together his defeated forces and marched north to rejoin the English, while Napoleon vainly dreamed that he was flying eastward towards Germany. Thus it came to pass that the Emperor sent Marshal Grouchy and 33,000 men to pursue the Prussians on the wrong road, a mistake which allowed Blücher to execute an undisturbed retreat on Wavre, where he was again in touch with the Duke. Meanwhile, Napoleon, on the 17th, marched to join his lieutenant Ney, who had been forced back from Quatre Bras by the English and needed his aid. The Emperor, believing that the Prussians were disposed of, thought he could now deal a crushing blow at Wellington's motley army, and was overjoyed when he found the Duke offering him battle on the hillside of Mount St. 15, 12 miles north of Quatre Bras, in a good position which covered the road to Brussels. On this hillside was fought next day, June 18, 1815, the decisive battle which the English call Waterloo, from the name of a village where Wellington wrote his dispatch that same night. The Battle of Waterloo. The armies were not very different in numbers. Napoleon's 72,000 French were opposed to 67,000 troops in the Allied army, but Wellington could only count on his 23,000 English and 22,000 Hanoverians and Brunswickers for good and zealous service. He was hindered rather than helped by the presence of 20,000 raw Dutch and Belgian conscripts who had no heart in the war and would as soon have fought for Napoleon. His army was stretched along the gentle slope which is crossed by the Brussels road, with the infantry in the front line, and the cavalry partly in reserve, partly on the wings. In front of his position were the two farms of Hougoumont and La Haye-Sainte, the former held by the English Guards, the latter by a picked battalion of Hanoverians. Napoleon ranged his men on the opposite ridge, and launched them against the English in successive attacks. His first attempt to storm the farm of Hougoumont was manfully beaten back. He then sent 4 heavy columns against the English left, but they were utterly routed by the charge of Picton's infantry and Ponsonby's famous Union Brigade of Dragoons, the Royals, Scots Greys, and Enniskillens. His third effort was to break the English centre by the furious charge of 15,000 gallant horsemen, supported by a tremendous fire of artillery. But the English squares held fast, though assailed for 5 hours by constant onsets of cavalry and pounded in the intervals by an overwhelming force of cannon. Most of the Dutch and Belgians and some of the Germans retired from the field, and many fled to Brussels, but the indomitable squares held their own, even after the farm of La Haye-Sainte had been stormed, and a gap opened in the English centre. In the thick of the fighting, Napoleon was surprised to see new troops coming up on his right. They were Blucher's Prussians, marching from Wavre to aid the English, according to a promise which the old marshal had made to the Duke on the previous day. To hold them back, Napoleon had to detach nearly all his reserves, but for a final stroke against Wellington, he sent out 5,000 men of the Old Guard to break through the long-tried English line. But this last effort was foiled by the steady fire of Maitland's English Guards, and when the attacking columns were seen recoiling down the hillside, and Wellington's last cavalry reserves came charging after them, the whole French army broke and fled. Napoleon confined at St. Helena. Never was a more complete rout seen. The defeated army disbanded itself. Napoleon could not rally a man and fled to Paris, where he abdicated for a second time. Wellington and Blucher rapidly followed him and entered Paris, July 6th. The ex-emperor, fearing death at the hands of the infuriated Prussians, fled across France to Rochefort, and surrendered himself to the English man-of-war which blockaded that port. After much discussion, the ministers resolved to send him as a prisoner to the desolate island of St. Helena, where he lived for 6 years, spending his time in dictating mendacious accounts of his life and campaigns, and in petty quarrels with the governor of the island. Supremacy of the English mercantile marine. Napoleon was now really disposed of, and the pacification of Europe was complete. The Congress of Vienna had completed its work, and all the territorial changes which it dictated were carried out at leisure. England's share of the plunder in Europe was the islands of Malta and Heligoland in the Ionian Isles. Beyond sea she got the French Isle of Mauritius in the Indian Ocean, and the valuable Dutch colony of the Cape of Good Hope. But her real gain was the fact that she had absorbed, during the course of the war, nearly the whole of the carrying trade of the world. 20 years of her ascendancy at sea had destroyed the mercantile marines of France, Holland, Spain, and Italy, and it was many years before those countries could recover from their losses. The naval and commercial supremacy which we enjoy today is the direct result of the great wars of 1793 to 1815. The resettlement of Europe. This being so, the changes on the continent were of comparatively little moment to us. France was confined within her old boundaries of 1789, Russia took the greater part of Poland, Austria was given Lombardy and Venetia, Prussia annexed half Saxony and most of the small states along the Rhine, Belgium and Holland were joined in an unnatural union as the Kingdom of the Netherlands, while the old despots of central and southern Italy returned to their long-lost thrones. These boundaries were to last, with little alteration, for half a century. End of section 86.
Section 87 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 39. Reaction and Reform, 1815 to 1832. Part 1. The great struggle was now over, and a new period had commenced in which European wars were to be as rare as they had of late been common. For between 1815 and 1848, there was no serious strife between any of the powers of Western and Central Europe, and the general peace was only interrupted by comparatively unimportant broils in the Balkan Peninsula and in Spain. England, whose troops were not destined to fire another shot in Europe for 40 years, had full leisure to look around her and count up the cost of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic wars. The table of profit and loss was not at first sight a very cheerful one. The weight of debt and taxation was obvious to every man, while the compensating advantages, resulting from the firm establishment of our naval and commercial supremacy in all seas of the world, were only just beginning to make themselves felt. The country and its governors were, at the same time, beginning to feel very uneasy at a silent change in the social life of England. For, noticeable as were the years 1793 to 1815 for the display of England's vigour abroad, they were even more remarkable for the social change which was taking place within. In those 23 years was consummated the transformation of England from an agricultural to a manufacturing community, a transformation the stranger because agriculture was being all the time artificially stimulated by laws for the protection of the English farmer against foreign competition. So the change in the general character of the English state was due not to a decay in agriculture, but solely to an increase in manufactures. The war which, as Napoleon had trusted, would crush our industries, had only fostered them by putting us beyond the reach of foreign competition and throwing open to us alone every market and line of trade outside Europe. For instead of our prosperity being checked by the loss of our continental trade, continental prosperity had been checked by the loss of all maritime traffic with Asia and America, which passed entirely into our hands. England therefore had become the manufacturer of the goods of the whole world, not merely owing to her monopoly of trade, but owing to the improved machinery and methods of transit which she adopted long before the rest of Europe. She obtained such a start in the use of the means of industrial production that no state has yet been able to catch her up in the race of commerce. Hence, England was, at the end of the war, able to bear a weight of taxation and debt which must have ruined her in its earlier years. 900 millions of national debt, though a tremendous burden, turned out not to be, as many had feared, a ruinously heavy infliction. The forced paper currency, whose introduction in 1797 had appeared to mark a step on the downward road to national bankruptcy, was successfully taken off a few years after the war ended. The great army and navy which had been draining our exchequer were disbanded, when they had finished their duty of protecting us against the threatened invasions of the Revolution and the Empire, and had afterwards played the decisive part in exhausting Napoleon's resources by that long struggle in the Spanish peninsula, which encouraged the rest of Europe to throw off the French yoke. But there were other aspects in which the results of the war had been less happy for England. If the increase of wealth had been enormous, the method of that wealth's distribution was not satisfactory. The new masses of population, which had been called into existence by the development of manufactures, were poor with a poverty which had been unknown in the days when England was still mainly an agricultural country. The introduction of improved machinery, great as was its ultimate benefit, caused, during the years of transition, much misery to the classes whose industry was superseded by it. While English manufactures were driving out foreign competition all over the world, English mobs were often wrecking the machinery which made these manufactures possible, in their rage at the ruin of the old handicrafts. Actual famine seemed, several times during the war, to be staring the lower classes in the face, for the largely increased population could no longer be supported on the food supply of England. Nevertheless, in their zeal to encourage English agriculture, the Tory governments of the early years of the century refused to allow the free introduction of the foreign corn, which was really necessary for the increased consumption of the population. And while wheat was dear because limited in quantity, owing to protection, the agricultural classes were not being enriched in the manner which might have been expected. The enhanced profit passed entirely to the farmer and the landlord, not to the labouring population. And at the same moment at which the artisan was breaking machinery, the agricultural labourer was burning his employer's ricks. This unfortunate state of things, however, was due rather to misguided legislation than to any actual danger in the economic conditions of England, and could therefore be relieved by methods which cannot come into play when a real and not a fictitious crisis in the internal state of a country is at hand. The main cause of the degradation of the agricultural labourer in the early years of the 19th century was a series of unwise poor laws, which had been passed at intervals since 1795. There had been much local distress in the early years of the Revolutionary War, and to alleviate it, many parishes had commenced a system of indiscriminate doles of money to poor residents, without much inquiry whether the recipients were deserving or idle, able-bodied or impotent. The old test of compelling paupers to enter the workhouse was entirely forgotten, and money was given to everyone who chose to ask for it. Moreover, the rule was laid down that the larger the family, the more was it to draw from the rates in its weekly subsidy. This unwise scheme at once led to the evil of reckless marriages and enormous families, for the labourers saw that the more their children increased, the larger would be their dole from the parish. But not the labourer only was to draw profit from the new poor laws. The farmers began to see that if they kept down the wages of their men, the parish could be trusted to make up the deficiency. It thus became easy for them to pay starvation wages to the labourers, and then force the local rates to support them with a subsidy just sufficient to keep each family out of the workhouse. Thus, the agricultural classes began to live, not on their natural wages, but on a pittance from their employer, supplemented by a weekly grant from the parish. This suited the farmers well enough, but was ruinous to everyone else, for well-nigh every labourer was forced to ask for local aid, and thereby to become a pauper. At the same time, the rapid growth of the population caused the burden on the parish to advance by leaps and bounds. At last, the poor rate became an intolerable drain on the resources of the less wealthy districts. A well-known case is quoted in Buckinghamshire, where the annual dole to the paupers grew till it actually exceeded the annual rating of the parish. As long as everyone who chose was able to demand outdoor relief, it was impossible to see where the trouble would end. In the years after the Great War had ended, actual bankruptcy seemed to be threatening scores of parishes, yet corn was high in price, and the profits of farming, if fairly distributed, ought to have sufficed to keep both landowner, farmer, and labourer in comfort. In considering the political history of England in the years after 1815, this abject distress of the working class, both in town and in countryside, must be continually borne in mind. It was the discontent of the ignorant multitude, feeling its poverty but not understanding its cause, and ready to seek any scheme of redress, wise or unwise, that was at the bottom of the political trouble of the time. The discontent was really social, the result of unwise laws and wrong conceptions of political economy. But it often took shape in political forms, and the government of the day thought that it heralded the approach of a catastrophe like the French Revolution. Unfortunately for the prosperity of England, its rulers were, at this moment, committed to a stern and reactionary policy, and would listen to no proposals for change or reform of any kind. The generation of Tories who had grown up during the Great French War had forgotten the old liberal doctrines of their great leader Pitt. Of all the ministers, George Canning was almost the only one who remembered his old master's teaching, and was ready to think of introducing reforms, now that peace had once more been obtained. The majority of his colleagues, especially the Premier, the narrow-minded Earl of Liverpool, and the harsh and unbending Foreign Secretary, Lord Castlereagh, set their faces against any change in the Constitution, however small. Now the Tories had merited well of their country by carrying the war to a successful close, but when the war was over, it was time to be thinking of some way of alleviating the social ills which had been accumulating during its course. This they refused to do, quoting the fate of Louis XVI as the sample of what happens to rulers who yield 1 inch to the pressure of mob violence. They were still firm in office, for the Whig party had not yet recovered from the discredit which they had won from the hopeless failure of the Fox-Grenville cabinet of 1806 to 1807. But now that their ideas on foreign policy could do no harm, they began to be viewed with more favourable eyes. The 10 years which followed the Battle of Waterloo were marked by the gradual passing over of the great middle class to the Whig party. It was felt that the only hope for the introduction of any scheme of social and political reform lay with the Whigs, and that from them alone could England obtain the liberal measures which Pitt would have granted years ago if the French Revolution had not intervened. But the Whigs were still in a hopeless minority in Parliament, though they were gradually growing stronger in the ranks of the nation. It was not till 15 years had elapsed since the end of the Great War that a Whig ministry once more received the seals of office. The general discontent of the lower classes in the years 1815 to 20 found vent in 2 very different ways. The wilder spirits talked of general insurrection, and an assault not only on the government but on all forms of property and all established institutions. A few mischievous demagogues set themselves to fan these rash and ignorant aspirations into a flame, and to bring about anarchy in order thereby to rid the nation of the existing social evils. The cooler and wiser heads were not influenced by these wild notions, but pinned their faith to the modification of the Constitution in the direction of popular government. It was their belief that matters would improve the moment that England was governed by the people and for the people, and this end could only be secured by reform of the real governing body, the House of Commons. The idea of making the House truly representative of the nation had been one of Pitt's cherished plans. In 1785, he had actually brought forward a bill for doing away with the worst of the rotten boroughs, but had failed owing to the factious opposition of the Whigs. But Pitt's successors at the head of the Tory party had contrived to forget his teaching. They owed much of their strength to the support of the great boroughmongers, and they now refused to take any measures tending to parliamentary reform. At the bottom of their hearts, they did not trust the masses, and feared that a House of Commons really representing the nation would proceed to wild measures of radical reform and sweep away all the institutions that they held dear. Hence, it came to pass that the Whigs alone supported the idea of parliamentary reform in the early years of the 19th century, and the multitudes who saw in that measure the panacea of all ills were bound to follow them. All the old chiefs of the Whigs were now gone. Fox had died in 1806, Sheridan in 1816, Grenville had retired from public life, and the party was now led by Charles Lord Grey, a very capable and moderate man, who fully shared the notion that parliamentary reform was the one pressing question of the day, but was careful not to go beyond the bounds of wisdom and law in pressing for it. The Whigs got no help from their old friend the Prince of Wales. Since he had obtained the regency in 1811, owing to his father's insanity, George had thrown himself into the hands of the Tories. Personally, he disliked all reforms, for the person in England who most needed reforming was himself. He was now a man of 55, but age had not improved him. To the last, he was as false, vicious, and selfish as in his youth. For many years, his quarrels with his foolish and flighty wife, Caroline of Brunswick, had been a public scandal. She was an intolerably vain and silly woman, but the provocation which he gave her would have driven a wiser head into rebellion. But George's health was weak, owing to his evil life, and it was hoped by many that he would not survive his aged father. At his death, the crown would fall to his only daughter, the Princess Charlotte, an amiable and high-spirited young woman of whom all spoke well. But the princess, having married Leopold of Saxe-Coburg in 1816, died in childbirth before the next year was out, to the general grief of the nation. The next heir was Frederick, Duke of York, but as he, though married, had no children and was no stronger in health than his elder brother, it was clear that the crown would not stay long with him. Therefore, all the younger sons of George III hurried into wedlock in 1818, that their father's line might not be extinguished. William, Duke of Clarence, who afterwards reigned as William IV, married Adelaide of Saxe-Meiningen. Edward, Duke of Kent, was wedded to Victoria of Saxe-Coburg, and became by her the father of our present Queen. Adolphus of Cambridge and Ernest of Cumberland also took wives and had issue, who are still among us. End of section 87. Section 88 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 39. Reaction and Reform, 1815 to 1832, Part 2. The last days of the reign of George III were full of trouble and disorder, provoked, rather than repressed, by the obstinate rigour with which Lord Liverpool's government put down all agitations, both harmless and dangerous. Some of the riots and risings of the years 1816 to 20 were remarkable for the violence and for the wild aims of those who led them. In December 1816, a body of revolutionary enthusiasts, who called themselves Spencean philanthropists, raised a tumult in Spa Fields and tried to seize the tower, to distribute arms from its arsenal among the mob. But they were as weak as they were wild, for though they shot one man dead, Lord Mayor Wood and a handful of constables turned them back in front of the Royal Exchange and dispersed them. In June 1817, there was another rising near Derby, but 500 armed rioters allowed themselves to be stopped and routed by 18 hussars. But the most celebrated riot of the time was that at Manchester in August 1819. A great mob of 30,000 persons had assembled in St. Peter's Field to listen to addresses by a demagogue named Hunt. The magistrates attempted to arrest him, but being prevented from reaching him by the enormous crowd, rashly and cruelly ordered a regiment of cavalry to charge the unarmed multitude. There was no resistance made, but some 4 or 5 persons were crushed to death and 60 or 70 injured as they trod each other down in escaping from the horsemen. This event was called the Manchester Massacre by the enemies of the government, who were made responsible for it because they commended the violent action of the magistrates. It was with the object of revenging the Manchester Massacre that a bloodthirsty demagogue named Arthur Thistlewood, one of the Spencean philanthropists of 1816, formed a plot for murdering the whole cabinet. Hearing that the ministers were about to dine together on February 23, 1820, he collected a band of 25 desperadoes who vowed to slay them all. But one of the gang betrayed the scheme, and Thistlewood and his men were seized by the police as they were arming at their trysting place in Cato Street, Edgware Road. They resisted fiercely, and blood was shed on both sides ere they were overpowered. Thistlewood and 4 of his associates were hung and then beheaded, being the last persons who suffered by the axe in England, for the horrid sight of their decapitation moved public opinion to demand the abolition of this ancient punishment of criminals guilty of treason. Even after the mad Cato Street conspiracy had shocked all the wiser friends of reform, there were isolated outbreaks of rioting all over the north of England and the Scottish lowlands, the last being a skirmish at Bonnymuir near Glasgow, between some Lanarkshire mill hands and the local yeomanry. April 1820. The government dealt very harshly with all who gave it trouble, not merely with dangerous rioters, but with writers or speakers who did no more than protest against reactionary legislation or advocate radical reform. Their chief weapons against their enemies were the celebrated 6 Acts of 1819, which Addington and Castlereagh, the sternest members of the cabinet, had elaborated with much care. They imposed the heaviest penalties not only on persons caught drilling or using arms or engaging in riots, but on all who wrote what the government chose to consider seditious libels, a term that covered any newspaper article or pamphlet which abused themselves. Footnote: Addington had been created Lord Sidmouth long before this, but to avoid confusion, his better-known name is still used. End of footnote. Repression was in full swing when the old king died, in the 10th year since he had gone mad, January 29th, 1820. The Prince Regent now began to rule as George IV, but his accession made no practical difference in politics. His conduct, however, soon gave his subjects one more additional reason for despising him. He brought his long quarrel with his foolish and reckless wife to a head by refusing to acknowledge her as queen or allow her to be crowned. He accused her of adultery and made Lord Liverpool bring in a bill of pains and penalties to enable him to divorce her. George's life had been such that his attack on Queen Caroline, for conduct much less blameworthy than his own, provoked universal contempt and dislike. Lord Liverpool withdrew his bill in a panic when all London was in an uproar in the Queen's favour. More trouble would undoubtedly have followed if the unhappy Caroline had not died in August 1821. Her funeral was the occasion of a bloody riot. The abortive bill against the Queen had added the last straw to the unpopularity of the ministry, the best-hated cabinet that England has ever known. They felt the fact themselves. Addington resigned in 1821, and Castlereagh, the most harsh and unbending of them all, was so worn out by the stress of his responsibilities and the knowledge of the detestation in which he was held, that he cut his own throat in a fit of temporary insanity in September 1822. Lord Liverpool was helpless when deprived of the 2 men who had been the chief instigators of his reactionary measures. Abandoning his old policy, he took into partnership George Canning, the chief of the moderate Tories and the wisest disciple of Pitt. Canning took Castlereagh's place as Foreign Secretary, while Addington's place as Home Secretary was given to Robert Peel, a rising young politician with a turn for political economy and an open mind, a very different person from his case-hardened predecessor in the post. Shortly after, Huskinson, the first free trader who had presided over our commercial policy since the younger Pitt, was made president of the Board of Trade. Thus, the character of the Liverpool cabinet was completely changed, and for the last 4 years of its existence, it dropped its old repressive measures and became quite liberal in its legislation. The country at once began to grow quiet, and the old riots and risings ceased. The gradual growth of prosperity in the land, now that the effects of the Great War were passing away, alleviated the violence of the social discontent. But there was a sense of impending change. The immediate domestic question was the removal of religious disabilities, But beyond this lay the questions of parliamentary and municipal reform, of freedom of trade, of simplifying law and legal procedure, and especially of humanizing the criminal law. Strange to say, the treatment of the Catholic claims to be represented in Parliament was regarded as an open question in Lord Liverpool's cabinet. Canning was in favour of the admission of the Catholics. Peel was their strenuous opponent. The rule of the Liverpool-Canning ministry was distinguished by the abolition of many old and oppressive laws, and the introduction of several reforms of great value. In 1823, Peel began the reform of the criminal law, and the reduction of that tangled mass, with its ghastly list of capital offences, to a shape more consistent with scientific order and common humanity. The old system, a monstrous survival from the Middle Ages, had worked very badly, for juries refused to convict persons who were clearly guilty, because they thought the offence did not deserve the fearful penalty of death. The abolition of capital punishment for so many minor offences put an end to this state of things, and in future the proportion of criminals escaping was marvellously reduced. In the province of trade and finance, several valuable improvements were introduced by the influence of Huskinson. The old navigation laws, dating from the time of Cromwell, which impeded free trade with foreign countries, were abolished. The wise policy of reducing import duties on the raw materials needed for English manufactures was adopted, so that the cost of goods was perceptibly lowered, without any harm to the makers of them. Commercial treaties were concluded with several foreign powers, to the great benefit of both parties concerned. A considerable relief was given to the Exchequer by reducing the interest of the many loans raised during the Great War from 5 or 4% to 3.5%. Huskinson had also in hand measures for reducing the duty on the importation of foreign corn, and for the abolition of slavery in the British colonies. But before they could be carried out, the unhappy death of Canning in 1827 broke up the ministry. A word is needed as to the foreign policy of England. The main characteristic of European history from 1815 to 1830 was the renewed despotism of the continental monarchs, when the fear of Bonaparte had vanished from their minds. The Emperors of Austria and Russia and the King of Prussia had formed a league called the Holy Alliance, for the putting down of liberal opinions and demands for popular government in their own and their neighbours' dominions. The restored Bourbon monarchy in France was equally narrow and reactionary. Not content with crushing liberty in their own realms, the Austrians invaded Naples and the French Spain, when the kings of those countries had been forced to grant constitutional government to their subjects. In each case, the constitution was abolished and despotic rule restored. While Castlereagh was guiding the Foreign Office, the English ministry had refused to interfere with these continental troubles, and had allowed the members of the Holy Alliance to do what they pleased with their smaller neighbours. Canning's advent to power changed this policy. He protected Portugal from an invasion by the French and Spaniards, allied in the cause of despotism, and recognized the independence of the revolted Spanish colonies in America, calling, as he said, the new world into existence to redress the balance of the old. But the sympathy of Canning, and of all men of generous mind in England, was most deeply stirred by the Greek insurrection against the grinding tyranny of the Turks, which had commenced in 1821, and had been struggling on, accompanied by all manner of atrocities and massacres, for 6 years. The resurrection of the ancient people of Hellas stirred all the memories of the past, and called forth much enthusiasm in England. Many English volunteers hastened to the east to aid the insurgents. Lord Cochrane took command of their fleet, and General Church headed some of their land forces. Even Lord Byron, the poet, roused himself from his misspent life of luxury in Italy, and went out to offer his sword and fortune to a people rightly struggling to be free. His death from marsh fever at Missolonghi caused him to be looked on as the martyr of liberty, and gave England yet a further interest in the cause that he had championed. When the Turks failed to put down the rising, in spite of all their massacres, the Sultan called in the aid of his vassal, Mehmet Ali, Pasha of Egypt, who landed his well-trained army in the Peloponnesus and overran half the peninsula. Canning then induced the Russian and French governments, who had their own private ends to serve, to join him in interfering, and an English fleet was sent out to the coast of Greece. When the Egyptian troops refused to quit the Peloponnesus, and the atrocities continued, Sir Edward Codrington, the English admiral, aided by a few French and Russian ships, sailed into the Bay of Navarino, the ancient Pylos, where the Turkish and Egyptian fleets lay, and destroyed them all save a few vessels. In this he had exceeded his instructions, but he had saved the independence of Greece, and English public opinion ratified his action. October 20th, 1827. But ere Navarino had been fought, a new ministry was in power in England. Lord Liverpool had been stricken by paralysis in February 1827, and Canning, as was natural, became Prime Minister. But the weakness of his position was soon apparent. Many Tories who opposed the Catholic claims deserted him. The Whigs would not join him. The strain of responsibility told fatally on his health, and he died on August 8th after less than 5 months' tenure of the premiership. The ministry which he had formed continued for a few months under the leadership of the weak and fussy Lord Goderich, who found himself unable to manage Canning's motley following, and was forced to resign before the meeting of Parliament. End of section 88. Section 89 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 39. Reaction and Reform, 1815 to 1832, Part 3. The King then proposed that a strong head should be found for the ministry, in the person of a man universally respected and owning a splendid reputation for loyalty and stern sense of duty, the Duke of Wellington, the hero of the Peninsular War. The suggestion was an unhappy one, for Wellington had little political knowledge, had never managed Parliament, and was full of honest but obstinate prejudices. He was, however, made Prime Minister, and troubles soon began to follow. Almost the first utterance of the Duke was to stigmatize the victory of Navarino as an untoward event, which gave great offence, for most men looked upon it as a righteous blow against tyranny and oppression. He refused to continue Canning's efforts in favour of Greece, and that country ultimately obtained her freedom from the not very disinterested hands of Russia. For in 1828, Tsar Nicholas attacked the Turks, sent his armies across the Balkans, and imposed peace on Sultan Mahmud, helping himself to a large slice of Ottoman territory in Asia at the same time that he stipulated for the recognition of Greek independence. Though the most upright and conscientious of men, Wellington proved a very unsatisfactory Prime Minister. His main fault was precisely the one that would least have been expected from an old soldier, a tendency to flinch from his resolves and engagements when he found that public opinion was set against him. Personally, he was a Tory of the old school. For popular cries and magnificent programmes he had a rooted distrust, which he had picked up in the Peninsula, while dealing with the bombastic and incapable statesman who led the Liberal Party in the Spanish Cortes. But on the other hand, he had seen so much of the horrors of civil war that he had imbibed a great dread of making himself responsible for any measure that might split the nation into hostile camps and cause domestic strife. These two conflicting impulses acted on his mind in strange and often abrupt alterations. He was always making reactionary declarations, and then receding from them when he found they were unpopular. At first, it seemed likely that he was about to make himself the mouthpiece of the stern and unbending Tories of the school of Castlereagh. Before he had been 3 months in office, he had dismissed Huskisson, and the other disciples of Canning followed Huskisson into retirement. But very soon he disappointed his more fanatical followers. In the summer of 1828, he was confronted with a great national agitation in Ireland. Since the Union, that country had been in its normal condition of unrest, but the main grievance which the Irish agitators mooted was the non-fulfilment of the promise of Catholic emancipation which Pitt had made in 1800, when he united the two parliaments. The demand that the majority of the nation should be granted equality of political rights with the minority was obviously just. Yet not only Irish Orangemen, but English Tories had a violent prejudice against Romanism. It was evident that emancipation would not be conceded without a struggle. But the Irish at this moment were headed by the adroit and capable Daniel O'Connell, a wealthy squire of old family, a platform orator of great power and pathos, and a skilful party leader, but vain, scurrilous, and noisy. He founded an association, the prototype of the land leagues and national leagues of our own day, to forward the Catholic claims. He filled the land with monster public meetings and frightened the champions of Protestant ascendancy by vague threats of civil war. To his great credit, he kept his followers from crime, a feat which his successors have not always accomplished. His power was shown by his triumphant return to Parliament, in defiance of the law, for County Clare. Under the influence of their priests, the Irish farmers had broken away from their old subservience to the great landlords and placed themselves at O'Connell's disposal. Wellington was by birth an Anglo-Irish Protestant, and he detested Romanism, but he detested civil war still more. When O'Connell's agitation grew formidable, and the old Tories urged him to repress it by force, he refused. At last, his mind was made up to grant emancipation. His own words explain his mental attitude. Quote, "I have passed a longer period of my life in war than most men, and principally in civil war, and I must say this, that if I could avert by any sacrifice even 1 month's civil war in the country to which I am attached, I would give my life to do it." End quote. In the spring of 1829, Wellington announced his intention of granting complete equality of civil rights to all Romanists. Many of his followers called him a weathercock and a turncoat, while the vicious old king pretended, in imitation of his father's action in 1801, that his conscience forbade him to violate his coronation oath. But Wellington carried his Emancipation Bill with the aid of Whig support, and against the votes of all the narrower Tories. The king swallowed his scruples with cowardly haste, and the act was made law, April 14th, 1829. O'Connell and some scores of his followers, his tail as the English called them, entered Parliament and allied themselves to the Whigs. The emancipation question being moved out of the way, the topic of parliamentary reform came once more to the front as the great difficulty of the day. When the Whigs began to moot it again, they found the time favourable, for the Wellington Ministry was grown very weak. The Duke had expelled the moderate Tories from his cabinet in 1828. He had angered the old Tories by his concession to the Romanists in 1829, and could no longer command the loyalty of either section of his party. The agitation for the reform of the Commons began to become formidable in the stormy year of 1830. Unrest was in the air, and all over the world popular risings were rife. In July the French rose in arms, dethroned their dull and despotic king, Charles X, and replaced him by his popular cousin, Louis-Philippe, Duke of Orleans. The Poles raised an insurrection against the tyranny of Tsar Nicholas. There were troubles in Italy and Germany, and open war in Belgium and Portugal. Everywhere the partisans of the Holy Alliance and the old regime were being assailed by riot and insurrection. It was natural that England should feel the influence of this wave of discontent. In the midst of the year, King George died, worn out by his evil living, June 26, 1830. He was succeeded by his third brother, William, Duke of Clarence, for Frederick of York, the second son of George III, had died in 1827. The new king was an eccentric but good-natured old sailor. He was simple, patriotic, and kindly, and carried into all his doings something of the breezy geniality of his old profession. But his elevation almost turned his brain, and in the first months of his reign he was guilty of a dozen absurd actions and speeches which made men fear for his sanity. "It is a good sovereign," punned a contemporary wit, "but it is a little cracked." The best feature in William was that he was not a party man. He acted all through his reign as a constitutional monarch should, and his personal popularity did much to make the crisis of the reform agitation of 1830 to 1832 pass off without harm. The fall of Wellington's ministry followed very closely on the accession of the new king. A general election in the autumn of 1830 was fatal to the Duke's majority in the Commons. The old Tories refused to interest themselves in his fate, and would not work for him, while the Whigs made a great effort and swept off almost all the seats in which election was really free and open. No less than 60 out of 82 county seats in England were captured by them. Parliament reassembled on November 2nd, and on November 15th, Wellington was beaten by a majority of 29 in the lower house and promptly resigned. William IV immediately took the proper constitutional step of sending for the leader of the opposition, Lord Grey. After an absence of 23 years from power, the Whigs once more crossed to the Treasury bench and took over the management of the realm. Their long exile from office had made them better at criticism than administration, and they found it hard to settle down into harness, more especially as some of the new ministry were wanting in restraint and gravity, notably the Lord Chancellor Brougham, one of the most versatile and able, but also one of the most eccentric and volatile men who has ever sat on the woolsack. But the cabinet was much strengthened by the adhesion of two of the Canningite Tories, Lord Melbourne and Lord Palmerston, who became, respectively, Secretary for Ireland and Secretary for Foreign Affairs. The Whigs at once took in hand the chief item of their programme, parliamentary reform, though Connell was doing his best to bring another topic to the front by agitating for Home Rule, or repeal as it was then called, and was enlisting all Catholic Ireland in a league for that end. In March 1831, Lord John Russell, a young member of one of the greatest Whig houses, and the great-grandson of the Bedford who was minister in 1763, brought forward his famous Reform Bill, which disfranchised most of the rotten boroughs, and distributed their seats among the large towns and the more populous counties. Owing to differences of opinion among the Whigs themselves as to the exact shape it should assume, the bill never reached its third reading in the Commons. The ministry then dissolved Parliament, in order to get a clear verdict from the constituencies on the reform question. They came back to Westminster with a magnificent majority of 136. Lord John Russell again introduced his bill, which passed all its readings with ease, but was rejected by the Tory majority in the House of Lords on October 8, 1831. This rash action of the peers brought about such a quarrel between the two houses as has never been seen before or since, and nearly wrecked the old order of the English Constitution. For the peers had never before dared to cross such a crushing majority as the Whigs then possessed in the Commons, backed by the public opinion of the nation. Riotous demonstrations in favour of reform burst out all over the country, often accompanied by violence. At Bristol there was a wild rising, ending in the burning and pillaging of many buildings, public and private. In London, a national union of reformers was formed to bring pressure to bear on the Lords. At Birmingham, a local radical named Atwood formed an association of 200,000 members who swore to march on London and use force if their cry of "the bill, the whole bill, and nothing but the bill" was denied. Strengthened by these demonstrations of popular sympathy, the ministers brought in their bill for the third time, and again sent it up to the Lords. The Upper House was seriously frightened by the turmoil in the country and allowed the bill to pass its second reading. But the more fanatical Tories made a final rally and mutilated the bill in committee by postponing the clauses which disfranchised the rotten boroughs. May 7th, 1832. This brought England within a measurable distance of civil war. The ministry resigned, throwing on the King and the Lords the responsibility for anything that might occur. King William, in strict constitutional form, asked the Duke of Wellington to form a Tory cabinet. The Duke unwillingly essayed the task, but the feeling of the majority of the Tories was so strongly in favour of leaving to the Whigs the responsibility of facing the crisis, that the Duke threw up the cards and acknowledged his inability to form a ministry. This was fortunate, for the radicals had been organising armed multitudes and threatened open insurrection. But the eventful 10 days during which war was in the air passed over, and the Grey cabinet came back into power. In the end of May, the bill was sent up to the Lords for the third time. The King promised Lord Grey that if the bill was again rejected, he would create enough new Whig peers to carry it against any opposition. The House of Lords was made aware of this promise and, to avoid forcing the King to this extremity, Wellington and 100 Tory peers solemnly left their seats and allowed the Act to pass by a considerable majority. June 4th, 1832. The details of this measure in its final shape deserve a word of notice. It disfranchised all the absolutely rotten boroughs, i.e., all places with less than 2,000 inhabitants, which were no less than 56 in number. It took away 1 member each from 30 boroughs more, which had more than 2,000 but less than 4,000 residents. This gave 143 seats for distribution among the unrepresented or underrepresented districts. Of these, 65 were given to the counties and 78 to new boroughs. In the former case, the county was broken up into 2 or more divisions, each returning 2 members. In the latter, 5 London boroughs, Lambeth, Greenwich, Marylebone, Finsbury, and Tower Hamlets, and 22 large places, such as Birmingham and Manchester, received 2 members each, while 21 considerable towns of the second rank got 1 member each. At the same time, the franchise was made regular all over England. Previously, it had varied in the most arbitrary fashion. Some towns had practically manhood suffrage. In others, the corporation had been the only electors. Now, in the boroughs, the power to vote was given to all resident occupiers of premises of £10 yearly value, so that all the shopkeeping class and the wealthier artisans got the franchise, but not the poorer inhabitants. In the counties, freeholders, copyholders, and holders of leases for 60 years to the annual value of £10, with occupiers paying a yearly rent of £50, were enfranchised. Thus, the farmers and yeomen ruled the poll, and the agricultural labourers had no voice in the matter. The franchise in Ireland was assimilated to that in England, thus depriving of their power the £2 householders who had hitherto been allowed to vote in that country. In Scotland, on the other hand, the rule was slightly more liberal than in England, as occupiers of £10 farms were given the franchise instead of £50 being left as the limit. Thus, the United Kingdom acquired its first representative parliament. but the new body was as yet representative of the middle classes alone. It was thought, wisely enough, that the agricultural labourers and the town poor were as yet unfit to be electors. For 30 years, no serious attempt to extend the limits of the franchise was made, and 50 were to elapse before simple household suffrage in town and county alike was to be made the rule. Meanwhile, the first Reform Bill amply justified itself and gave England 2 generations of quiet and orderly government. End of section 89. End of chapter 39.
Section 90 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Beckett Wood. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 40. Chartism and the Corn Laws, 1832 to 52. Part 1. The struggle over the Reform Bill had been so fierce, and the change in the House of Commons caused by it had been so sweeping, that it was generally supposed at the time that the immediate consequences of the triumph of the Whigs would be very marked and startling. The Tories prophesied the introduction, at no very distant date, of legislation on behalf of all the radical cries which the more extreme followers of Lord Grey had adopted, such as manhood suffrage, vote by ballot, the abolition of the standing army, the disestablishment of the Church of England. Some even whispered that Great Britain would have ceased to be a monarchy within 10 years. All these suspicions were unfounded. By the action of the Reform Bill, the power to make and unmake cabinets had passed not into the hands of the masses, but into those of the middle classes, the shopkeepers of the towns, and the farmers of the countryside. These were a very different body from the excited mobs who had rioted in the streets and threatened civil war in the years 1830 to 32. As a matter of fact, the bill had done comparatively little for those who supported it most violently, and caused grave disappointment to the wilder spirits among the followers of Lord Grey. It had put an end to borough-mongering. No ministry could henceforth hope to keep in office unless it had the support of the majority of the constituencies. It had placed the individual member much more under the control of the electors than had been the case in earlier years, so that the power of public opinion was greatly increased. It had modified the composition of the House of Commons by bringing in a large number of new members of a different type from the old. For the great industrial centres in the North and Midlands, which now obtained representatives for the first time, had mostly returned wealthy local manufacturers and merchants to speak in their behalf. But neither the newly enfranchised classes nor their members in Parliament were likely to be in favour of sudden and violent changes in the constitution or the social condition of the realm, such as had sometimes appeared imminent in the turbulent years between 1816 and 1832. The Whigs were no radicals. It was more than 30 years before they began seriously to think of enfranchising the labouring classes and facing all the problems of democracy. A sufficient indication of the character of Lord Grey's ministry is to be found in the fact that some of its most important members were recruited from the ranks of the moderate Tories. Lord Palmerston, the Foreign Secretary, and Lord Melbourne, the Home Secretary, had both been followers of Canning and had joined the ranks of the Whigs only when they saw the Tories under Wellington finally committed to reactionary views. Perhaps Huskisson, Canning's Minister of Commerce, would have gone with them, but he had been killed, just before Lord Grey came into office, in the first railway accident that ever occurred in England. The Grey Ministry held office for 4 years only, but did much for the country in that time. Its best piece of work was the new Poor Law of 1834, which put an end to the ruinous and degrading system of outdoor relief which had been crushing the agricultural labourer and loading the parishes with debt ever since the unwise legislation of 1795. The new law reimposed the old test of the workhouse on applicants for charity. Only aged and impotent persons were to receive doles of money and food at their own homes. Able-bodied men were forced to enter the workhouse, which they naturally detested on account of its restraint, or to give up their weekly allowance. The result was to force the farmers to pay the whole of their labourers' wages, and to cease to expect the parish to find half of the amount. This was perfectly just and rational. The parish finances were at once lightened of their crushing burden, while the labourers ceased to be pauperised and did not lose anything by the change of the method of payment. But if they lost nothing, they gained nothing, and the condition of the rural classes of England still remained much inferior to what it had been in the old days, before enclosure acts and high rents came into vogue in the second half of the 18th century. The new poor law compelled small neighbouring parishes to combine into unions to keep a common workhouse, and it was found that one large institution was worked both more efficiently and less expensively than several small ones. In 7 years, the total cost of the Poor Relief of England fell from nearly £8 million to £4,700,000, an immense relief to the country. Another splendid piece of work done by the Ministry of Lord Grey was the final abolition of slavery in the English colonies. Though the slave trade had long been prohibited, yet slavery itself still subsisted, and the West Indian planters were a body strong and wealthy enough to offer a vigorous opposition to the enfranchisement of their negroes. Many of the old Tories were narrow and misguided enough to lend them aid in Parliament, but the bill was carried. £20 million were set aside to compensate the owners, and on August 1st, 1834, all the slaves became free, though they were bound to work as apprentices to their late masters for 7 years, a period afterwards shortened to 3. A third useful measure was the reform of the municipal corporations of England, of which many had hitherto been wholly unrepresentative bodies, not chosen by the people, but co-opting each other, and often worked by small and corrupt party or family rings. For this absurd arrangement, the Act of 1835 substituted a popular and elective constitution, to the enormous improvement of the purity and respectability of the municipal bodies. The European policy of the Whigs was in the hand of the brisk and self-reliant Lord Palmerston, who directed the foreign relations of England for nearly 30 years, with a few intervals of retirement from office. He had left the Tories because he disliked their policy of non-intervention in continental affairs, and because he nourished an active dislike for the despotic monarchies of the Holy Alliance. His end was to raise up a league in Western Europe which should support national liberties and constitutional government in each country against the autocratic and reactionary powers of Central and Eastern Europe. He therefore allied himself with Louis Philippe of Orleans, the new King of France, who had been set up by the Liberal Party in that country as a constitutional king after the expulsion of Charles X. He actively assisted the parties in Spain and Portugal, who were fighting for limited monarchy and the nation's right to choose its own sovereign. In each of those countries there was a civil war in progress between the Liberal Party, backing a young queen with a parliamentary title to the crown, and the reactionary party, supported by the priesthood and upholding a prince who claimed the throne under the Salic law and appealed to the divine hereditary right of kings. Palmerston supported both Dona Maria in Portugal and Dona Isabella in Spain against their uncles Don Miguel and Don Carlos by every means short of the actual sending of British troops to the peninsula. But many officers were allowed to volunteer into the Portuguese and Spanish service, and the struggle was largely settled by their aid. The designs of Don Miguel in Portugal were finally frustrated by the defeat of his fleet by Admiral Napier, who commanded the young Queen's ships, 1831. In Spain, the fighting lasted much longer, and the efforts of Sir de Lacy Evans' British Legion against the Carlists were not altogether successful, 1835 to 38, but the war ultimately came to an end in the favour of Queen Isabella in 1840. Palmerston also lent his support to the National Party in a struggle nearer home. Holland and Belgium had been united into a single kingdom by the Treaty of Vienna and placed under the House of Orange, the old stadholders of the United Provinces. But the Belgians much disliked the arrangement. They were divided by religion from their northern kinsfolk and had no national sympathy with them or loyalty to their Dutch king. In 1830 they rose in arms and declared their independence. William I of Holland endeavoured to subdue them, and perhaps might have succeeded but for the interference of England and of Louis Philippe, the new King of France. When the Dutch refused to come to terms, a French army entered Belgium and expelled the garrison of Antwerp, while an English fleet blockaded the Scheldt. On this pressure being applied, the Dutch yielded, and the Kingdom of Belgium was established, its first sovereign being a prince well known in England, Leopold of Saxe-Coburg, the widower of the much-lamented Princess Charlotte. Thus, when France, Spain, Portugal, and Belgium were in the hands of governments professing liberal principles and opposed to despotism, the reactionary monarchs of the Holy Alliance ceased to appear such a danger to the existence of constitutional monarchy in Europe. While fairly successful alike in its foreign policy and its English legislation, the Grey Cabinet was never so strong as might have been expected from its triumphant commencement of office. The Tory party, which had seemed shattered forever by the Reform Bill, and had remained for some years in a broken and helpless condition, began gradually to reorganise itself under the wise and cautious leadership of Sir Robert Peel. Though Palmerston, Melbourne, and the other Canningites, who had quitted it in 1828, did not return to its ranks and remained moderate Whigs, yet there were many others who gradually rallied themselves to the old Church and State party. The new voters whom the Reform Bill had created did not prove so universally devoted to radical principles as had been expected. There was always much attachment to the old ideals in the middle classes. When Peel appeared as leader, in place of narrow old Tories of the type of Castlereagh and Addington, he was gradually enabled to collect a large body of followers and to form an opposition commanding a respectable number of votes. About this time he wisely dropped the name of Tory and called himself and his followers Conservatives, in order to get rid of the unfortunate associations of the older party appellation. But the time was still far off when the Conservatives were to obtain a preponderance in the House of Commons. Lord Grey resigned in 1834, but only to give place to another Whig Prime Minister, who continued the policy and work of his predecessor with the aid of most of his cabinet. The change of premiers was due to a division among the Whigs caused by Irish affairs. The grant of Catholic emancipation in 1829 had completely failed to quiet Ireland. It only caused the Irish to substitute new demands for the old ones. O'Connell, flushed with his victory on the emancipation question, had started two new agitations, combined with each other much as Home Rule and the land question are combined by modern Irish politicians. The first of them was the demand for repeal, that is, the abolition of the Union of 1800, and the establishment of a local parliament in Dublin, the cry that is called Home Rule in our own day. The second was the Tithe War, a crusade against the payment by the Romanist peasantry of tithes for the support of the established Church of Ireland, a body which they naturally detested. The Tithe War lasted for 6 or 7 years and was accompanied by much rioting and outrage. The peasantry withheld the tithe, and the Protestant clergy were in many cases absolutely ruined and reduced to starvation by being deprived of their sustenance. A coercion bill for the suppression of riots and violence was passed in 1833 and had some effect in restoring order. But the ministry was divided on the question of the justice of continuing to extract money from the Romanist peasantry to support an alien church. The Premier proposed that the government should take over the collection of the tithe, but use it for such purposes, secular or otherwise, as might be deemed fit. But many of his colleagues objected to diverting church money from its original uses, and the cabinet fell to pieces after a stormy scene in the House over a renewal of the Coercion Act. Grey retired, and the King sent for Sir Robert Peel, who at once dissolved Parliament. But the Whigs had a majority in the new House, and Peel fell, after holding office for 4 months only. Grey's colleague, Lord Melbourne, took over the conduct of affairs and rearranged the cabinet, excluding only the late Premier and his clever but eccentric Chancellor, Lord Brougham. This ministry struggled on for 6 years, confronted always by the strong Conservative following and the mastermind of Peel, and dependent on the uncertain support of O'Connell and his tail. Its chief achievement was the final passing of the Irish Tithe Act, which relieved the peasantry of the duty of paying that contribution to the established church and transferred it to their landlords, so that the tithe was for the future a charge on rent. O'Connell accepted this compromise, and the tithe war ended, but the repeal agitation went on vigorously, and monster meetings all over Ireland were continually demanding Home Rule. O'Connell had the priests on his side to a man, and, using them as his instruments, could dictate orders to the countryside and return all the members for the Catholic districts of Ireland. To his great credit, he kept the agitation clear of outrages, as he had already done in the case of emancipation 10 years before. Without having recourse to any such expedients, he was able to keep the government in continual hot water, and more than once to wrest concessions of importance from it. End of section 90. Section 91 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 40. Chartism and the Corn Laws, 1832 to 1852, Part 2. The Melbourne Cabinet was still wandering on its feeble way when on June the 20th, 1837, the worthy old King, William IV, died. His decease had no great effect on the politics of the realm, for when the election for a new Parliament took place, as was necessary on the sovereign's death, the ministry was found to have in the new House a small majority, of much the same numbers as that which they had enjoyed in the old. The successor of King William was his niece Victoria, daughter of Edward, Duke of Kent, the 4th son of George III. She was a young girl of 18, who had been brought up very quietly at Kensington Palace by her widowed mother, Victoria of Saxe-Coburg. Little was known of her by the nation at large, and some of the baser spirits among the Tories whispered at first that she would prove a party sovereign and a mere tool of the Whigs. But it was not long before the world discovered that the young queen was likely to be a model for constitutional monarchs. She was simple, straightforward, filled with a deep consciousness of the responsibility of her position, and anxious to discharge her duties with all possible regard for the well-being of her subjects. The more she was known, the more was she liked and respected, and there was accordingly a general feeling of relief that the throne had not gone to the next heir, the Queen's unpopular uncle, Ernest, Duke of Cumberland. That prince, moreover, now became ruler of Hanover, where the Salic law prevailed, and the kingdom was finally separated from England after 123 years of union. Thus England was freed from all necessity for interfering in the internal politics of Germany. Lord Melbourne, behind an air of studied levity, possessed a strong will and a conscientious desire to do well by his country. He determined to place his experience at the disposal of the young queen and to teach her the ways of constitutional monarchy. Until her marriage, he acted as her private secretary, using his position for no party purpose. In the language of the Duke of Wellington, he taught her to preside over the destinies of this great country. The Melbourne Cabinet lasted till September 1841, much vexed in its later years by social troubles in England, the result of the growing discontent among the working classes at the failure of the Reform Bill to bring about a golden age. They had thought that the creation of a representative House of Commons would be followed by all manner of radical reforms, and were now complaining that the new government was little better than the old. The Tories scourged us with whips, but the Whigs used scorpions, complained Cobbett, the radical pamphleteer, while Lord Grey was still in power. There was this amount of truth in the complaint, that the Tories were always trying to interfere in social matters and believed in paternal government and the duty of the state to care for the individual citizen, but the Whigs, under the influence of the rules of strict political economy, held that the state must not meddle with private men, that the rule of laissez-faire or non-intervention was right, and that free competition between man and man was the true order of life. Now, Tory interference with social matters had generally been wrong-headed and disastrous, but Whig indifference and abstention was quite as exasperating to the masses. The old delusion that men can be made happy by legislation and grants of political rights was still universally prevalent, and the discontent of the labouring classes took shape, now, as in the last generation, in a demand for parliamentary reform. The new agitation got its name from the document called the People's Charter, which was put forward as the programme of the movement. It contained 5 claims. 1. For manhood suffrage. 2. For the vote by ballot at elections. 3. For annual parliaments. 4. For the payment of members. 5. For the throwing open of seats in the House of Commons to all men by the abolition of the property qualification, which was still required, in theory, to be possessed by members. It is curious to reflect how entirely useless all these 5 demands would have been to cure the social discontents of the day. The 2nd and 5th clauses of the Charter have long been granted. The 1st is practically conceded, and the 4th may be so ere long. Yet the ills against which the Chartists were protesting are still with us. For the real end of the agitation was in truth purely social. It was much the same as the cry for the so-called living wage that is heard among us today. The principle of the People's Charter, said one of its advocates in 1838, is the right of every man to have his home, his hearth, and his happiness. It means that every working man in the land has a right to a good coat, a good hat, a good dinner, no more work than will keep him in health, and as much wages as will keep him in plenty. The demagogues, honest or dishonest, who led the Chartist movement, insisted that the golden age would follow the introduction of universal suffrage and their other demands, though it is difficult to see how they can have been so simple as to hold such a view. But they were, for the most part, mere windy orators, with no grasp of the means or ends that they needed. The most prominent man of the whole band being Fergus O'Connor, an Irishman with an enormous flow of words and an ill-balanced brain, who ended his days in a lunatic asylum. Riotous public meetings, where threats of physical force were freely used, were rife all through the years 1838 to 42, and gave the Whig ministry no small trouble. But the movement was never so dangerous to law and order as the troubles of the years 1816 to 32 had been, for the Chartists were backed by neither of the great political parties, had no competent leaders, and were detested for their noisy turbulence by the whole of the middle classes, Whig and Tory alike. Parliament refused to take them seriously, even when they kept sending up monster petitions to the House of Commons, purporting to contain 1.5 million or even 3 million signatures. One of these documents, as large in circumference as a cartwheel, had to be carried by 16 men and stuck in the door of the house, so that it had to be cut up in order to allow it to enter. But petitions, riots, and wild talk had none of them any practical effect. There was little that was eventful in the foreign policy of the later years of the Melbourne Cabinet. The only events of importance were our first war with China and our interference in the Levant to prevent the break-up of the Turkish Empire. The Chinese quarrel, the Opium War, as it was often called, arose from the destruction of a quantity of that drug belonging to English merchants by the mandarins of Canton, who had resolved not to allow it to be imported into their country. In consequence, an army was sent out to the Far East, which, after some desultory fighting, compelled the Chinese to sue for peace, pay an indemnity of $21 million, and cede the island of Hong Kong, which, in British hands, has since become one of the greatest ports of the world, 1839-41. The war in Syria was caused by the attempt of Mehemet Ali, the Pasha of Egypt, to assert his independence and to tear Syria and Asia Minor from his suzerain, the Sultan. Thinking that the maintenance of Turkey was essential to British interests in the East, Lord Palmerston bade the rebel Pasha retire within his own borders and, on his refusal, bombarded and took Acre and Sidon. This brought Mehemet Ali to reason, and he acquiesced in an agreement which left him the position of a quasi-independent ruler in Egypt, but stripped him of his conquests beyond the Syrian desert. January 1841. In the year which preceded this last war, England had been rejoiced to see her queen happily married. The young sovereign's choice had been her own first cousin, Albert of Saxe-Coburg, whom the country knew so well first as Prince Albert, then as the Prince Consort. He was very young at the time of the marriage, being only in his 21st year, but from his earliest days in England showed a remarkable wisdom and power of adapting himself to his new surroundings. While carefully refraining from taking any ostensible part in politics, he was able in many ways to act as a useful counsellor both for his wife and his wife's ministers, for he had a large knowledge of foreign politics and a sound and cautious judgment. His blameless private life and many amiable qualities endeared him to all who came into personal contact with him. But for many years he was not properly appreciated by the English people, who were vaguely suspicious of a foreign prince placed in such a difficult position as that of husband to a constitutional queen. All their suspicions of him and his influence were ungrounded, but it was not till after his death in 1861 that most men realized what a thoroughly wise and unselfish friend of England he had been. The Melbourne Ministry went out of power a few months after the Queen's marriage. A general election took place in June-July 1841, and a Conservative majority was returned to the House of Commons, whereupon Sir Robert Peel was called upon to take office in the due course of constitutional etiquette. The Tories, now again in power after an interval of 12 years, were a very different party from what they had been in the old days before 1830. The whole body of them had moved slowly forward, but there was still, as always, a more and a less progressive section among them, as in the days of Canning and Castlereagh. Peel himself had generally been considered to belong to the former body, though he had been one of those who opposed parliamentary reform to the last. His own breeding and character account for his position. He was not a member of one of the old aristocratic Tory families, but the son of a wealthy Lancashire mill owner, a representative of the conservatism of the middle classes, not of the old landed interest. He was a firm, able, conscientious man, rather too masterful in dealing with his followers, and prone to command rather than to persuade. But in 1841 his authority over them seemed so firmly established that men prophesied that he would rule for as many years as the younger Pitt. As a matter of fact, his ministry was only to last from September 1841 to July 1846, and, instead of establishing the Conservative Party firmly in power, he was fated to break it up and to condemn it to almost continuous exile from office for nearly 30 years. But Peel's early years of power promised well. His first achievement was to restore the national finances, which had been left in a most unsatisfactory condition by the Melbourne Ministry. His budget of 1842 was long remembered as being the first important step in the direction of free trade that had been taken for many years. He reduced the import duties on nearly 750 articles of consumption, reasoning that the advantage to the consumer far outweighed the loss to the English manufacturer, whose interests were served by the protective duties which he removed. To make up the deficit in the revenue caused by these remissions of import duties, he imposed the income tax, under a pledge that it was to be an exceptional impost. 5 years, he said, would suffice to restore the revenue to its old amount, and it should then be dropped. Unfortunately, for all persons with fixed incomes, Peel was out of office long before the 5 years were over, and none of his successors has ever redeemed his pledge. The income tax still remains with us, the easy and obvious method by which any impecunious Chancellor of the Exchequer can wring more money from the middle classes by adding an extra penny in the pound. It must, however, be granted that at its first imposition it tided England very successfully over a dangerous financial crisis. The Melbourne Cabinet had left the task of dealing with 2 troublesome agitations as a legacy to their successors. The Chartists were still thundering away at monster meetings and bombarding Parliament with gigantic petitions. One, sent to the House of Commons in 1842, purported to be signed by 3 million persons, and was actually signed by, perhaps, a third of that number. It was couched in such seditious terms that the government refused to receive it, and was supported by a majority of 238, when certain radical members pressed them to a division. But Peel's hand was known to be firm, and it was obvious that there was no chance of intimidating him, so the Chartist agitation, though it continued to simmer all through his time, never boiled up into any dangerous effervescence. End of section 91. Section 92 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Beckett Wood. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 40. Chartism and the Corn Laws, 1832 to 1852. Part 3. In Ireland, matters seemed for a time more serious. Daniel O'Connell was still pressing on his campaign for repeal. He was the master of the greater part of the Irish people, and had his well-disciplined tail to follow him in the Commons. But as long as both Conservatives and Whigs refused to buy his aid at the price of granting his demands for Home Rule, he could do no more than bluster and declaim at public meetings. But O'Connell was joined, in the year 1842, by a body of recruits who refused to be fettered by his command to refrain from the use of physical force. A band of ardent young politicians, the political heirs of Lord Edward Fitzgerald and Robert Emmet, bound themselves together to strive for repeal by the old method of armed rebellion, when England's extremity should be Ireland's opportunity. They called themselves the Young Ireland Party, revived the old watchwords of the United Irishmen, and gloried in the principles of '98. The chiefs of this faction were Smith O'Brien, Marr, and Gavin Duffy. O'Connell was afraid of their rashness, and the priesthood, who acted as O'Connell's agents all over Ireland, viewed them with suspicion as possible republicans and atheists, but they gained considerable influence in the land. The repeal agitation came to a head in 1843, when O'Connell gathered several 100,000 people together at a meeting at Tara, the old seat of the Kings of Ireland, and addressed them in an excited strain, promising them a parliament of their own on College Green within the year. But Peel had him and his chief lieutenants arrested and tried for sedition. The whole agitation seemed to collapse when the government made a show of force, and, though O'Connell was ultimately acquitted, his hold on the Irish people was much shaken by the obvious uselessness for any practical end of all his meetings and harangues. The majority of his followers fell back into apathy. The minority resolved to join the Young Irelanders and to plot armed treason at some convenient date in the future. Meanwhile, repeal was dead, and O'Connell died a few years later, just before the miserable years 1846-7 revived the troubles of Ireland. English foreign policy in Peel's day continued on the good lines on which Palmerston had placed it, for the new Conservative Party were vigilant to defend our interests abroad and to resent the aggression of our neighbours. A very threatening dispute with the United States about the southwestern boundaries of British America was settled in 1842 by a satisfactory treaty which gave England Vancouver's Island and all the coast north of the Straits of Juan de Fuca, taking the 49th degree of latitude as the dividing line from the Pacific to the end of Lake Superior. The Americans had claimed, but had to give up, the whole western shore of North America up to the Russian province of Alaska. Twice England appeared likely to engage in war with France in 1844 and 1846, while Peel was in power. The first quarrel was about the annexation of the island of Tahiti in the Pacific, where a French admiral arrested the English consul and seized the island in the most arbitrary way from its queen. But Louis Philippe did not wish for war with the only power in Europe that looked kindly on a constitutional monarchy in France, and forced his ministers to apologise to England and abandon Tahiti. In the second quarrel, the crafty and intriguing old king was himself to blame. He had formed a design for securing Spain for his younger son Anthony, Duke of Montpensier, by means of a marriage. The crown of that country was now worn by the young Queen Isabella, whose heiress was her still younger sister Louisa. Louis Philippe secured the marriage of the younger princess with his own son. At the same time, by disreputable intrigues with the Spanish Queen Mother, Christina of Naples, and the factious parties in the Cortes, he got the unfortunate queen married to her cousin, Don Francisco, Duke of Cadiz, a wretched weakling who, as he thought, was certain to die without heirs, so that the crown must ultimately fall to the Montpensiers, 1846. This scheme reproduced the old danger that had brought about the War of the Spanish Succession in the days of William III and Anne, the chance that the crowns of Spain and France might be united. The English government and people were bitterly provoked. High words passed between London and Paris, and there appeared for some time a danger that a rupture might ensue. But external events intervened to prevent such a misfortune. Peel's government lost office in 1846, and Louis Philippe was dethroned in 1848, after which the Spanish marriages ceased to have any importance. While that question was at its height, England had been going through an unexpected political crisis, caused by Peel's sudden conversion to complete free trade. His budget of 1842 had shown that all his tendencies lay in that direction, but he had not yet touched the one point which was certain to bring him into collision with the majority of his own party, the question of free trade in corn. Since England had become a great manufacturing country, with a population that advanced by leaps and bounds, it was daily growing more impossible to feed the new mouths with English corn alone. But the heavy duties on imported grain, which survived from the last century, only allowed the foreign wheat to come in at an exorbitant price. Hence the poor man's loaf was always dear. Farmers and landlords profited by this protection of English agriculture, but, since the landed interest had ceased to be the most important element in the state, the Corn Laws injured many more persons than they benefited. For the last 5 or 6 years, a vigorous agitation in favour of their abolition had been in progress, whose guiding spirit was Richard Cobden, the prophet of free trade. It seemed more likely that the Whigs would be converted by him than the Conservatives, for the backbone of Peel's majority in the House of Commons was composed of the county members, who represented the farmers and landlords of England. But in 1845, a famine in Ireland, caused by the failure of the potato crop, called for a large importation of corn to feed the starving Irish cottiers. Peel proposed to suspend the Corn Laws as a temporary measure to allow of the introduction of the needed supply of food at the cheapest possible rate. His colleagues in the ministry resolved to support the proposal, but they proved unable to persuade the whole of their party to follow them. About 100 members of the House of Commons, the representatives of the corn-growing shires and the old Tory families, refused to be convinced by Peel's arguments. They were headed by 2 men of mark, neither of whom had as yet been taken very seriously by the House. The first was Lord George Bentinck, a younger son of the great ducal house of Portland, who had hitherto been seen more frequently on the race-course than at St. Stephen's, but who showed an unexpected ability when he proceeded to attack his chief. The second was Benjamin Disraeli, the son of a Jewish man of letters, then known as a young and volatile member of the House, who combined high Tory notions on church and state with extreme radical views on certain social questions. But he had been hitherto more notorious for his eccentric and gorgeous dress, and his curious, high-flown and bombastic novels, than for any serious political doings. When Peel brought forward his bill for abolishing the Corn Laws, he found himself bitterly opposed by Bentinck and Disraeli and their protectionist followers, who scouted him as a turncoat and a traitor to the Tory cause. He carried the abolition of the obnoxious duties by the aid of the votes of his enemies, the Whigs, May 15, 1846. A month later, the angry protectionists took their revenge. On the question of an Irish coercion bill, Bentinck and Disraeli led some scores of Tory members into the opposition lobby and left the Prime Minister in a minority of 73, June 25, 1846. Peel immediately resigned. He had carried his bill, but broken up his party, and the Whigs were now to have a fresh lease of office that lasted 30 years, for the 2 sections into which the Conservatives had broken up, the Peelites and the Protectionists, would never join again, so bitterly did they dislike each other. In the course of time, most of the Peelites drifted over to the Whig camp, among them 2 who were destined to be Prime Ministers of England, Lord Aberdeen, who had been Peel's Foreign Secretary, and William Ewart Gladstone, then a rising young member, who had held the presidency of the Board of Trade from 1843 to 1846. The Whigs, or the Liberal Party as they were now beginning to call themselves, came back to power with every advantage, as the opposition was divided into 2 irreconcilable sections who would never join on account of their old grudge. Yet the new cabinet was never a very strong one, because the Whigs refused to put Lord Palmerston, their strongest and ablest man, at the head of affairs. Some of the party could never forget that he had once been a Canningite, and thought that he was not liberal enough for them. Others were afraid of his firm and incisive way of dealing with foreign powers, and prophesied that he would some day land England unexpectedly in the midst of a great war. Instead of Palmerston, Lord John Russell, the promoter of the Great Reform Bill of 1832, was made Premier. He was a much less notable personage than Palmerston, and not strong enough for his place, being nothing more than an adroit party tactician with no touch of genius about him. Yet he held power for 6 years and made no great mistakes if he performed no great achievements at home, while, as the foreign policy of England was handed over to Palmerston, there was no lack of strong guidance in things abroad. The chief problem which the Liberal cabinet found to trouble them when they took office was an Irish one. In 1845 there had been a partial failure of the potato crop, the staple food of the Irish peasantry. This was followed in 1846, just after Lord John Russell came into power, by a far more dreadful disaster of the same kind. In August, the whole potato harvest of southern and western Ireland was struck down by a sudden blight, such had never been seen before or since, and 4 million persons were suddenly brought to the verge of starvation. The disaster was aggravated by the hopeless state of the rural population. For the last half-century, the population of Ireland had been advancing with disastrous rapidity. It had swelled from 5 million to 8 million, yet there had been no corresponding increase either of improved cultivation or of land taken under tillage. The improvident landlords had allowed the still more improvident tenantry to divide their farms into smaller and smaller fractions, till the land only fed its population in years of exceptional fertility. The greater part of Ireland was cut up into miserable slips of a few acres, where the cottier paid intermittently as much as he could of a rent which was rated at a higher amount than the wretched little farm could ever produce. The unexampled disaster of 2 successive years of blight brought the whole of the miserable peasantry to the edge of the grave. The workhouses were soon crammed, all local funds used up, and yet the people were dying by thousands from famine or from the fevers which were bred by insufficient nourishment. The government paltered with the evil by establishing relief works and refused for some time to face the fact that nothing but wholesale distribution of food would keep the wretched peasantry alive. It was not till 1847 that they faced the full horror of the problem and established soup kitchens and depots for free food all over the land. By this time, scores of thousands had died, and the bitterest feelings of wrath had been bred in the Irish mind at the neglect or incompetence of the cabinet. When the famine was over, it was generally recognised that the worst of the disaster had been owing to the congested state of the population, who were trying to live on smaller farms than could really support them. This led to wholesale evictions by the landlords, who, half ruined by the famine themselves, wished to avoid another such experience by thinning off the pauperised cottiers and throwing several farms into one. In many cases, these evictions were carried out with ruthless haste and cruelty, for the proprietors, often absentees who did not know their tenants by sight, had no sympathy for the wretched peasants and only wanted to be rid of them. The unwilling emigrants were driven out of Ireland by the 100,000 and retired for the most part to America, carrying away a fanatical hatred for the Anglo-Irish landholding classes who had evicted them, and for the English government which had sanctioned their expulsion. With such class rancour in the air, it was no wonder that troubles broke out in Ireland in 1848, the year after the famine was over. The chiefs of the Young Ireland party thought that the times were ripe for open insurrection, and, seeing revolutions rife all over Europe and the Chartist riots stirring again in England, resolved to strike at once. Their leader, Smith O'Brien, after using threatening language in the House of Commons, went over to Ireland and called the discontented to arms. But he proved a very incapable chief when he essayed the part of Catiline. Gathering together some hundreds of armed followers, he attacked 50 constables on Bonla Common in Tipperary. His men scattered after a few volleys, and he and his chief adherents fled to the hills, where they were soon caught, July 1848. They were tried for treason and condemned, but the government commuted their punishment to exile, and a few years later they were given a free pardon. This abortive revolt in Ireland was one of the least noteworthy events of 1848, the most turbulent year of the 19th century. The whole continent was ablaze with insurrections in favour of liberal ideas and national rights. The French drove out Louis Philippe because he had grown reactionary in his old age and refused to grant universal suffrage. On his expulsion, they established a republic. Another great insurrection arose in Hungary when the people tried to wrest a constitution by force of arms from their King Ferdinand, the Austrian Emperor. In the same year, a great rising in Italy strove to win national unity by expelling the Austrians from Lombardy and Venetia and making an end of the petty dukes and kings of central and southern Italy. Germany was at the same time convulsed by popular agitation, which demanded constitutional liberty from its many rulers, while the Diet at Frankfurt declared in favour of unifying the land on a republican basis. All these troubles could not pass unnoticed in England, and the Chartists, whose movements had been small and unimportant for the last 5 years, once more began to stir up trouble. The last of their monster petitions was sent into the House of Commons, and the 5 points demanded more noisily than ever. Things came to a head when their chief, Fergus O'Connor, summoned a great meeting on Kennington Common and threatened to march on Westminster with 500,000 men at his back. But the government refused to be cowed, and the middle classes, in fierce anger at the noisy agitation, took arms against the rioters. 200,000 special constables were enrolled to face the rioters. The bridges leading to Westminster were manned with troops, and the great meeting was awaited with resolution. These preparations overawed the rioters. Only a few thousand Chartists assembled, and Fergus O'Connor, frightened at the display of military force and the steady attitude of the special constables, bade his followers go home and disappeared. This was the last outbreak of the Chartists, who proved to be a mere bugbear when they were once met and faced. April 1848. For the future, England was undisturbed, and, secure at home herself, could watch all the turmoil on the continent with composure. Palmerston did his best to favour the Liberal and National parties abroad by all peaceful means, but would not commit England to war on their behalf. To his regret, Italy and Hungary were at last reconquered by their old masters, and the German Liberals were also put down, so that the unification of their land was delayed for 20 years, 1849. The French Republic proved weak and ill-governed. After several anarchist risings in Paris had frightened the French bourgeoisie, they took refuge under a military dictatorship, electing as president Louis Napoleon, the nephew of Napoleon I and son of his younger brother Louis Bonaparte, King of Holland. The new president's record was not encouraging. Twice during the reign of Louis Philippe, he had made harebrained attempts to raise military revolts in France, trading on the great name of his uncle. On each occasion he had failed lamentably, his preparations having been entirely inadequate to carry out his purpose. He had acquired the reputation of a rash and wild adventurer, ready to embark in any scheme, yet the French, dazzled by the name of Bonaparte, and over-persuaded by his promises to give them peace and prosperity, were unwise enough to elect him as president. Louis Napoleon soon strengthened himself by placing in office, both in the army and the ministry, a band of unscrupulous men whom he could trust to follow him in any dark scheme, if only they were well enough paid. When he had made his preparations, he seized and imprisoned most of the members of the Chamber of Deputies, shot down all who took arms to defend the Republic, and assumed despotic power, December 2nd, 1851. Soon afterwards he assumed the title of Emperor and the name of Napoleon III. The French president's treacherous usurpation brought about Palmerston's dismissal from office and ultimately the fall of the Russell cabinet. Immediately after Louis Bonaparte had perpetrated his coup d'etat, the great foreign minister expressed to the French ambassador his acquiescence in the revolution. He had so much disliked the turbulent and anarchic republic which the usurper had destroyed, that he was quite ready to acknowledge the new government, which was at any rate settled and strong for the moment. Palmerston took this action before he had consulted with his colleagues in the ministry, or obtained the formal permission of the Queen to recognise the legality of Bonaparte's position. Both the sovereign and the cabinet were vexed at his acting without any consultation, and Lord John Russell dismissed him from office, January 1852. But Palmerston had many friends and admirers and was soon able to revenge himself. Less than a month after his dismissal, he led a section of the Whigs into the opposition lobby on a division concerning a bill to strengthen the militia, and put Russell in a minority. The ministry was therefore obliged to resign. February 1852. End of section 92.
Chapter 41 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 41. The Days of Palmerston, 1852 to 1865. Part 1. Expectations of Peace. The Exhibition of 1851. The time which followed the quieting down of England and Europe after the turbulent years 1848 and 1849 was perhaps the most peaceful which the century had known. The English people, overjoyed to find that Chartism was but a bugbear, and Irish rebellion a farce, had settled down to enjoy what they trusted would prove a long spell of tranquil prosperity. There was no great political question pending at home, since the Corn Laws were gone, and the Whigs had refused to take up any radical programme. The continent was quiet, though its stillness only resulted from the dying down for a space of the flames of rebellion in Italy, Germany, and Hungary, where embers still smouldered beneath the apparent deadness of the surface, and only needed a fresh stirring to make them break out again into a blaze. This fact was not appreciated in England, and the year 1851 saw the high-water mark of a vague and optimistic belief that the troubles of the world were over, and a reign of good fellowship and brotherly affection among nations about to begin. When the Prince Consort opened the first great international exhibition in Hyde Park in the May of that year, much wild and visionary talk was heard about the end of war, and the advent of an era when all disputes should be settled by arbitration. No expectation was ever more ill-founded. After 40 years of comparative peace, since the fall of Napoleon, the continent was just about to see the commencement of a series of 4 great wars, and England, whose soldiers had not fired a shot in Europe since Waterloo, was not to be without her share in them. Steam navigation. The English people were far from guessing this. Nearly all their attention had been given to matters of domestic policy for the last 40 years, and no one thought that other topics were now to engross them. But before passing on to the Crimean War and the struggles that followed it, a few words are needed to show how the England of 1852 differed from the England of the days before the Reform Bill. The first and most striking change visible was the enormous development of the means of internal communication in the land. In 1832, the application of steam to locomotive engines alike on water and on land was just beginning to grow common. The first steam tug had been seen on the Clyde as far back as 1802, but no serious attempt to utilize the discovery on a large scale, and for long voyages was made for many years. It was only after 1830 that the steamer began steadily to supersede the sailing ship for ordinary commercial purposes. But within a few years after that date, all passenger traffic was carried on the new paddle steamer, and a large share of the goods traffic also. It was a sign of the indifference of the nation to things military during the years of the Great Peace that ships of war remained unaltered long after the advantages of steam had been discovered. A few small vessels were fitted with paddle wheels about 1840, and took part in the bombardment of Acre. But even in 1854 most of the line-of-battle ships of Great Britain were still of the old type that Nelson had loved, and depended on their sail power alone. Growth of railways. The utilization of steam for locomotion by land had started in the humble shape of the employment of small engines to drag trucks of coal and stone on local tramways at the slowest of paces. After lingering for some 30 years in this embryo stage, it was suddenly and rapidly developed by George Stephenson, a clever north country engineer. The first railway on which passengers were conveyed, and merchandise of all kinds carried, was a short line between the two towns of Stockton and Darlington, built by Stephenson's advice in 1825. It was not till 5 years later that the success of the Stockton and Darlington Railway led to the construction of a second and greater venture of the same kind. The Liverpool and Manchester Railway opened in 1830. This line achieved an unhappy notoriety owing to the fact that Huskisson, the Tory Free Trade Minister, was killed by the first train that ran upon it. Though the early railways were slow and inconvenient, their average pace was 8 miles an hour, and their carriages were converted stage coaches, strapped onto trucks. They soon conquered the public confidence, though old-fashioned persons refused for many years to trust themselves to the new-fangled and dangerous mode of locomotion. Between 1830 and 1840 the companies began to multiply rapidly, and in 1844 to 45 there was a perfect mania for railway construction, and schemes were formed to run lines through every corner of England, whether they were likely to pay or not. Many of these plans were never carried out. Others were executed and ruined those who invested in them. But the temporary depression which followed this over-speculation had no long continuance, and the competition of the companies with each other was always increasing the rapidity and comfort of railway travelling. By 1852 it had taken its place among the commonplaces of life, and had profoundly modified the condition of England in several ways. The habit of travelling for pleasure, which it begot and fostered, the safe, cheap, and quick transportation of goods, which it rendered possible, and the easy transfer of labor from market to market, which it favored, have all had their share in the making of modern England. The penny post and the telegraph. A part only second to that of the railway in modifying the character and habits of the English people was played by two other inventions of the 40s. The penny post, introduced by the efforts of Rowland Hill in 1840 into every corner of the kingdom, and superseding the old rates, which ranged up to many shillings, had a marvelous effect in facilitating communication. To supplement it by a yet more rapid process, the first public telegraph offices were opened in 1843. But for many years after, this invention was in the hands of private companies, and was too dear to suit the pocket of the ordinary citizen, who preferred to trust to his letter sent by the penny post. The factory axe. Meanwhile, many other characteristic features of modern English social life were rapidly developing themselves. We have mentioned the misery of the operative classes in the great towns in an earlier chapter. The first efforts to amend their condition date from the years 1832 to 52. Philanthropists, of whom Lord Shaftesbury was the best known, strove unceasingly to put an end to the worst horrors of the new industrial system. In 1833, acts were passed to prevent mill owners from working children in their factories for more than half time. In 1844, Sir Robert Peel put women under the same protection, prohibited lads under 18 from being given more than 12 hours' labor, and appointed inspectors to go round the factories and see that the law was carried out. The Mines Act of 1842 prohibited women and children from working underground, and a second Mines Act of 1850 put all subterranean labor under government inspection. This benevolent legislation was mainly due to the Tories, for the Liberals, wedded to the principles of strict political economy, were loath to interfere between employer and workman, and generally urged that matters ought to be allowed to right themselves by the laws of supply and demand. Trades Unions. A not less effective means of protection for the operative classes was devised by the workmen themselves. Trades unions became possible after the laws prohibiting combination of laborers had been repealed in 1824, though governments, both Whig and Tory, still looked upon them with much suspicion and disapproval, and occasionally suppressed them under the plea that they were secret societies for coercing free labor. Strikes, then as now, were often accompanied with violence and rioting, and it had not yet been realized that they might often be justified. But in spite of the frowns of those in authority, the unions were continually growing in number and in power all through the middle of the century, though they had not yet assumed the inquisitorial and dictatorial tone which they have adopted in our own day, and were still defensive rather than offensive in their character. The state of the Church. While social England was thus assuming its modern shape, the chief factors of the spiritual and intellectual life of the present day were also coming into being. To the period 1832 to 52 belongs the rise of both of the movements which have stirred the minds of men during the last 50 years. In the early years of this century, the condition of the Church of England was very unsatisfactory. The only body within its pale who displayed any zeal or true spiritual life were the evangelicals, the heirs of the men who had been stirred by the preaching of the contemporaries of Wesley. But they were not a very numerous body, for their general acceptance of the harshest doctrines of Calvinism repelled the majority. Moreover, they were destitute of organization, for they worked to increase the religious fervor of the individual soul, not to reform the Church. Yet the Church needed reforming. Its higher ranks were still filled by Greek play bishops and promoted royal chaplains. The bulk of the parish clergy, though genial, honest men, were neither learned, zealous, nor spiritual-minded, differing often only by the color of their coats from the squires with whom they associated. The worst part of the situation was that the new masses of the population in the great towns were slipping out of religious habits altogether, owing to the want of missionary zeal among their pastors, and the deplorable dearth of religious endowment in the new centers of life. The Broad Church movement. The reaction against the deadness of the national church took shape in two new forms. The first was the Broad Church movement, started by men who wished to broaden and popularize the Church by bringing its teaching into accordance with the latest discoveries in science and in history, and by giving it a basis on philosophy rather than on dogma. The first great name in this school was Archbishop Whately, 1787 to 1863. He and his contemporaries laid more stress on logic and philosophy than did the younger generation of Broad Churchmen, who devoted themselves more to reconciling science and religion, and to bringing to bear on the history of Christianity new historical and scientific lights. They only agreed in setting dogma aside, advocating the widest freedom of opinion, and preaching the application of the spirit of Christianity to the everyday acts and duties of life. The Tractarian movement. Very different were the views and aims of the other party in the Church, which arose in the years between 1830 and 1840. The new High Church school thought that the deadness of spiritual life in their day came from a neglect of dogma, and a want of appreciation of the unity and historical continuity of the Church of England. Most men then held that the national church only dated from the Reformation, and that the Bible was the only basis of its doctrines. Against these views, the leaders of the new school, the Oxford movement as it was called, because its three leaders, John Henry Newman, John Keble, and Edward Pusey, were all resident fellows of Oxford colleges, entered an emphatic protest. They said that the Church of 1835 was the Church of Anselm and Augustine, and that those who wished to make it the Church of Henry VIII, and to cut it off from its place in the unity of Christendom, were guilty of national apostasy. They taught that it was still bound to hold all the dogmas and usages which could be traced back to the days of the early fathers. Most especially, they laid stress on two doctrines of which little had been heard since the days of the Stuarts: the real presence in the sacrament, and the sacrificial priesthood of the clergy. Newman started a series of Tracts for the Times, to which his friends and followers contributed. They urged that submission to authority in matters doctrinal and a return to the ritual and practice of the early Church could alone revivify English spiritual life. Unfortunately, it was impossible to find any universally received authority to which to appeal, since Low Churchmen and Broad Churchmen alike denied the first postulates of the Tractarian Creed, and fell back on the 39 Articles, and the practice of the last 2 centuries as the only standard of faith and ceremony that they would recognize. They added that those who yearned after medieval doctrine and ritual were mere disguised Romanists, and would find what they wanted in popery alone. Newman's secession. A storm of wrath was directed against the new High Churchmen, who were denounced as Jesuits and false brethren. Most of all was the outcry loud when Newman in 1841 wrote a pamphlet to prove that by certain ingenious interpretations of loosely worded portions of the 39 Articles, a man might hold all the leading doctrines of Rome, and yet stay inside the English Church. This curious production was a tour de force, which, as he afterwards confessed, did not satisfy his own conscience. He retired from teaching for a while, and then seceded to the Romanist communion, where alone he felt that he could realize his desire to belong to a church undoubtedly orthodox, and enjoying a right to speak with authority, 1845. Many of his more zealous adherents followed him at intervals in the next 10 years. The High Church party. But the bulk of the Tractarians felt sure that the Church of England was a true branch of the Catholic Church, and remained within it, gradually conquering the tolerance of their contemporaries by their undoubted zeal and purity of motive. Ere long they acquired a strong position, as their doctrines were very acceptable to the clergy, while the admirable life and work of men like Keble gradually won over many of the laity to their views. To the new High Church party we owe much good work in neglected parishes, and a restoration of decency and order in public worship, which was a great improvement on the careless and slovenly practice of the 18th century. Their efforts led to a revival of interest in church history and ecclesiastical antiquities. Their influence made the clergy as a body more spiritual and more hard-working. But for a time the Tractarian controversy split England into two hostile camps, and the eccentric medievalism of the ritualists, those of the party who strove to restore the forgotten minutiae of pre-Reformation ceremonies, drove Low and Broad churchmen into extreme wrath. Even yet the breach is not healed, and the Church is divided, though the old bitterness has been forgotten to a great extent in the last 10 years. But the net result of the movement has been to substitute zeal, if sometimes the zeal was without discretion, for deadness, and the Church of today is far stronger and more powerful than the Church of 1830. The Nonconformists. The most unhappy result of the movement has been to drive the Nonconformists, to whom High Church doctrine was particularly repulsive, into a deeper antagonism to the Church than they ever felt before. Hence dissent has become political, putting the disestablishment of the Church of England before it as one of the ends of its work, side by side with its spiritual aims. The Ecclesiastical Titles Bill. The fear that the Tractarian movement would lead to widespread conversions to Romanism turned out to be unjustified. Though a considerable number followed Newman in the 40s, the stream soon slackened. Yet for some years the nation was nervously anxious about papal aggression, and in 1850, when the Pope issued a bull which appointed a hierarchy of bishops and archbishops to preside over English sees, the government of Lord John Russell passed an Ecclesiastical Titles Bill, imposing penalties on all who acknowledged the validity of the bull. But the excitement died down, and nothing was done to enforce the act. End of section 93. Section 94 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 41. The Days of Palmerston. Part 2. State of the Political Parties. Meanwhile, if the social and intellectual history of England was interesting, its purely political history was for some years both dull and perplexing. On the fall of the Russell cabinet in the spring of 1852, owing to the quarrel between the Prime Minister and his masterful Foreign Secretary Palmerston, English politics were left in a confused and unsatisfactory condition, for there was no party strong enough to command a majority in the country. The Tories were still split into two sections. Sir Robert Peel was dead, killed by a fall from his horse in St. James Park on July 2, 1850, but his followers still clung together under Lord Aberdeen and Mr. Gladstone, and refused to hold any communication with that larger half of the Conservative party which, since Lord George Bentinck's death, was led by Disraeli and Lord Derby. The question of protection still lay between them, but a far more real bar to union was their personal dislike for each other, dating back to the hard words used in 1846 over the Corn Laws. Now that the Liberal party had been for a moment broken up by the quarrel of Russell and Palmerston, there were 4 factions in the House, each of which was largely outnumbered by the junction of the other 3. Lord Derby's Ministry. It was difficult to see who should be Lord John Russell's successor, but after some doubting, the Queen sent for Lord Derby, one of the chiefs of the protectionist Tories, and asked him to form a cabinet. He complied, knowing that he could not hold office for long, unless a general election should change the balance of parties in Parliament. Hence followed the short Conservative ministry of March to December 1852, whose tenure of office was marked by only 2 events of importance: the death of the Duke of Wellington on September 14th, which removed the last great figure that reminded men of the days of the old wars of George III, and the proclamation of Louis Napoleon as Emperor of the French on December 1st. The policy of the Derby-Disraeli ministry was only notable as showing that even the Tory section of the Conservative party had learned something from the events of the last 6 years. They did not make any open attempt to reintroduce protection, and Disraeli's budget as Chancellor of the Exchequer was only remarkable for an effort to substitute direct for indirect taxation, in opposition to the strict rules of political economy. The general election, which presented the only chance of salvation for this weak Tory cabinet, disappointed them deeply. They gained a few seats, but not nearly enough to enable them to secure a majority in the new House of Commons, and had to resign shortly after meeting Parliament. The Peelites and the Whigs. To secure any permanent cabinet, a coalition was obviously necessary, and on Lord Derby's resignation the natural result followed. The Peelite Conservatives consented to join the Whigs, and thereby a party with a clear majority was formed. There was nothing strange or at all unworthy in this coalition. The more advanced Conservatives were not separated by any great gulf from men like Palmerston, and those other Whigs who thought that reform and change had now gone far enough, and that the Constitution needed no further alteration. Both alike believed in free trade, both were zealous for the safeguarding of English interests abroad. Both were opposed to the radical reforms which the more advanced wing of the Liberal party were advocating. The Peelites and the moderate Whigs were indeed more at home with each other than with the more extreme men of their own parties. Ere long they coalesced, and, as is always the case, the larger body absorbed the smaller, so that Aberdeen, Gladstone, and their followers became ranked as Liberals. Lord Aberdeen's Ministry. In the new ministry, Lord Aberdeen was chosen as Prime Minister. Gladstone, the great financier of the Peelite party, was made Chancellor of the Exchequer. Russell and Palmerston patched up their old quarrel for a space, and took office as Home and Foreign Secretaries. The other posts were equally divided between the 2 sections of the coalition. This cabinet, created by a compromise, and not viewed with any great enthusiasm by the nation, was destined to chance upon the gravest foreign complication that England had known for 40 years. Louis Napoleon, designs of the Tsar Nicholas. The disturbing elements in Europe at this moment were two in number. The first was the new emperor of the French, who felt his throne unsteady, and thought that it could be best made firm by a war. For, as a Bonaparte, he felt that great deeds of arms were expected from him. He was at first undecided in his choice of a foe, but events in the east of Europe soon settled his resolve. Tsar Nicholas of Russia had long been eyeing the decrepit Turkish Empire with greed. He was not satisfied with his gains in the War of 1828, and thought that his vast army could overrun Turkey with ease, if he could be sure that no other European power would interfere. He knew that an attack on Turkey might be resented by England, France, and Austria, but he was prepared to buy them off with a share in the spoil. His point of view was well expressed in the phrases which he used to an English ambassador in 1853. "We have on our hands a sick man, a very sick man. It would be a great misfortune if, one of these days, he should slip away from us before the necessary arrangements have been made." Adding that Turkey must break up ere long, he offered England as her share in the spoil Crete and Egypt. Of course the offer was refused, and the indications of the Tsar's state of mind on the subject were viewed with some dismay. The Greek and Latin churches. Russia prepares for war. The nominal casus belli in the East was a trivial quarrel between Greek and Latin monks in Palestine. There were some disputed rites in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem and the Church of the Nativity at Bethlehem, to which both Roman Catholics and Greek churchmen have access. All the bloodshed came from a key and a star, as was said at the time, the former being the key of the Holy Sepulchre, of which the Greek and Latin patriarchs both claimed the custody; the latter a large emblem that hung over the altar at Bethlehem. When Russia used her power in favor of the Greeks, Louis Napoleon, eager to assert the influence of France in the East, replied by supporting the Latins. Both threatened the unfortunate Sultan with their displeasure, and when he decided in favor of the Romanists, the Tsar proceeded to strong measures of coercion. He demanded that the Sultan should recognize him as the legal protector and guardian of all the Greek Christians within the Turkish Empire, a preposterous request, for to grant it would have been equivalent to giving Russia control over the whole of European Turkey. Prince Menshikov, a stern and blustering old general, was sent to Constantinople to bring pressure to bear on the Sultan; and soon after Tsar Nicholas sent his armies over the Pruth and occupied Moldavia and Wallachia, two vassal states of Turkey, July 1853. Palmerston and Sir Stratford Canning. Now England had no interest in the foolish quarrel about the key and the star, but she was deeply concerned at the occupation of Turkish territory by Russian troops, which foreboded a dash at Constantinople, and an attempt to make an end of the Sultan's rule in Europe. The Aberdeen cabinet had no intention to go to war with Russia, but they could not suffer the Tsar's aggression to pass unnoticed, and sent off Sir Stratford Canning, an able diplomatist, who knew the East better than any other living Englishman, to counteract the doings of Prince Menshikov on the Bosphorus. Stratford Canning was an old enemy of Russia, and much trusted by the Sultan, who put himself under his advice, and rejected all the demands of Russia. France at the same time bade the Sultan stand his ground, for the Emperor was set on gaining prestige by checking Russia, and quite ready to make war if the Tsar would not yield. Palmerston strongly advised Stratford Canning to act vigorously on the same lines as the French ambassador at Constantinople, and thus England was gradually drawn into a hostile attitude towards Russia, before Lord Aberdeen and the rest of the ministry had realized the drift of the action of their energetic colleague at the Foreign Office. Russia declares war on Turkey. The Tsar was obstinate and determined not to yield an inch to the threats of Palmerston or Louis Napoleon. He thought England would not fight, and he despised the brand new emperor at Paris. On November 1st, 1853, he declared war on Turkey, and a few days later his troops crossed the Danube, while his fleet destroyed a Turkish squadron at Sinope and got complete control of the Black Sea. England and France join the Turks. This violent action put the Aberdeen cabinet in great perturbation of spirit. They did not want to declare war on Russia. Yet they had gone so far in opposing the Tsar that they could not retire from their position without deep humiliation. Even yet they might have drawn back, if Lord Palmerston had not threatened to resign unless strong measures were taken. Yielding to him, the ministers consented to join the French emperor in sending an ultimatum to St. Petersburg, menacing war unless the Russian troops were withdrawn from Turkish soil. Nicholas I proved recalcitrant, and only ordered his armies to press the sieges of the fortresses of Bulgaria, which they were beleaguering. Accordingly, England and France declared war on him on March 27, 1854. Want of military preparations in England. Thus England had been drawn into a dangerous struggle with the most powerful monarch in Europe before her ministers well realized what they were doing. She was utterly unprepared for war. The army was weak in numbers and had been woefully neglected for the last 40 years. It had seen no fighting with a European foe since Waterloo, and had quite lost the habit of taking the field. Accustomed to barrack life in England, the men found themselves entirely at a loss when landed on the shores of the Black Sea, and showed little power to shift for themselves. A great proportion of the officers were ignorant of all their duties, save that of facing the enemy with the old English courage. The commissariat service and the other branches of supply proved hopelessly incompetent to keep the army well fed or well clothed. To add to the other misfortunes of England, the leaders of the army were unwisely chosen. The command was given to Lord Raglan, an amiable but worn-out veteran of 66, who had served as Wellington's aide-de-camp in Spain. Many of the divisional commanders owed their place to influence or interest, rather than to proved competence in war. Sir Colin Campbell, who had won a great reputation in India, was one of the few among them who thoroughly deserved his place. Sebastopol to be attacked. With some difficulty, an expeditionary force of 28,000 men was collected and sent to the east. They landed at Varna on the Black Sea, and joined a French army of about the same strength. But it was found that they were not needed on the Danube. The Turks had already thrust the Russians out of Bulgaria, and the Tsar's forces were in retreat towards the Pruth. It thus became necessary to settle on some plan of offensive operations against Russia, which the English and French governments had not hitherto contemplated. Russia is only open to attack from the water on 2 points, the Baltic and the Black Sea, and the Allies were almost committed to making their main attack on the latter field, as they had already sent their armies in that direction. It was resolved, therefore, to dispatch a powerful fleet to the Baltic to threaten St. Petersburg, but to confine serious operations to the Black Sea. There, the easiest point of attack was the great naval fortress of Sebastopol in the Crimea, the stronghold and arsenal of the Russian fleet. Its destruction would inflict a great blow on the Tsar, and its capture seemed easy owing to its remoteness from the centers of Russian strength. Accordingly, the Allied armies, somewhat more than 50,000 strong, sailed from Varna on September 7, 1854, and landed on the western shore of the Crimea, 30 miles north of Sebastopol, a few days later. The expedition was very late in starting. It should have sailed in July, and would then have found the Russians unprepared. As it was, Prince Menshikov, now commanding in the Crimea, had got wind of the intention of the Allies, and hastily taken measures to strengthen his position. Battle of the Alma. Advancing very slowly towards Sebastopol, the English and French armies found Menshikov with 40,000 men drawn up behind the river Alma, in a lofty position strengthened with entrenchments. The Allied generals won the battle that ensued, but their victory was not the reward of their own good generalship. Raglan and the French general Saint Arnaud did not get on well together, and the latter showed from the first a tendency to throw the heavier work of the campaign on the English. Half of the French army executed a long flank march by the seashore, and never fired a shot in the action. The remaining half allowed themselves to be checked for some time by the Russian left wing, a force of very inferior strength. Meanwhile, the English advanced against the hostile center and right. Their front line outran its supports, crossed the river with a rush, and captured the chief redoubt on the opposite bank. But assailed by the main body of the enemy, it was compelled to fall back, and the heights had to be stormed for a second time by the belated English reserves, which came up at last and swept all before them. Thus the fight was won without any cooperation from the two commanders-in-chief, for Saint Arnaud was too ill to follow the fortunes of the day, while Lord Raglan had blindly ridden forward, lost touch with his men, and blundered by mistake into the rear of the Russian position, where he might easily have been taken prisoner. September 20th, 1854. As the French, who had done hardly any fighting, refused to pursue, while the English were worn out, the Russian army got away without being completely destroyed, though the deadly musketry of the English infantry had fearfully thinned its ranks. The Allies followed at a very slow pace. If they had hurried on, they might have captured Sebastopol at once, but Saint Arnaud was dying, and Lord Raglan could not goad the French into action. Even when they approached the fortress, an extraordinary caution and lack of enterprise was displayed. Menshikov had retired into the interior with his army, and left the town to an improvised garrison of sailors and militia, so that it could probably have been stormed offhand. The siege of Sebastopol. But the Allies sat down before the place to besiege it in full form, and allowed the great engineer Todleben to cover its weak defences with a screen of improvised earthworks which daily grew more formidable. Menshikov came back with his army when he saw that Sebastopol could resist, and as Russian reinforcements kept pouring in, the defenders soon outnumbered the beleaguering force. The position of the English and French grew daily more unsatisfactory. They were only blockading the southern half of the town, for they were not numerous enough to encircle the two sides of Sebastopol harbor. They had chosen to occupy the bleak peninsula of the Chersonese, where neither food nor fodder could be got, and had no power to make raids into the interior for supplies. The English had to bring their stores up from the small harbor of Balaclava, 6 miles from the trenches and much exposed to the danger of an attack from the east. Balaclava, the charge of the 600. Finding that the bombardment by land and sea was doing no harm, and seeing that they were gradually beginning to outnumber the besiegers, the Russians resolved to make an attack against the English communications. The Battle of Balaclava resulted from an attempt made by a large hostile force to seize Balaclava, which was only protected by 2 weak brigades of English cavalry, 1,500 sabres in all, a single regiment of Highland infantry, and 3,000 Turks. General Liprandi, with 20,000 men, came down towards the harbor, drove the Turkish auxiliaries from some weak redoubts, and pushed onward. His advance was stopped by the gallant charge of General Scarlett's brigade of dragoons, led by the Scots Greys and Inniskillens, who rode down a force of 3 times their own numbers, and gave the English commander time to hurry up reinforcements from his siege lines. The Russians, staggered by the desperate attack of the heavy brigade, halted and began to draw back. Then occurred a dismal blunder. Lord Raglan sent orders for the remainder of the English cavalry, the Light Brigade, to advance and prevent the enemy from carrying off the guns, meaning the guns in the redoubts, which the Turks had lost in the morning. Lord Lucan, the chief of the English cavalry, stupidly or wilfully misunderstood the order, and sent the Light Brigade to charge a battery in position which formed the center of the Russian host. Accordingly, the 5 weak regiments of light cavalry, only 670 sabres in all, which formed Lord Cardigan's brigade, deliberately and without supports attacked a whole army. They rode for 1.5 miles through a tempest of shells and bullets, captured the Russian battery, routed the troops in support of it, and then, for want of help from the rear, were forced to retreat by the same way they had come, through a second hail of fire. Out of the famous 600, 113 had been killed and 134 wounded. The charge was absolutely useless, for Lord Raglan did not proceed to follow it up by an infantry attack, though the Russians had been greatly cowed by the frantic courage of the Light Brigade, and would certainly have made off if they had been threatened with more fighting. So the battle ended unsatisfactorily for both parties, for though Balaclava was saved, yet the Russians remained in a position which constantly threatened it with a new attack. October 25th. Battle of Inkerman. Prince Menshikov was far from being discouraged by the result of the fight, and when fresh reinforcements joined him, resolved to try another assault on the right flank of the English. This time it was their siege lines which were to be attacked under cover of the night. 2 great columns, mustering more than 40,000 men, secretly assembled opposite the extreme right of the English lines, one coming from Sebastopol, the other from the open country. A thick fog completely hid them from the English, and they were attacking the camp of the 2nd Division almost before their arrival was suspected. There followed the fight of Inkerman, the soldiers' battle, as it was called, for the men, surprised in their tents, turned out without orders and almost without guidance, and flung themselves recklessly on the advancing enemy. Arriving in scattered companies and wings, each regiment attacked the first foe it met, and for 6 hours a desperate fight went on all over Mount Inkerman. In the fog, no one knew where or with what numbers he was fighting, but the general result of the battle was all that could have been desired. Every time that the dark masses of the enemy surged up against the crest of the English position, they were dashed down the hillside by the desperate valor of the thin line of defenders. When, towards midday, some French reinforcements came up, the Russians withdrew, leaving the ground covered with their dead. It was only when the fight was over that the victors realized that 8,000 English, aided late in the day by 6,000 French, had defeated an army of more than 40,000 men, and slain or wounded more than 10,000 of them. The heavy English loss of 2,300 men was not too great a price to pay for the self-confidence and feeling of superiority over their enemies, which the victory of Inkerman gave to the conquerors. November 5, 1854. Sufferings of the troops. Sebastopol might perhaps have fallen, if vigorously attacked, the day after Inkerman. But the English and French commanders did not call on their wearied troops for another effort, and the siege dragged on into the winter with the most disastrous results. The army had only been equipped for a short campaign, and no account had been made of the bitter cold of the Crimea. All the commissariat horses and mules died, and the supplies had to be brought up from Balaclava for 6 miles on the backs of the wearied soldiery. Food ran short, the flimsy tents gave no shelter against the storms and snow, and the men were stricken down in hundreds by cold and disease. An unlucky storm sank the ships which were bringing warm clothing, and in January 1855 Lord Raglan had to report to London that the army comprised 11,000 men under arms and 13,000 in hospital. The French suffered hardly less, but the Emperor continued sending out reinforcements, which kept up their numbers, while the English army had no reserves and could not be quickly recruited. Resignation of Lord Aberdeen. When the miserable state of the army in the Crimea became known in England, owing mainly to the reports of newspaper correspondents, a howl of wrath was raised against the men who were responsible for the want and starvation which our troops were enduring. Part of the misery, it is true, was due merely to the inexperience of the English in war, but much more was owing to the inconsiderate slackness and folly of the home authorities, who were responsible for feeding and clothing the army. Almost incredible tales are told of the combination of parsimony and extravagance, red tape and ignorance, which ruined our army. The nation called for scapegoats, and, in deference to its clamor, the Prime Minister, Lord Aberdeen, and the War Minister, the Duke of Newcastle, resigned their offices. They were only guilty of being unable to control their inefficient and ignorant subordinates. End of section 94. Section 95 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 41. The Days of Palmerston. Part 3. Lord Palmerston, Premier. When Lord Aberdeen retired, he was succeeded by the brisk and vigorous Palmerston, the soul of the war party, who managed to infuse a share of his own energy into the struggle. Supplies and recruits were poured into the Crimea. A railway was built from Balaclava to the front, and the hospitals, where the sick and wounded were dying by thousands, were reformed, and entrusted with success to Florence Nightingale and her volunteer nurses, who came out to supplement the inadequate staff that the government had provided. Victor Emmanuel joins the Allies. Soon the English had nearly 40,000 men in the Crimea, while the French Emperor had raised his troops to 100,000. Further aid was given to the Allies by Sardinia, whose king, Victor Emmanuel, following the old tradition of the House of Savoy, was eager to take part on the stronger side in a great war. His object was partly to gain the gratitude of France, partly to display the strength of his warlike little kingdom in the councils of Europe. Death of the Tsar Nicholas. The Russians were now feeling the war bear hardly upon them. Their supplies and reinforcements had to be brought from vast distances, and there were as yet no railways or even good roads over the steppes of southern Russia. So toilsome was the winter march to the Crimea, that a quarter of the troops sent thither are said to have fallen by the way. The Tsar Nicholas died on March 2nd, heartbroken by the utter failure of his armies. But his successor, Alexander II, was too proud to ask for peace on such terms as the Allies offered. Negotiations at Vienna for this purpose completely failed. The young Tsar was induced to persevere only by the obstinate courage with which the garrison of Sebastopol held out, guided by the great engineer Todleben, who had so strengthened the defences of the place that nothing but a few outlying redoubts had yet fallen into the Allies' hands. Fall of Sebastopol. On June 18, 1855, the Allies tried a general assault on the fortress, which failed with heavy loss. Soon after Lord Raglan died, worn out by responsibility and by the knowledge that he was much criticized at home. He was replaced by General Simpson. The French commander, Canrobert, was at the same time superseded by Marshal Pelissier, a rough soldier who did not err from over-caution like his predecessor. On September 8th, the new leaders ordered a general assault on the eastern front of Sebastopol, the French taking as their goal the Malakoff, and the English the Redan, two forts which formed the keys of the line of defense. The English assault was beaten off, though the stormers actually got inside the Redan. They were too few to hold their ground. But Pelissier launched more than 20,000 men against the Malakoff, and carried it by a bold rush. The loss of this all-important fort broke the Russians' line. In the following night they set fire to Sebastopol, and retired across the harbor, abandoning the town to the Allies. The Treaty of Paris. After this disaster, the Tsar was forced to bow to circumstances, and sued for peace. This the Emperor of the French was ready to grant on easy terms, for he was satisfied with the prestige that he had acquired by his victory, and did not wish to make Russia his enemy forever. England was desirous of going on with the war, to make a thorough end of the aggressive and despotic empire of the Tsars. But when her ally refused to continue the struggle, she was forced to join in the general pacification, though Palmerston declared that Russia was only scotched, and would be as powerful as ever in 10 years, a true prophecy. By the Treaty of Paris, March 1856, the Tsar engaged to cede to Turkey a small strip of territory at the mouth of the Danube, to keep no war fleet in the Black Sea, and to leave Sebastopol dismantled. The Sultan undertook to grant new rights and liberties to his Christian subjects, a promise most inadequately fulfilled. The opportunity was taken at the same time to settle an old and long disputed question of maritime law. England and the other powers agreed for the future that privateering in time of war should be abolished, and that the neutral flag should cover all goods from seizure, except military stores and other munitions of war. The Peace of Paris settled nothing. The late war had disabled Russia for 10 or 15 years, and the Eastern question did not begin to grow dangerous again till after 1870. But Turkey was no stronger for all the support that she had received. The Sultan's government was hopelessly effete, and when next Russia began to move, the doom of the Turkish power in Europe was near at hand. Supremacy of Palmerston. But few men in England understood that the Eastern question had only been shelved for a few years. Proud of the valor which the army had displayed, and fondly hoping that the weak points of our military system had now been discovered and remedied, the nation gave all its confidence to the minister, who had brought the war to what was considered a successful conclusion. Palmerston stayed in power for the remaining 10 years of his life, save for one short interval in 1858 to 1859. He was, as we have already had occasion to remark, less fond of constitutional changes than any other man in the Whig party. He thought that little more remained to be done in matters of internal reform, and used his influence to check the more progressive members of his cabinet. As long as he held office, questions of domestic importance were entirely subordinated to matters of foreign policy. Palmerston was right in thinking that our external relations were likely to be difficult and dangerous during the next few years. The selfish and unscrupulous designs of Louis Napoleon were a disturbing element in Europe so long as the Second Empire lasted, and a watchful eye was always needed to look after England's interests. War with Persia. Meanwhile, there were other complications further afield which required attention. The Crimean War was hardly over before England found herself involved in two little wars in the East. One of them was a direct consequence of the great struggle with the Tsar in 1854 to 1855. While it was still in progress, the Shah of Persia had behaved with scant courtesy to the British minister at his court, thinking that England was too much engrossed in the strife in Europe to resent his conduct. Finally, he had invaded Afghanistan and taken Herat, though warned that such action meant war, for as Persia was now under Russian influence, this advance toward India could not be tolerated. In the autumn of 1856, Lord Palmerston thought that England was at leisure to chastise the Persians. An army from India was landed at Bushire. It beat the Shah's troops at the Battle of Kushab, and occupied most of the ports of southern Persia. Thus brought to reason, Nasr al-Din asked for peace, and obtained it on evacuating Herat, March 1857. That he chose to sue for terms at this moment chanced to be most fortunate for England, for the army which returned from Persia was sorely needed in India, to take part in subduing the great mutiny in that country, which we shall have to notice in another chapter. War with China. The second little war in which the English were engaged in 1857 was with China. The mandarins of Canton had seized a small trading vessel, the Arrow, flying the British flag, and imprisoned the crew. Lord Palmerston never endured for a moment high-handed acts committed by a barbarous power. He declared war, sent an army and fleet against China, and seized first the forts which command Canton, and afterwards the more important Taku forts, which guard the way to Peking up the Peiho River. In the end, the British troops, aided by a French force, compelled the Emperor of China to pay an indemnity of £4,000,000 and to open several ports to English commerce. 1860. The length of the Second Chinese War resulted from the distraction of the English arms to the Great Mutiny in India. If that struggle had not been raging, the forces of the effete Eastern power would have been crushed much sooner. Attempted murder of Napoleon by Orsini. Long before the end of this weary little war, the attention of the English government was called back to affairs in Europe. The disturbing element was Louis Napoleon, who was once more striving to win personal profit by fostering the old quarrels of other nations. He had half promised to do something to deliver the Italians from the bitter bondage to Austria, which they had endured since 1848. But he was weak and vacillating, and dallied so long that some Italian exiles, headed by one Orsini, tried in revenge to murder him by throwing a bomb into his carriage. The Conspiracy to Murder Bill. Palmerston resigns. This attempted assassination led, strange as it may appear, to the temporary displacement of Palmerston from power. Orsini had formed his plot and made his bombs in London, and the French government hotly pressed for the seizure and extradition of his accomplices as would-be murderers. The Prime Minister, who wished to keep on good terms with the Emperor, replied by proposing to the English Parliament the Conspiracy to Murder Bill, which placed political assassination plots among the offenses punishable by penal servitude for life, whether the crime took place in or out of England. But unfortunately for Palmerston, the French press, and more especially the French army, were using at the time very threatening language, which was deeply resented on this side of the Channel. Special offense was given by an address to the Emperor by certain French colonels, which asked him to permit his army to destroy the infamous haunt in which machinations so infernal are hatched. The opposition charged Palmerston with cringing to the angry clamor of France, though the conspiracy bill in itself was a rational measure enough. The unfounded charge shook for a moment the confidence which the nation and the House of Commons felt in the old minister. His bill was thrown out, and he resigned. February 1858. Lord Derby in office. Disraeli's Reform Bill. No Liberal ministry could be formed without Palmerston's aid, so the Queen sent for the Conservatives. Lord Derby and Mr. Disraeli took office as they had done in 1852, though they had not a majority in Parliament to back them. As on the previous occasion, their ministry was merely a stopgap, doomed from the first to a speedy end. They clung to office till 1858 had passed by, and well into the following year. Disraeli, who was, as he said, trying hard to educate his party, strove to win popular favor by showing that the Conservatives could be friends of domestic reform and progress as much as the Liberals. He brought in a Reform Bill, extending the household franchise both in town and country, but giving extra votes to persons of education and property. This very rational measure was greeted with derision by the Liberals, who called the new qualifications for voters, which Disraeli wished to introduce, fancy franchises, and insisted on keeping to the old idea, which made householding alone the test of citizenship. The volunteer movement. The Reform Bill dropped, But the Conservatives, in their short term of power, conferred one great boon on the nation by encouraging and organizing the volunteer movement. The angry language of the French army at the time of the Orsini plot had provoked both resentment and alarm in England. To guard against the peril of sudden invasion, it was felt that the small regular army and the militia were not numerous enough. Accordingly, men of all classes came forward and formed themselves into volunteer corps, like the old levies of 1803. They undertook to arm and train themselves at their own expense, and to take the field for the defense of the realm, whenever peril of invasion should arise. The Derby government encouraged this patriotic scheme. 170,000 men were enrolled in the year 1859, and the volunteer force, though at first it was hampered by the red tape of the War Office and somewhat derided by the regulars, has taken a fixed and valuable place in the national line of defense. End of section 95. Section 96 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 41. The Days of Palmerston. Part 4. Napoleon and the Italians. Fortunately, the French scare had soon blown over. Louis Napoleon was scheming against Austria, not against England. The great Sardinian statesman Cavour had induced him to pledge himself to deliver Italy from its oppressors, and after much vacillation the Emperor declared war on Francis Joseph II and sent his armies over the Alps. He beat the Austrians at Magenta and Solferino, and the Italians vainly hoped that he would aid them to set up a kingdom of united Italy. But he suddenly stopped short after rescuing Lombardy alone, and made peace with the Austrian enemy. Lombardy was united to Sardinia, but the selfish and greedy emperor took Nice and Savoy from his own ally in return for his aid, and refused to free central or southern Italy. Abandoned by him, the Italians delivered themselves. Sudden insurrections drove out the foreign rulers of Tuscany, Parma, and Modena, and the hero Garibaldi expelled the Bourbons from Naples and Sicily. Thus a kingdom of Italy was created in spite of the French emperor, 1860 to 1861. But he sent troops to Rome to guard the Pope, and would not permit Cavour and Garibaldi to complete their work by adding the ancient capital to the dominions of Victor Emmanuel. Palmerston returns to power. Long ere the Italian war was over, Lord Derby's Conservative government had been defeated and had retired from office. Palmerston's doings of 1858 had quickly been forgiven and forgotten by the nation, and he returned to office, which he held till his death 6 years later. The American Civil War. It was well that his strong and practiced hand should be at the helm, for the years 1860 to 1865 were full of delicate problems of foreign policy, which more than once brought England within measurable distance of war. A most formidable difficulty cropped up when the great Civil War across the Atlantic broke out in 1861. The Southern states seceded from the Union and proclaimed themselves independent under the name of the Confederate States of America. Their avowed reason for separating themselves from the North was that the federal government, under Northern control, was infringing the rights of the individual states to self-government. But old sectional jealousies, and especially the fear of the Southern planters that the Northerners would interfere with their great domestic institution, Negro slavery, were really at the bottom of the quarrel. Attitude of England, seizure of the Trent. English opinion was much divided on the subject of the American Civil War. It was urged, on the one hand, that the North were fighting for the cause of liberty against slavery, and this idea affected many earnest-minded men, to the exclusion of any other consideration. On the other side, it was urged that the Southern States were exercising an undoubted constitutional right in severing themselves from the Union, and this was true enough in itself. It was certain that the Southerners who wished for free trade were likely to be better friends of England than the protectionist North, which had always shown a bitter jealousy of English commerce. Many men were moved by the rather unworthy consideration that America was growing so strong and populous that she might one day become the bully of the world, and welcomed a convulsion that threatened to split the Union into two hostile halves. Others illogically sympathized with the South merely because it was the weaker side, or because they thought the Southern planters better men than the hard and astute traders of the North. The Palmerston cabinet, with great wisdom, tried to steer a middle course and to avoid all interference. But when 11 powerful states joined in seceding, they thought themselves bound to recognize them as a belligerent power and to treat them as a nation. This gave bitter offense to the North, and war nearly followed, for a United States cruiser in 1862 stopped the British steamer Trent, and took from her by force 2 envoys whom the Confederates were sending to Europe. This flagrant violation of the law of nations roused Lord Palmerston to vigorous action. He began sending troops to Canada, and demanded the restoration of the envoys Mason and Slidell under pain of war. President Lincoln and his advisers hesitated for a moment, but gave up their prisoners with a bad grace, just as war seemed inevitable. Naturally, this incident did not make the English people love the North any better. The Alabama. Another cause of friction was destined to give trouble long after the Civil War had ended. The United States ambassador in London summoned the English government to prevent the sailing from Liverpool of a vessel called the Alabama, which, as he declared, had been bought by the Confederates, and was destined to be used by them as a warship. The cabinet were somewhat slow in ordering the detention of the Alabama, which hurriedly put to sea, and justified the fears of the American minister by seizing and burning many scores of northern vessels. This damage to commerce was charged to the account of England by the government of President Lincoln, and probably they had some ground for accusing the English officials of slackness. The grudge was carefully nursed in America, and put to good use when the war was over. The Cotton Famine. But the most painful form in which the American quarrel affected England was the dreadful cotton famine in Lancashire, which set in as the year 1862 wore on. The English mills had always subsisted on the cotton of the Southern States, and when the strict blockade instituted by the Northerners sealed up New Orleans, Charleston, and the other cotton ports, England suffered terribly for the want of raw material to keep her mills going. The mill hands bore the stoppage of their work and wages with great courage and resignation, but they lived for months on the verge of starvation. A disaster as great as the Irish potato famine of 1846 was only prevented by lavish private charity, which sent £2,000,000 to the distressed districts of Lancashire, supplemented by the wise measures of the government, who worked so well that hardly a life was lost in spite of the pinching poverty of the times. Cotton was at last brought from Egypt and India in quantities sufficient to set the mills going again, and by 1863 the worst of the trouble was over. In 1865 the Southern states were conquered, and the American cotton once more came in. Palmerston and the Danish duchies. Wars nearer home were meanwhile beginning to distract the attention of the English from America. A quarrel between the King of Denmark and his German subjects in the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein led to the interference of Austria and Prussia. The inhabitants of the two duchies wished to cut themselves loose and to join Germany. Bismarck, the iron-handed Prime Minister of Prussia, saw his way to make profit for his country out of the war, and induce the unwise Austrian government to join him in bringing force to bear against the Danes. The English looked upon the struggle as a mere case of bullying by the two German powers, and Palmerston used somewhat threatening language against them. But when he found that his usual ally, the Emperor of the French, was not prepared to help him, he drew back, and allowed the Austrians and Prussians to overrun the duchies. Beaten in the field, the Danish king had to consent to their cession. Palmerston and the Polish insurrection. To protest, and then to make no attempt to back up words with deeds, is somewhat humiliating. But this course was forced on Palmerston not only in the case of the Schleswig-Holstein War, but also in the case of Poland in the same year, 1863. Treating the unfortunate Poles with even more than its usual rigor, the Russian government forced them to a fierce but hopeless insurrection. Palmerston sent a note to the Tsar in favor of better treatment of Poland, but met with a rebuff, and was practically told to mind his own business. Not being ready to engage in a second Crimean War without Louis Napoleon's aid, he had to endure the affront. He was much censured for his useless interference, but it is hard to blame him either for his protest or for his refusal to follow it up by plunging England into a dangerous war. Prosperity at home. Rise of Gladstone. While these foreign affairs were engrossing most of the nation's attention, domestic matters caused little stir. After the cotton famine ended, the country entered into a cycle of very considerable growth and prosperity. Gladstone, once a Peelite, but now one of the most advanced of the progressive wing of the Liberal party, was now Chancellor of the Exchequer. Year after year he was able to announce a surplus, and to grant the remission of old taxes. His measures were judicious, but the constant growth of the revenue from increased prosperity and the conclusion of a fortunate commercial treaty with France were the real causes of his being able to produce his favorable budgets, and won him a financial reputation at a comparatively cheap expense of labor. But his name was rapidly growing greater, and it was beginning to be clear that he would be Palmerston's successor as leader of the Liberal party. The old Premier did not view this prospect with much satisfaction. "Whenever he gets my place," he observed, "we shall have strange doings." Death of Palmerston. The succession was not long delayed. Lord Palmerston died on October 18, 1865, and on the removal of his restraining hand, the Liberal party began to show new and rapid signs of change. For the first time it was about, under the guidance of its new leader, to frankly accept the principles of democracy, and to throw up its old alliance with the middle classes. Palmerston had been for so many years the leading figure in English politics that his death, at the ripe age of 81, seemed to end an epoch in domestic history. He was by far the most striking personage in the middle years of the century. Faults he had, somewhat over-hasty in action, somewhat flippant in language on occasion, too self-confident, and too prone to self-laudation, he was yet so resourceful and so full of courage and patriotism that he won and merited the confidence of the nation more than any minister since the younger Pitt. End of section 96.
Section 97 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 42. Democracy and Imperialism, 1865 to 1885. Part 1. The death of Lord Palmerston forms a convenient point at which to draw the line between the earlier and the later history of the two great English political parties. Down to 1865, the Liberals and the Conservatives alike retained, in a great measure, the characteristics of their forefathers, the Whigs and Tories. The Liberal host was still largely officered from the old aristocratic Whig houses. Many of its members disliked and distrusted democracy, and thought that in all essential things the Constitution had reached a point at which it needed no further reform. As long as Palmerston lived, there was no chance that the more militant and progressive wing of the Liberals would draw the whole party into the paths of radicalism. In a similar way, the Conservative Party still kept somewhat of the old Tory intolerance and inflexibility, though for the last 20 years the younger of its two chiefs, Benjamin Disraeli, had been striving hard to guide it into new lines of thought. After 1865, the new liberalism and the new conservatism came into direct opposition, personified in the two men who were soon to take up the leadership of the two parties, Gladstone and Disraeli. Liberalism, when divested of its Whiggery, was practically radicalism. Its younger exponents took up as their official programme the ideas that had been afloat for the last 40 years in the brains of the more extreme section of their party. Their main aim was the transference of political power from the middle classes to the masses by means of a wide extension of the franchise. The new voters were to be made worthy of the trust by compulsory national education, while to guard them against influences from without, the secret ballot, one of the old Chartist panaceas, was to be introduced. The party which proclaimed itself the friend of democracy was bound to promise tangible benefits to the working classes. But the Liberals were still divided on the question of the advisability of state interference in the private life of the citizen. The younger men were already dreaming of a paternal legislation for the amelioration by law of the conditions of life among the poorer classes, hoping to secure them cheap food, healthy dwellings, shorter hours of labour, and opportunities of recreation and culture by means of state aid and public money. But in the 60s, the Manchester School, as the adherents of laissez-faire and strict political economy were called, was still predominant, and social legislation and extensive state interference were not yet enrolled among the official doctrines of the Liberal Party. Its war cry at election time was peace, retrenchment, and reform. The first cry was one that had not been so much heard in Palmerston's day, but on his death his successors showed themselves very cautious in dealing with all foreign powers. Moreover, they wished to win popularity by cheap government, a thing incompatible with a spirited foreign policy. Their opponents accused them of allowing the army and navy to grow too weak, and of being compelled in consequence to assume a meek tone in dealing with the powers whom Palmerston had been wont to beard and threaten. Wrapped up in their schemes of domestic reform, they gave comparatively little attention to external affairs. The new conservatism, of which Disraeli was the exponent, was a creed of a very different kind. It was the aim of that statesman to lay the foundations of his party on a combination of social reform and national patriotism. Since his first appearance in Parliament, he had striven to persuade the people that the Conservatives were truer friends of the masses than the Liberals. The latter, he maintained, offered them barren political privileges. The former were ready to aid them by benevolent legislation to secure a practical amelioration of the conditions of their life. They would govern for the people, if not by the people. Even in the direction of enlarging the franchise, Disraeli was prepared to go far, though at first he shrank from granting so much as his rivals and wished to give an extra voting power to education and wealth. But the feature of the new conservatism which was most attractive to the public was one of which Palmerston would have thoroughly approved. Disraeli had a great confidence in the imperial destiny of Great Britain and a firm belief that she ought to take a bold and decided part in the councils of Europe. With this end in view, he was anxious to keep our armed strength high, and his expenditure on military and naval objects was one of the things most frequently thrown in his teeth by his opponents. The Liberals accused him of a tendency towards imperialism, meaning, apparently, to ascribe some discredit to him thereby. He himself never denied the charge, but made his boast of it, though in his mouth it had another shade of meaning. To the Liberals it meant presumption, a love of show and of sounding titles, a readiness to annex to the right and the left, a proneness to intervene in foreign quarrels, a policy of bluster, in short. But in the mouth of its exponents, imperialism meant a desire to knit more closely together Great Britain and her colonies, to treat the empire as a whole, and to govern it without any slavish subservience to the parochial politics of England, to make the British name respected by civilized and feared by barbarous neighbours. At the opening of the new period, therefore, the nation was about to be confronted by two rivals, one of whom offered it internal political reform, the other imperial greatness. But at first the issues were not clear. The two parties were still, to a certain extent, draped in the remnants of the old wardrobe of Whiggery and Toryism. Till these were torn away, the meaning of the new movements could not be distinctly seen. On Palmerston's death, the leadership of his cabinet fell to the aged Lord John, now Earl, Russell. His accession to power was followed by the bringing forward of the first of the reform bills which were to occupy the forefront of English politics for the next 3 years. It was proposed to reduce the qualification for the franchise to the possession of a £14 holding in the counties and a £7 house in the boroughs. Lord Derby and his Conservative followers opposed it, though Disraeli had long ago pointed out that a reform bill of some sort was inevitable. But the Tories were strengthened by seceders from the ministerial camp, followers of the old Palmerstonian policy, who hated the idea of unrestrained democracy. By their aid, the bill was thrown out and Lord John Russell immediately resigned, June 1866. For the third time, Lord Derby and Disraeli were charged with the thankless task of forming a ministry, though they had only a minority in the House of Commons to back them. On this occasion, they were destined to stay in office for more than 2 years, June 1866 to December 1868, a far longer period of power than they had enjoyed in 1852 and in 1858-9. Apparently Disraeli, into whose hands the age and failing health of Lord Derby were throwing more and more of the real guidance of the party, had resolved to imitate the action of William Pitt in 1784, to display to the nation his readiness to take in hand all rational and moderate measures of reform, and then to appeal to the country at a general election. Accordingly, in the spring of 1867, he introduced a series of resolutions, pledging his party to pass a reform bill, but announcing that he should stipulate for the fancy franchises on which the Conservatives had laid such stress during previous discussions of the question. Persons 1. Owning £30 in the savings bank, or 2. £50 invested in government funds, or 3. Paying £1 a year and over in direct taxes, or 4. Possessed of a superior education, were to have a second vote. In spite of these safeguards, the more unbending Conservatives refused to follow Disraeli, and their chiefs, Lord Carnarvon and Lord Cranborne, the present Marquess of Salisbury, seceded from the cabinet. The bill was introduced, but the Liberal majority cut it about by all manner of amendments and utterly refused to accept the fancy franchises. Forced to choose between dropping the bill altogether and resigning, or passing the bill shorn of all its safeguards against the introduction of pure democracy, Disraeli chose the latter alternative and took the leap in the dark, as it was said at the time. The bill so passed reduced the franchise in town to a rating of £5, thus granting what was practically household suffrage, and added to the householders all lodgers paying £10 a year. In the counties, the franchise was lowered to £12. This still left the agricultural labourer without a vote, but made electors of well-nigh every other class in the kingdom. At the same time, 35 seats were taken away, partly from corrupt boroughs, partly from places which had too many members in proportion to their size, and were distributed among London and the great northern shires, which had been still left much underrepresented in the redistribution of 1832. August 15, 1867. While the Reform Bill was engrossing the attention of politicians, the United Kingdom had been passing through a dangerous crisis. Ireland, of which little had been heard since the potato famine and Smith O'Brien's rebellion, was once more giving trouble. The end of the American Civil War in 1865 had thrown on the world large numbers of exiled Irish and Irish Americans who had learnt the trade of war and were anxious to let off their energies by an attack on England. It was they who organized the Fenian Brotherhood, a secret association for promoting rebellion in Ireland. They planned simultaneous risings all over the country, which were to be aided by thousands of trained soldiers from America. To distract the attention of the government, an invasion of Canada was projected, and a number of outrages planned in England itself. The Fenians failed, partly from want of organization, partly from shirking at the moment of danger, partly from secret traitors in their own ranks. The horde which invaded Canada ran away from a few hundred militia. The national rising in Ireland was a fiasco. A few police barracks were attacked, but the assailants fled when they heard of the approach of regular troops. February 1867. A harebrained scheme to surprise the store of arms in Chester Castle failed, because the 1,500 men who had secretly assembled in that quiet town saw that they were watched by special constables. In fact, the only notable achievements of the Fenians were 2 acts of murder. A band of desperadoes in Manchester stopped a police van and rescued 2 of their comrades who were in custody, by killing 1 and wounding 3 of the 4 unarmed policemen who were in charge. A still more reckless party in London tried to release some friends confined in Clerkenwell Prison by exploding a powder barrel under its wall. This did not injure the prison, but killed or wounded more than 100 peaceable dwellers in the neighbouring streets. December 1867. For these murders, several Fenians were executed. The abortive revolt of 1867 called English attention once more to Ireland. The Liberal Party insisted that the Fenian disturbance was due not so much to national grudges as to certain practical grievances, such as the existence of the Protestant established Church of Ireland, supported on the tithes of the country, and the unsatisfactory condition of the peasantry, still tenants at will at rack rents and often in the hands of absentee landlords. The experience of the last 20 years has shown that Irish discontent is far more deeply seated than the Liberals supposed. But in 1868, they seriously thought that it could be pacified by legislation on these 2 points. Mr. Gladstone selected the church question as the first battleground, and carried against the ministry a resolution in the Commons demanding the abolition of the establishment. Disraeli, now Prime Minister in name as well as in fact, for Lord Derby had retired from ill health in February 1868, appealed to the country by dissolving Parliament. But the Conservatives suffered a decisive defeat at the polls and were forced to resign. December 1868. Abroad, the Derby-Disraeli ministry had witnessed one very stirring episode of European history, but had not intervened in it. In 1866, Count Bismarck guided Prussia into war with Austria, crushed the great empire at the Battle of Königgrätz, annexed Hanover and Hesse, and united all the lands north of the Main under Prussian headship into the North German Confederation. The struggle did not directly affect England, and the Conservative ministry made no attempt to interfere, and watched with equanimity Prussia supplant Austria as the chief power in Central Europe. The only warlike enterprise of the years 1866–8 was the costly but almost bloodless Abyssinian expedition, Disraeli's first attempt to vindicate British prestige in remote corners of the earth. Theodore, King of Abyssinia, a savage despot, had imprisoned some British subjects. To deliver them, Sir Robert Napier led an Indian army to Magdala, the Abyssinian capital. He stormed the place and released the captives. Theodore blew out his brains when he saw his stronghold taken, and on his death the victors retired unmolested. End of section 97.
Section 98 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichila. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 42, Democracy and Imperialism, 1865 to 1885, Part 2. Mr. Gladstone came into office in December 1868 with a majority of 120 votes in the Commons, and at once proceeded to carry out his Irish policy. The position of the Irish Church was very open to attack, for a Protestant establishment in a country where 75% of the population were Romanists was too anomalous to be easily defended. This was felt by the Conservatives themselves, and, in spite of the protests of the Irish Protestants, a bill for disestablishing the Church passed both houses, June 1869. Its endowments were taken away at the same time, but the churches and buildings were retained by their old owners, and compensation was granted to all incumbents and curates. So far from being ruined by the blow, the Irish Church has remained a vigorous and increasing body. Having dealt with the Irish Church, Mr. Gladstone then turned to the second grievance, whose removal, as he then hoped, would do away with Ireland's grudge against England. By his Irish Land Act of 1870, he gave the tenants a right to be compensated for any improvements they might have made on their holdings when they resigned them or were evicted from them. He also permitted the outgoing tenant to sell his goodwill to his successor. To facilitate the creation of a peasant proprietary, the government undertook to lend money to any tenant who wished to buy his farm from his landlord, if the latter was willing to sell it. But the land bill was far from contenting the Irish peasantry, who were seeking not merely a reasonable rent and a fair compensation for improvements, but complete possession of their holdings. Agrarian outrages, which had been widespread ever since the Fenian Rising of 1867, remained as numerous as ever. So far was Ireland from being quieted that the government had to pass a stringent Peace Preservation Act, and to send additional troops across the Channel. The policy of conciliation had thus far proved a complete failure. Mr. Gladstone's tenure of office was signalized by a long series of domestic reforms, the most momentous of which was the Education Act, introduced in 1870 by Forster, the Vice President of the Council of Education, for providing sufficient school accommodation for the whole infant population of the country, and making the attendance of all children at school compulsory. Another important measure was the introduction of the secret ballot at parliamentary elections. This act tended to diminish bribery by depriving the buyer of votes of the power of ascertaining whether the elector with whom he had trafficked had kept his word or no, but it was far from destroying it altogether, and actually enabled many corrupt voters to sell their promise to both sides. It was not till stringent penalties were imposed, both on the briber and the bribed, by laws passed 10 years later, that English parliamentary elections attained their present high standard of purity. The leading event of this period in the sphere of foreign affairs was the great Franco-German War of 1870-71, in which England preserved a strict neutrality. The French emperor had provoked the contest in the most wanton way, in the hope of making firm his tottering throne. His defeat and capture at Sedan, September 1, 1870, swept away a power which had, since its first creation in 1852, formed a public danger to Europe from its purely selfish and personal policy. When Bismarck substituted united Germany for Imperial France as the chief state of the continent, the world was the gainer. But the fall of Napoleon III affected English interests in the East in a less satisfactory fashion. The united power of France and Great Britain had hitherto compelled Russia to abide by the stipulations of the Treaty of Paris, but the moment that the fall of the emperor was known, the Tsar issued a declaration that he should no longer consider himself bound by its terms. He began to rebuild his Black Sea fleet, to refortify Sebastopol, and the English government could not resent the affront. About the same time, England was involved in an awkward dispute with the United States, who, ever since the American Civil War, had been clamoring for compensation for the ravages committed by the Alabama on northern shipping. Lord Derby's cabinet had staved off the question, but in 1870 the language of the Americans grew so threatening that the Liberals had to choose between submission or the chance of a war. They took refuge in a middle course, preferring to refer the liability of England for the doings of the Alabama to a court of arbitration composed of foreign lawyers. But in the principles laid down, on which the arbitrators were to give their decision, so much was conceded to the Americans that the result, if not the amount, of the award was a foregone conclusion. The referees met at Geneva, and compelled England to pay £3 million, which sufficed not only to pay all the claims made against the Alabama, but to leave a handsome surplus in the American Treasury, 1872. The knowledge that the people were growing alarmed and impatient at the military weakness of England, especially after the sudden collapse of France in 1870-71, induced the government to bring in a scheme for improving the national defences. Cardwell, the Minister of War, introduced in 1872 a bill to reorganize the army on the short service system, which had been found to work so well in Germany. For the future, instead of enlisting for the long service of 20 years, the soldier was to engage for 7 years with the colours and 5 in the reserve. The reserve was only to be called out in time of danger, but when war was at hand, it was to join the ranks. Thus the strength of the army could be raised by 60,000 trained and seasoned men on the outbreak of hostilities. It must be allowed that in peacetime the battalions are prone to be filled with very young men, all under 7 years' service. But as the reserves, when they have been called out, have always appeared promptly and in full numbers, the change was undoubtedly wise and beneficial. An attempt made at the same time to localize all the regiments in particular districts, whence they were to draw all their recruits, has not been so successful, owing to the fact that some counties supply men in much greater proportion than others. One more military reform, the abolition of purchase, formed part of Cardwell's scheme. It put an end to the system by which retiring officers sold their commissions to their successors, a practice that had often kept poor men of merit for many years unpromoted. The measure was obviously right, but Mr. Gladstone provoked much criticism by putting it forth in a royal warrant, instead of passing it through the 2 houses in the usual form. After the rush of legislation in the period 1869-72, the last years of the Gladstone Ministry seemed tame and uneventful. In the spring of 1873, they were beaten on the comparatively small question of a bill to establish a secular university in Ireland. Next winter, Mr. Gladstone dissolved Parliament, and, on appealing to the constituencies, suffered a crushing defeat, January 1874. End of section 98. Section 99 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 42. Democracy and Imperialism. 1865 to 1885. Part 3. For the first time since 1846, Parliament was in the hands of a solid conservative majority in both houses, and Disraeli, seated firmly in power, was able to display the characteristics of the new Toryism. He announced that he took office to secure a space of rest from harassing legislation at home and to defend the honor and interests of England abroad. His first 2 years of power, 1875 to 76, were among the quietest which the century has known. They were only marked by some excellent measures of social and economic reform, such as the Artisans' Dwelling Act, which permitted corporations to build model houses for workmen, and the Agricultural Holdings Act, which granted to farmers compensation for unexhausted improvements on their land when they gave up their farms to their landlord. But signs of coming trouble were soon apparent both at home and abroad. In the Commons, the ministry was beginning to be harassed by the Irish members, who had latterly banded themselves together, under the leadership of Isaac Butt, to demand Home Rule. This trouble, however, was as yet but in its infancy. A more pressing cause of disquietude was arising in the East, on which England had always kept a watchful eye since the Crimean War. 2 separate difficulties were beginning to arise in that quarter. The first was in Egypt, a land which had grown very important to England since the use of the overland route to India by Alexandria and the Red Sea had been discovered, and still more so since de Lesseps had constructed the Suez Canal in 1868. The thriftless and ostentatious Khedive Ismail, by his extravagance and oppression at home and his unwise conquests in the Sudan, had reduced Egypt to a state of misery, and seemed not far from bankruptcy. To get ready money, he proposed to sell his holding, nearly 1/2, of the shares of the Suez Canal Company. Disraeli at once bought them by telegram for £4 million. The investment was wise and profitable. The shares are now worth 5 times the sum expended, and their possession gives England the authority that is her due in the conduct of this great international venture. But a far more ominous storm cloud was rising in the Balkan Peninsula. England had been very jealous of the action of the Tsar in the East since the abrogation of the Treaty of Paris in 1870. She had been greatly stirred by the activity of the Russians in Central Asia, where, by overrunning Turkestan and reducing Khiva and Bukhara to vassalage, they had made a long step forward in the direction of India. But now a new trouble arose nearer home, in the shape of sporadic insurrections which broke out all over European Turkey. The misgovernment of the Porte was enough to account for them, but it was suspected, and with good cause, that they were being deliberately fomented by Russian intriguers, with the tacit approval of the imperial government. The rising began in Bosnia in 1875. In the summer of 1876, the princes of Serbia and Montenegro took arms to aid the Bosnians, and thousands of Russian volunteers flocked across the Danube to join the Serbian army. Next, while the Turks were sending all their disposable troops against the 2 princes, a rising broke out in Bulgaria. This insurrection was put down by bands of Circassians and armed Mussulman villagers, with a ruthless cruelty, which had a most marked effect on English public opinion. Hitherto the government had been showing some intention of resenting Russian interference in the Balkans. But the news of the Bulgarian atrocities so shocked the country that any such design had to be abandoned. Mr. Gladstone, who had given up the leadership of the opposition for the last 2 years, emerged from his retirement and made a series of speeches against the Turks which had a profound effect, and when in 1877 the Tsar openly declared war on Turkey and sent his armies across the Danube, the English government stood aside in complete neutrality. The Turks held out with unexpected firmness, but in the early winter of 1877-78 their resistance broke down, and the Russians came pouring on towards Constantinople. The English government, though prevented from interfering in behalf of the Sultan by public opinion, had been watching the advance of the Russians with much anxiety. When the victorious armies of Alexander II approached the Bosphorus, Disraeli, who had now taken the title of Earl of Beaconsfield and retired to the upper house, began to take measures which seemed to forebode war. He asked for a grant of £6 million for military purposes, and ordered up the Mediterranean squadron into the Sea of Marmora, placing it within a few miles of Constantinople. If the Tsar's troops had struck at the Turkish capital, a collision must have occurred, and a general European war might have followed. But the Russian ranks were sorely thinned by the late winter campaign, and their generals shrank from provoking a new enemy. Instead of attacking Constantinople, they offered the Sultan terms, which he accepted, March 3, 1878. The Treaty of St. Stefano gave Russia a large tract in Asia around Kars and Batum, and advanced her frontier at the Danube mouth to its old position in the days before the Crimean War. Serbia, Romania, and Montenegro received large slices of Turkish territory, but the great feature of the treaty was the creation of a new principality of Bulgaria, reaching from the Danube to the Aegean, and cutting European Turkey in two. Persuaded that the Treaty of San Stefano made all the states of the Balkan Peninsula vassals and dependents of Russia, Lord Beaconsfield refused to acquiesce in the arrangement. He called out the army reserves, hurried off more ships to the Mediterranean, and began to bring over Indian troops to Malta by way of the Suez Canal. In view of his menacing attitude, the Tsar consented to a complete revision of the Treaty of San Stefano. At the Berlin Conference, June through July 1878, its terms were modified. The new Bulgaria was cut up into 2 states and its frontier pushed back from the Aegean. The Sultan undertook to introduce reforms into his provinces, and England guaranteed the integrity of his remaining Asiatic dominions. In return for this, Abdul Hamid placed the island of Cyprus in British hands, though retaining his nominal suzerainty over it. Lord Beaconsfield returned triumphant from Berlin in July 1878, claiming that he had obtained peace with honor for England, and had added a valuable naval station to our possessions in the Mediterranean. But the advantages which he had secured were in some ways more apparent than real. He had checked and irritated Russia without setting up any sufficient barrier against her. He had pledged England to introduce reforms in Turkey, a promise which she was never able to induce the Sultan to perform. Cyprus turned out harbourless and barren, a source of expense rather than profit. Later events showed that the partition of Bulgaria was a mistake, and that the creation of a strong principality on both sides of the Balkans would have been the most effective bar to a Russian advance towards Constantinople. The scarcely averted war between England and the Tsar had a tiresome and costly sequel in the East, the Afghan War of 1878-80, which we describe in Chapter 44. A struggle which was not without its disasters, and formed one of the chief reasons for the gradual loss of popularity by the Beaconsfield cabinet in the years that followed the Treaty of Berlin. A similar result was produced by the mismanaged Zulu War and the disaster at Isandula, 1879, while at home the ministry was kept in perpetual difficulties by the obstructive tactics of the Irish party, who were now headed by the astute and unscrupulous Charles Stewart Parnell. They wasted time and provoked perpetual scenes. In June 1880, Lord Beaconsfield dissolved Parliament, and a Liberal majority of 100 was returned to the House of Commons from Great Britain, while in Ireland the Home Rulers swept almost every constituency except those of Ulster. End of section 99. Section 100 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 42. Democracy and Imperialism, 1865 to 1885. Part 4. Mr. Gladstone now took office for the second time, pledged to pacify Ireland and to carry out a policy of peace abroad, and of reform and liberal measures at home. But the years 1880 to 84 were full of costly and unsatisfactory wars. Scarcely was the new cabinet installed when the Boers, the inhabitants of the recently annexed Transvaal, revolted. The small English force in South Africa suffered a crushing defeat at Majuba Hill, whereupon the government, ere reinforcements could arrive, made peace with the rebels, and granted them independence, 1880 to 81. Soon after the Transvaal War had reached its disastrous conclusion, fresh troubles broke out in Egypt. Since Lord Beaconsfield first interfered in that country by buying for England the Suez Canal shares of the Khedive Ismail, Egyptian affairs had been going from bad to worse. After driving the country to the verge of bankruptcy, the old Khedive abdicated in 1879 in favor of his son Tewfik. But England and France joined to establish the dual control over the young sovereign, and appointed ministers to take charge of the finances of Egypt. Tewfik himself made little or no objection to this assertion of foreign domination, but some of his officers and ministers resented it, and in 1882, Arabi Pasha, an ambitious soldier, executed a coup d'état, drove away the foreign ministers, and raised the cry of Egypt for the Egyptians. It was expected that the two powers who had established the dual control would unite to put down Arabi. But the French ministry, jealous of England, and hoping to draw its private profit out of the complication, refused to join in any action against him. It is probable that the Gladstone cabinet had no intention at first of provoking a war, but the English Mediterranean squadron was ordered to Alexandria, which Arabi was busily engaged in fortifying. On June 11th, a great riot broke out in that city, and the mob massacred many hundreds of European residents. This made hostilities inevitable. When the Egyptian authorities refused to dismantle their new forts, Admiral Seymour bombarded the place, July 11th, and drove out the garrison. Shortly after, English troops landed and seized the ruined city. The struggle which followed was brought to a prompt end by the quick and decisive action of Sir Garnet Wolseley, who seized the Suez Canal and marched across the desert on Cairo, while the Egyptians were expecting him on the side of Alexandria. By a daring night surprise, he carried the lines of Tel el-Kebir, September 13th, and routed Arabi's host. A day later, his cavalry seized Cairo by a wonderful march of 50 miles in 12 hours, and the rebellion was at an end. Arabi was exiled to Ceylon, and the Khedive was restored to his place in Cairo. But for all intents and purposes, the war left England supreme in Egypt, a very anomalous position, which Mr. Gladstone soon proceeded to make yet more so, by promising France and Turkey that the English troops should be withdrawn so soon as order and good government should be restored. He might perchance have carried out his engagement but for the outbreak of the disastrous Sudan War of 1883. During Arabi's rebellion, troubles had broken out in the Egyptian provinces on the Upper Nile, where the Pashas had been subjecting the wild Arab tribes to cruel oppression. A fanatic named Mohammed Ahmed of Dongola put himself at the head of the rising, proclaiming that he was the Mahdi, the prophet whom Muslims expect to appear in the last days before the end of the world. When the English had put down Arabi, they found themselves forced to cope with the insurrection in the Sudan. Accordingly, General Hicks was dispatched with a raw native army to attack the Mahdi, but he and all his troops were cut to pieces. October 3, 1883. The government then resolved to send to the Sudan Charles Gordon, a brave and pious engineer officer, who had won much credit for his wise administration of the land in the days of the old Khedive Ismail. But he was given no troops to aid him, and was merely told to withdraw the Egyptian garrisons from the Upper Nile, as the cabinet did not wish to reconquer the lost provinces, and thought that the insurgents had been justified in their rebellion by the atrocious misgovernment of their Egyptian masters. Gordon reached Khartoum, the capital of the Sudan, but immediately on his arrival there, was beleaguered by the hordes of the Mahdi, February 1884. With 2 or 3 Europeans only to aid him, and no troops but the cowed and dispirited Egyptians, who had been driven to Khartoum from their other posts in the lost provinces, Gordon made a heroic defense. But, as he could not withdraw his garrison without help from outside, he besought the cabinet for English troops, pointing out that the Sudanese enemy were not patriots struggling to be free, but ferocious fanatics who massacred all who refused to acknowledge the Mahdi, and believed themselves destined to conquer the whole world. The English ministry ultimately sent a small force under Lord Wolseley, the victor of Tel el-Kebir, with orders to rescue Gordon and his garrison and then to retire. But the expedition was dispatched too late. After forcing their way in small boats up the Nile and marching 180 miles across the waterless Oude desert, the main column of the relieving army beat the Mahdi's hordes at the hard-fought fight of Abu Klea, January 22, 1885, and forced their way to within 100 miles of Khartoum, but there learnt that the place had been stormed, and Gordon, with the 11,000 men of his garrison, cut to pieces, 4 days after the Battle of Abu Klea, January 26, 1885. The English then retired and abandoned the whole Sudan to the Mahdi's wild followers, who soon threatened Egypt itself. 2 successive expeditions were sent to Suakim, on the Red Sea, to endeavor to attack the Mahdists from that side. Both had to withdraw after advancing a few miles inland, foiled by the waterless desert and the incessant harassing of the rebels. Somewhat later, the fanatics twice endeavored to force their way up the Nile from the south, and were only cast back after heavy fighting at Wadi Halfa, on the very frontier of Egypt. The war in the Sudan dealt a heavy blow to the reputation of the Gladstone cabinet. In the meantime, it was beset by even greater difficulties arising out of the Irish question. In 1880, the government brought up a bill forbidding any landlord to evict a tenant without paying him compensation for disturbance. The bill was rejected by the House of Lords. In 1881, they brought forward and carried the second Irish Land Bill, appointing a commission, or land court, to fix all rents for 15 years. But the peasantry were far from being satisfied, and aimed at making an end of landlordism altogether. Their leaders had founded the celebrated Land League, which organized a system of terrorism all over the country. Outrage grew more and more rampant, and at last the government, abandoning the idea of pacification, seized and imprisoned Parnell and 40 other prominent chiefs of the Land League. In revenge for this, the No Rent Manifesto was published by the surviving leaders of the League, and largely acted upon in the south and west of the country. Chaos seemed to have set in, and matters were made no better by the release of Parnell and his friends, under the so-called Kilmainham Treaty, in which the Premier consented to negotiate with his prisoners for a cessation of hostilities. Forster, the Irish secretary, and Lord Spencer, the viceroy, resigned to show their disapproval of the cabinet's policy. To replace Forster, Lord Frederick Cavendish was made secretary for Ireland, but 6 days after his appointment, he and his undersecretary, Mr. Burke, were murdered in broad day in Phoenix Park by some members of a Dublin secret society known as the Invincibles, June 1882. Universal horror was excited by his murder, but the country did not quiet down, and a stringent crimes bill passed on the same autumn did not suffice to stop the agrarian outrages which reigned throughout Ireland. All through the days of the Gladstone cabinet, the island remained in most deplorable condition, and the Irish parliamentary party continued to be a thorn in the side of the government. Unhappy both at home and abroad, and fearing the results of a general election, the Prime Minister reverted to the old liberal cry of parliamentary reform, and produced the Reform Bill of 1884, which conferred the franchise on the agricultural laborers, the last considerable class in the country who still lacked the vote. It was urged by the conservative opposition that redistribution, the adjustment of seats to population in due proportion, ought to accompany this change. The House of Lords threw out the Reform Bill on this plea. Mr. Gladstone then consented to combine redistribution with enfranchisement, and the bill was passed in its new shape. The small boroughs with less than 15,000 inhabitants, which had escaped the Bill of 1832, were deprived of their members, and the seats thus obtained were divided among the more populous districts and towns. In June 1885, a chance combination of Conservatives and Home Rulers beat the government on the budget. Mr. Gladstone resigned, and the opposition took office, though, like Lord Derby in 1852 and 1866, they had only a minority in the House. Beaconsfield had died in 1882, and the Conservatives were now led by Lord Salisbury, the Foreign Minister of the years 1878 to 80. When the session was over, Lord Salisbury dissolved Parliament, and a general election followed. The Liberals gained many of the new county seats, but the Conservatives did so well in the boroughs that the numbers of the two parties in the new Parliament were not far from equal. This put the balance of power into the hands of the Home Rulers, who could give the majority to the party with whom they chose to vote. The first use of their strength was to turn out the Conservative Ministry, January 1886. Mr. Gladstone then took office, though he too had a majority in the Commons only so long as it pleased the Irish members to vote with him. But soon it appeared that he was prepared to secure their allegiance by promising them Home Rule. Several members of his cabinet thereupon resigned. In April, a bill for conceding practical legislative independence to Ireland was brought in. It was thrown out by the action of 97 English and Scotch Liberals, who voted against their party. The Gladstone cabinet at once resigned, a general election followed, and a large majority of Unionists was returned. End of section 100. Section 101 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 43. The Last Years of Queen Victoria, 1886 to 1901. The South African War, 1899 to 1902. Part 1. In August 1886, Lord Salisbury took office, with the most powerful majority at his back that any minister had enjoyed since the days of Lord Grey and the Reform Bill. He was supported by 316 Conservatives and aided by 78 Liberal Unionists, while the Gladstonian Liberals had shrunk to 191, so that the Parnellites, with their 85 votes, no longer had the balance of power in their hands. Some political prophets had expected that the return of a majority pledged to resist Home Rule to the death would render the situation in Ireland more hopeless than ever, and lead to a general outburst of riot and assassination. The reverse was the case. A distinct improvement was perceptible after the fall of the Gladstone Ministry, and in 1887-8, matters began to quiet down. The Parnellites indeed tried to embitter matters by a scheme called the Plan of Campaign, by which the peasantry were to refuse to pay more rent than they thought proper. But it failed, and a stringent coercion bill passed in July 1887 did much to repress disorder. A land bill which accompanied the Coercion Act was less successful. It pleased neither landlords nor tenants, and had no appreciable result, good or bad. But on the whole, Mr. Arthur Balfour, the new Secretary for Ireland, had a far more prosperous career than any of his predecessors. He was one of the very few politicians who gained, rather than lost, credit, while holding the unenviable post now assigned to him. In 1887, the Irish question began at last to recede into the background, and ceased to monopolize public attention. In that year occurred the Queen's first Jubilee, June 21st. The celebration of the 50th anniversary of her accession was taken as the opportunity for a great imperial pageant, in which representatives, drawn not only from the United Kingdom, but from India and all the colonies, did homage to their admirable sovereign. The display of respect and love for the Queen, reported from every corner of her dominions, showed that the crown, when placed on a worthy head, might not be the least of the links which bind the empire together. Foreign politics during the first Salisbury administration sometimes looked threatening, but never reached any dangerous crisis. There was occasional friction with France concerning the question of Egypt. Mr. Gladstone had unwisely promised to evacuate that country when peace was restored, and the French government repeatedly hinted that the time had arrived. Fortunately, the continued existence of the Mahdi's savage hordes on the Upper Nile, and their frequent attempts to penetrate downstream, supplied a sufficient reason for the continuation of the British Protectorate, and the retention of the British garrison. but with Germany our relations were also sometimes very delicate. This was due to that wholesale annexation of unoccupied corners of the earth, which was the main feature of German colonial policy between 1885 and 1891. The regions, generally most uninviting in character, which Germany annexed, were in close proximity to old British settlements, both in Africa and Australasia, and lay in some cases in quarters where British influence had hitherto been paramount. Much friction ensued, and ultimately, as we shall see in our colonial chapter, complicated exchanges and delimitations of territory had to be carried out. This was a period in which we first discovered that Germany, no less than France, was for the future to be a rival in colonial expansion. Meanwhile, continental politics were suffering radical changes which had to be carefully watched. With the death of the aged Emperor William of Germany in 1888 and the dismissal of Prince Bismarck from office in 1890, the old conditions of the balance of power in Europe were altered. The Tsar Alexander III was no friend to Germany, and the young Kaiser William II did not share his grandfather's regard for Russia. For the League of the Three Emperors, Russia, Germany, Austria, which had been the predominant fact in the 70s and early 80s, there was substituted a new system of alliances. Germany and Austria took Italy into partnership, while Russia drew nearer to France, when it was seen that there was some stability in the Republic, a fact that was not certain until the ridiculous fiasco of the theatrical adventurer General Boulanger in 1888. By 1891, in the later days of the first Salisbury Ministry, this new arrangement of the powers of Europe was definitely established. It had for Great Britain the advantage that the two leagues balanced each other, and that it was unlikely that both at once would take a hostile attitude towards us. The wisdom of that policy of neutrality and of abstention from interference in purely continental affairs, which had long been our practice, became under the circumstances more obvious than ever. The danger for the future lay in colonial questions, rather than in the internal politics of Europe. The domestic policy of the Salisbury cabinet followed the lines that Lord Beaconsfield had laid down in 1874-80, the aim of the ministers being to show that the Conservative Party could be as fruitful in measures of practical reform as their predecessors. To this period belonged the Local Government Bill of 1888, creating the county councils, which have worked so well ever since, the Free Education Act of 1891, and the Great Conversion of the National Debt. By this latter measure, Mr. Goshen, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, reduced the 3% interest on the national debt to 2 3/4%, paying off in ready money the few creditors of the nation who refused to accept the reduction. Thus £1,400,000 a year was saved, and the new stock, till the financial disturbance caused by the late South African War, was generally worth in the market more than the old 3%. The chief event in home politics during the later years of the Salisbury Ministry was the disappearance of Parnell, the dominating spirit of the Irish party for the last 10 years. In 1889 he had triumphantly vindicated himself from a charge of having approved the Phoenix Park murders, and had obtained £5,000 damages from the Times newspaper for having circulated the charge, on the authority of a forger named Piggott. But less than a year later he appeared as defendant, and not as plaintiff, in the law courts, in the unenviable capacity of co-respondent in a discreditable divorce case. The time has long gone by when a notorious evil liver can be accepted as the leader of a great party. Mr. Gladstone announced to the Irish members that they must depose their chief. The majority consented, but Parnell, supported by a few of his followers, refused to accept British dictation, or to bow before the nonconformist conscience. The Irish party split up into the fiercely opposed factions of Parnellites and anti-Parnellites, whose abuse of each other did much to disgust their liberal allies. Parnell himself died in 1891, but the schism continued and lasted for nearly 10 years, destroying much of the power of the Home Rule movement and the Irish party. 9 months after Parnell's death, Lord Salisbury dissolved Parliament, July 1892. At the general election which followed, there was visible that swing of the pendulum which has usually been a feature of such times during the 19th century. An outgoing government has always offended some interests and disappointed others. There are always a certain number of voters who think it fair to give the other side a chance and vote for the opposition, whoever may be the ins or the outs. Though the Salisbury Ministry had not been conspicuously unsuccessful at home or abroad, it found itself left in a minority when the elections were over. The Queen therefore sent for Mr. Gladstone and bade him form a Liberal ministry. He had to face a difficult situation, for his majority was small and composed entirely of the Irish, very exacting, untrustworthy, and reckless supporters. The new Parliament showed 274 Gladstonians and 81 Irish Home Rulers, 269 Conservatives, and 46 Liberal Unionists. Being compelled to rely on the Irish for his majority, Gladstone had to make Home Rule the main plank of his party platform. This was not at all to the taste of many of his British followers, who would have liked to give precedence to their own particular schemes, for the abolition of the House of Lords, the disestablishment of the Welsh and Scottish churches, the introduction of temperance legislation, of universal suffrage, and of numberless other local and sectional projects. In February 1893, Mr. Gladstone produced his second Home Rule Bill, which differed from the first mainly in providing Ireland with 2, instead of 1, Houses of Parliament, and in leaving at Westminster 80 Irish members, who were to vote on imperial, but not on purely British, concerns. Essentially, it was the same as its predecessor of 1885. The measure was debated with great fierceness, and at enormous length. It occupied the House of Commons from February to September, and was only carried finally when the discussion of many clauses had been stifled by the use of the closure. The third reading passed on September 1st by a majority of 34, 301 to 267 votes. The bill then went up to the House of Lords, who made short work of it, casting it out on September 8th by a majority of 10 to 1, 419 to 41. The Conservative leaders had taken this bold step because they believed that the country at large was profoundly uninterested in the bill and would view its rejection with equanimity. If it had been a really popular measure, the House of Lords would not have dared to deal with it in such a drastic fashion. By their abrupt action, they challenged Mr. Gladstone to a second appeal to the nation. If he chose to dissolve Parliament, held another general election, and was once more triumphant, the peers would have to bow to the general wish of the country. But Gladstone and his colleagues had no desire to try the experiment. While professing much righteous indignation, they proclaimed their determination to put Home Rule aside for the moment, and to proceed to the introduction of other measures of radical reform. This resolve incensed the Irish, on whom the government's majority depended, while the English radicals were so much split up into cliques with different ideals that it was hard to keep them together. The Gladstone government passed nothing but a parish councils bill, which extended to small communities that same power of governing themselves by elective boards, which the late Conservative Ministry had granted to the counties. In March 1894, the Premier announced that he was compelled to retire from office by his increasing physical infirmities. Even his splendid constitution was at last giving way, and with no immediate prospect of carrying out any great measure before him, he had resolved to retire from public life. He was succeeded by Lord Rosebery, his Foreign Secretary, who was rather a type of the Whig than of the Radical. He had ably managed the external relations of Great Britain, and had shown himself an exponent of colonial expansion rather than an anti-imperialist. Like many a Whig statesman of the 18th century, he was a keen lover of sport, and alone among British premiers has run winners for the Derby. He had never professed any great belief in or love for Home Rule. His character and his views seemed little adapted to make him an appropriate leader for the Gladstonian party, but as its ablest man he was charged with the formation of the new ministry. His tenure of power lasted for 16 months, March 1894 to June 1895. It was mainly filled by a record of bills introduced, but never carried, a Welsh Disestablishment Act, an Irish Land Act, and a Local Option Act to please the Temperance Party were all brought forward, but none reached fruition. The votaries of each measure hindered the progress of the others, in disgust that their own was not given priority. The party was rent by feuds and intrigues, and in disgust at the situation, Lord Rosebery took the opportunity of a casual vote on a small military matter, which had gone against the ministry, and dissolved Parliament. The ensuing general election resulted in the complete rout of the Liberal Party. They had been in power for 3 years, but had accomplished nothing, owing to their internal divisions and the necessary dependence on the Irish vote, which hampered all their enterprises. Tired of their futile proceedings, the electors made a clean sweep of them, and gave Lord Salisbury a majority even larger than he had possessed in 1886. The new House of Commons of August 1895 showed 340 Conservatives and 71 Liberal Unionists, but only 177 Liberals, with 70 anti-Parnellite and 12 Parnellite Home Rulers. Lord Salisbury's second ministry was differentiated from his first by the fact that it opened its ranks to the Liberal Unionists. Mr. Chamberlain, representing the Radicals, and Lord Hartington, representing the Whig wings of that party, received cabinet office, and minor posts went to their followers. This ministry was destined to see the century out, to survive the venerable Queen Victoria, and to face with success the ordeal of a general election, which no cabinet had done since Lord Palmerston's day. Its record has been a stormy one, mainly because it has carried out the mandate given to it in 1895, by taking in hand a strong imperial and colonial policy. In its first year, it became involved in a noisy quarrel with the President of the United States, who had interfered with language of an unnecessarily brusque and provocative kind in a frontier dispute concerning boundaries in Guyana, which had been forced upon Britain by the Republic of Venezuela. Fortunately, the cabinet kept cool, American feeling calmed down, and the dispute ended in a satisfactory arbitration, which gave us practically all that we had ever claimed. This dispute was in full career when a much more dangerous question was opened, by the mad and piratical Jameson raid. Ever since Mr. Gladstone had granted independence to the Transvaal Boers, after the defeat of Majuba Hill, the condition of affairs in South Africa had grown progressively worse. The two races of white settlers in that region nourished incompatible ambitions. To the British colonist, it seemed natural and proper that all the southern end of the Dark Continent should someday federate itself under the Union Jack. The Dutch had another ideal, that of a republican South Africa, in which their own nationality should be dominant. It was shared not only by the burghers of the Transvaal and the Orange River Free State, but by the larger part of the Dutch-born inhabitants of Cape Colony. These rival ideals were inevitably bound to lead to a collision. The Boers were much incensed at our annexations to the north of their homes, which in 1889 made Matabeleland and Mashonaland British, and cut off from them the power of expanding towards the interior. The main agent in this advance had been Mr. Cecil Rhodes, the founder of the British South African Company, which first seized and exploited the coveted territories. This brought upon him much indignation from the Boers, and he was soon to merit more. Meanwhile, the British section in South Africa also had its grievances. The discovery of rich gold reefs in the Transvaal brought to that land a large mining population, mainly of British extraction, and led to the founding of the golden city of Johannesburg. Willing to profit from the discovery of the mines, but frightened and angered by the influx of aliens, the Transvaal government refused the settlers any of the duties and privileges of citizenship. Their autocratic ruler, President Kruger, a clever but narrow-minded and unscrupulous old man, made it the keystone of his policy to keep down the miners and refuse them all political rights. His corrupt and retrograde government irritated the Uitlanders, and in 1895 they formed a conspiracy to rise at Johannesburg and win their desire by armed rebellion. When the plot had come to a head, Dr. Jameson, a trusted lieutenant of Mr. Rhodes, crossed the British frontier with 500 mounted police and dashed for Johannesburg. He was surrounded, beaten, and captured with all his followers, whereupon the Uitlander malcontents also laid down their arms. On inquiry, it was found that Mr. Rhodes himself had a guilty knowledge of the plan, a thing utterly incompatible with his position as British Premier of Cape Colony. President Kruger imprisoned his captives for some time, and then fined them and let them go. The British government cashiered the officers concerned in the plot, but did nothing to Rhodes, though he soon lost his premiership at the Cape. An unwisely worded telegram of congratulation sent by the German Emperor to Mr. Kruger caused considerable indignation in England, and led to a temporary coolness between Berlin and London. But this was the smallest of the evil results of the Jameson raid, which embittered to an intolerable degree the already existing feud between the British and the Dutch inhabitants of South Africa. Yet it was to be nearly 4 years more before the steep-lying hatred led to open war. Meanwhile, there was a delusive interval of quiet, during which there took place the second jubilee of Queen Victoria, who had now reached the 60th year of her reign and the 78th of her life. It was celebrated, June 20th, 1897, with the deepest personal devotion to the aged sovereign, and with an even greater display of imperial sentiment all round the British world than had been seen in 1887. Ere 3 years had elapsed, it was to be proved that this display of loyalty to the Crown and the Empire from the British colonies was no vain show, but the manifestation of a very real solidarity of sentiment and interests. End of section 101.
Section 102 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Binns. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 43. The Last Years of Queen Victoria, 1886 to 1901. The South African War, 1899 to 1902. Part 2. Domestic politics, meanwhile, remained barren and uninteresting. The government carried through nothing more than a few small measures of social reform, and an Irish Local Government Act, 1898, of doubtful expediency. But their opponents showed no rallying power. Mr. Gladstone died on May 19, 1898, at the great age of 88. After his decease, his late followers were more divided than ever, and seemed unable to formulate any common political programme, or to discover any means of appealing to popular sentiment. The Radical Party changed its leader twice in 3 years, and could never make up its mind whether Home Rule was dead, or whether it had to be resuscitated as a war cry, with which Irish allies might be lured back to the fold. Meanwhile, foreign affairs once more grew threatening, and in 1898 we were to be upon the brink of a struggle with our nearest European neighbour. Ever since the Gladstone Ministry in 1885 abandoned the Sudan to the fanatic followers of the Mahdi, the southern frontier of Egypt had been exposed to the raids of the wild Sudanese. To end this nuisance, the Salisbury government resolved to undertake the reconquest of Khartoum and the destruction of the Mahdist power. In 1896, the first step was taken, when Sir Herbert Kitchener subdued Dongola and the northern provinces which obeyed the Khalifa Abdullah, the successor of the Mahdi. In 1898, an Egyptian army, strengthened by a large British contingent, marched under the same commander to complete the work. In a great battle outside Omdurman, the hordes of the Khalifa were routed, and he himself forced to fly into the desert, where he perished a year later in a small skirmish. But when Kitchener took over the administration of the reconquered lands, he was surprised to find a French force on the Upper Nile, at Fashoda, above Khartoum. A small expedition under a Major Marchand had pushed across from the Congo, and established itself in the middle of one of the old Egyptian provinces, where the tricolour had been hoisted, apparently with the intention of setting up a claim to territorial acquisitions in the Sudan. The French government had been warned long before that an invasion of this region would be regarded as an unfriendly act. It was now summoned to withdraw Marchand or face the consequences. For a moment, war seemed probable, but fortunately the ministers of the Republic faltered and withdrew their claim. This was a happy chance, as Great Britain a year later was to be engaged in another struggle, which would have taken a very different turn if we had already been engaged in hostilities with a great European power. In 1899, the South African problem, which had been growing more and more dangerous since the Jameson raid, came to a head. President Kruger had spent the time in accumulating enormous storms of arms and munitions of war from Europe, in concluding an offensive and defensive alliance with his neighbours of the Orange Free State, and in establishing relations with the discontented Dutch colonists of the Cape. This last was the most disquieting feature of the situation. An association called the Afrikander Bond organised the colonial burghers into almost openly avowed hostility to the British connection, and manifested effusive sympathy with Kruger's policy. The old president's rule over the Uitlanders had become more oppressive than ever since the raids. He very naturally regarded these aliens as enemies, refused them any concessions, and maddened them with monopolies, corrupt legislation, and insulting speeches. In April 1899, a great petition signed by 21,000 British subjects in the Transvaal was sent to the Queen, setting forth their unhappy condition and begging that an inquiry might be made into their wrongs. This appeal led to the Bloemfontein Conference of May 1899, in which Sir Alfred Milner met President Kruger and tried to induce him to grant the Uitlanders the power of obtaining civic rights after 5 years' residence in the Transvaal. The President not only refused this, but disputed the existence of the British suzerainty over the Republic established by the Convention of 1882. The negotiators parted in a state of mutual exasperation, Milner reporting to London that the British suzerainty was in danger, and that he could only get the most vague and illusory promises of concession for the Uitlanders, while Kruger told his Raad that though he did not desire war, he could not give way an inch. From this moment, armed strife was inevitable, though the British government and nation do not seem to have realised the fact. Mr. Chamberlain kept making proposals for a resumption of negotiations during the summer, but, after long delays, received in September nothing but a formal notice that the President disowned any British suzerainty over the Transvaal. This looked ominous, and the Cabinet resolved to reinforce the garrisons of the Cape and Natal, where in August there were in all only 6,000 troops. By September, this force was nearly tripled by battalions sent in from India and from the home stations. Then followed, to the intense surprise of all who had not been studying African politics very closely, an insulting ultimatum from Pretoria, to the effect that if the reinforcements were not at once withdrawn, a declaration of war would follow in 24 hours, October 9th, 1899. Next day, hostilities began, and the Boer army, which had been mobilising for many days, crossed the frontier of Natal. The Orange River Free State declared war on the same day. The strength of the two republics had been utterly miscalculated by the home authorities, even when they saw war impending. The burghers could put 70,000 well-armed mounted riflemen into the field, and were supplied with superabundant stores of modern cannon and munitions. They were also relying on the support of a general rebellion of the Cape Dutch, who had been secretly armed and organised during the preceding months. It was fortunate for Britain that the Boers' strategy was very bad. Instead of entering Cape Colony, where they could have raised the whole countryside in their aid, they sent their main army into Natal, and most of their other forces to besiege the outlying garrisons of Mafeking and Kimberley. This misdirection of their energy saved the British domination in South Africa. After a few preliminary skirmishes, the burghers beat Sir George White, our commander in Natal, at the Battle of Lombard's Kop, October 30th. He retired into a fortified position at Ladysmith, trusting that the enemy would gather round him instead of pushing further into British territory. This expectation was correct. The burghers surrounded the 12,000 men concentrated at Ladysmith, built lines to shut them in, and worried them by a fruitless bombardment, but they did not attempt to close or to destroy the army by a general assault. The same took place in the other centres of strife. Both at Mafeking and Kimberley, the enemy wasted their strength in tedious blockades, while the time of their predominance was passing away. During the first 2 months of the war, they had a threefold superiority of numbers, and only used it in shutting up the 3 garrisons. The British military authorities, still gravely underrating their adversaries, had dispatched in November an army corps of 40,000 men, which they thought sufficient to end the war. There was such a misconception of the numbers and fighting power of the Boers, that when the colonies began to offer aid, the War Office actually told them that infantry would be preferred, for a campaign in which the enemy consisted entirely of lightly moving mounted riflemen. The command was given to Sir Redvers Buller, a veteran of the Zulu and Sudan wars, of whom much was expected. Buller went to Natal himself with 18,000 men, sending the rest of his troops to Cape Colony, where one column under Lord Methuen marched to relieve Kimberley, while another under General Gattaker moved up to suppress the rebellion already springing up in the northern parts of Cape Colony. Then followed the Black Week of December 9th to 16th, 1899. The force under Lord Methuen forced its way almost to Kimberley, after severe fighting, but on December 11th was beaten back with great loss from an attempt to storm by night the lines of Magersfontein. At the same time, the column under Gattaker was routed by the rebels at Stormberg, but the worst disaster was suffered by Buller himself. He found the main Boer army still round Ladysmith with a covering force arranged behind the Tugela in the lines of Colenso. In an attempt to break through by a reckless and unskillful frontal attack, he suffered a complete defeat, losing 10 guns and 1,000 men. So entirely was his confidence destroyed that he suggested to Sir George White that he might have to surrender Ladysmith, and reported that the Colenso position could not be forced. Fortunately, the enemy did not take the offensive. Both at Magersfontein and at Colenso, they remained passive in their lines, and allowed the British to rally and reform. The only wise move which they made was to begin to send considerable forces into Cape Colony, where many districts at once rose in rebellion to aid them, but their main strength still lay round in the beleaguered towns of Ladysmith, Mafeking and Kimberley, where they accomplished nothing. The disasters of December caused intense dismay in England, but the cabinet and the nation faced the situation with coolness and determination. There was no panic, but only a resolve that the full force of the empire should be turned upon South Africa. Not only were the few remaining regular battalions from the home stations sent out, and the militia mobilised for garrison duty, but a general appeal was made for volunteers both in Britain and in the colonies. It was at last realised that mounted men were required. The mother country gave 12,000 yeomanry at the first summons, but the colonies did even more, both Canada and Australia contributing men and horses with a liberality that was absolutely astounding. The Australian colonies and New Zealand sent to South Africa in the space of 2 years no less than 22,000 mounted rifles. The South African loyalists gave 12,000, Canada 6,000, and other colonies smaller numbers. But a new commander was even more needed than new troops. Lord Roberts, the hero of the Kabul-Kandahar March, was sent out to take charge of the war, with Lord Kitchener, the victor of Omdurman, as his chief of the staff. Even before the bulk of the reinforcements had arrived, the change in the direction of affairs was soon marked by a turn in the tide of success. Lord Roberts massed 35,000 men on the western line of advance, where Methuen was still standing at bay, opposite the entrenchments of Magersfontein. By a sudden flank march, he evicted the Boers from this position, relieved Kimberley, and captured General Cronje and 4,000 of the late besiegers at Paderberg, February 27th. Then, moving into the heart of the Orange Free State, he swept aside all opposition and occupied Bloemfontein, its capital, March 11th, 1900. Buller, meanwhile, with the Army of Natal, made 2 more ill-managed attempts to relieve Ladysmith. They failed, but a third assault was more successful, and the Boer lines were pierced after much hard fighting, ending in the Battle of Peters Hill. The enemy withdrew to defend the Transvaal, and Sir George White's garrison was relieved when it had been reduced to starvation point and was at the very end of its resources, February 29th, 1900. The second period of the war had now arrived, in which the British could take the offensive. They had by this time a vast superiority of force, having 200,000 men in South Africa, while the Cape rebels had mostly surrendered, and many even of the burghers of the two republics had retired to their homes in despair. Lord Roberts brought the regular fighting to an end in 2 campaigns. During his first, April to May 1900, he fought his way to Johannesburg and Pretoria, and captured both places. After a short rest, he marched against the main Boer army, which had rallied in the eastern Transvaal, and forced it to disperse or to retire over the Portuguese frontier, August to September 1900. President Kruger fled to Europe with the state chest of the Republic, and devoted himself to the task of stirring up public opinion on the continent against Great Britain, a task in which he had only too much success. It had been hoped that when the regular resistance of the Boers ceased, the war would come to a speedy end. After Lord Roberts returned to England, the impression was strengthened almost to certainty, but a bitter disappointment awaited the British cabinet and nation. Instead of surrendering, the enemy broke up into guerrilla bands, which rode through the country cutting railways, capturing convoys, and destroying isolated detachments and small garrisons. There were still 40,000 of them in arms, and such a force ranging over a country as large as France and Germany put together was most difficult to deal with. They maintained their desperate struggle for no less than 19 months, October 1900 to April 1902. Lord Kitchener finally had to subdue them by the method of attrition. It was only by constant drives, in which large numbers of mounted troops scoured the countryside to catch the bands, and by the building of lines of blockhouses across their favourite spheres of action, that the burghers were finally worn down. They displayed an enterprise and a reckless courage in these last months of the war, which they had been far from showing at its commencement. But at last, even their stubborn spirits were humbled to the idea of surrender. After more than half of them had been captured or slain, and when all their families had been removed to concentration camps, they opened negotiations, May 1902, and finally laid down their arms to the number of 21,000 men. Under a wise and conciliatory government, there seems no reason to doubt that they may ultimately become useful and trustworthy citizens of the British Empire, but it will try all the wisdom of the able administrator who now presides over all South Africa, from Cape Town to the Zambezi, to settle the multifarious problems which the war has left behind it. Meanwhile, Britain is quit of the most dangerous war which she has waged since Waterloo, a war which brought to light many faults in her military system and much incompetence among her generals, but which also revealed that the heart of her people was sound and the unity of her empire solid. It was a most reassuring sign that the nation paid no attention to the desperate attempts made to exploit the early disasters of the war for party purposes, and to get up an agitation against the government. The movement fell flat, and at the general election, which occurred in the middle of the war, the Salisbury cabinet was replaced in power with a very large majority. Still more notable was the splendid loyalty with which the colonies rallied round the mother country in her day of need, and poured in their best fighting men for an imperial war in which it might have been pleaded that they were not directly concerned. Not even the blindest observer can fail to see that it is futile to doubt any longer the existence of the imperial sentiment. It was a source of regret to every loyal inhabitant of the British dominions that the aged sovereign under whom the war began did not survive to see its victorious termination, and to close her eyes on a world at peace. But Queen Victoria, whose powers had been slowly failing for the last year of her life, only just lived to see the new century, and expired on the 22nd of January 1901. She was followed to the grave by the regrets of a people who realised fully what they owed to one who had been the model of constitutional sovereigns, and had set so high the standard of public as well of domestic duty. Personally, she had done more to secure the perpetuation of the British monarchy than even the most sanguine observer could have hoped when she came to the throne, an unexperienced girl of 18, in the year 1837. Surveying her eventful reign of 64 years, the longest in English history, with all its progress and endeavour, we trust that our descendants may look upon the Victorian age as not the least glorious period in our country's annals. End of section 102.
Section 103 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 44, India and the Colonies, 1815 through 1902, Part 1. Down to the end of the great struggle with revolutionary and imperial France, the history of the rise and development of the British Empire beyond seas is intimately connected with the history of Britain's wars in Europe. The contest for colonial and commercial supremacy is at the root alike of the War of the Austrian Succession, the 7 Years' War, the War of American Independence, and the War with Bonaparte. But after 1815, this close interpenetration of the European and colonial affairs of England comes to an abrupt end. For the last 80 years, they have touched each other at very rare intervals. The only occasions of importance when European complications have reacted on our dominions overseas have been when our strained relations with Russia have led to troubles on the northwestern frontier of India. For the most part, the development of the colonial and Indian Empire of Britain has gone on unvexed by any interference from without. We have therefore relegated our treatment of it to a separate chapter set apart from our domestic annals. In 1815, the British territories in India were already by far the most important of our possessions, but they comprised not 1/4 of the dominions which now acknowledge Edward VII as their direct sovereign. In Africa, we owned only a few fever-smitten ports on the Gulf of Guinea, and the newly annexed Dutch colony of the Cape of Good Hope, inhabited by a scanty and disaffected population of Boers and a multitude of wild Kaffirs. In Australia, the small convict settlements of New South Wales and Tasmania gave little signs of development, blighted as they were by the unsatisfactory character of the unwilling emigrants. Our group of colonies in North America was the most promising possession of the Crown, granted a liberal constitution by Pitt's Wise Canada Act. They were growing rapidly in wealth and population. They had shown a most commendable loyalty during the American War of 1812-14 and the divergence in race and religion between the old French habitants of the province of Quebec and the new English settlers in Upper Canada had not as yet brought any trouble. But the greatest part of British North America was still a wilderness. The limit of settled land was only just approaching Lake Huron. Even in the more eastern provinces, such as Quebec and Nova Scotia, there were still vast, unexplored tracts of waste and forest. Into the far west, the basins of the Columbia and Mackenzie rivers, only a few adventurers, fur traders of the Hudson's Bay Company, and French half-breed trappers had as yet penetrated. The West Indian colonies, somewhat increased in number by the results of our wars between 1793 and 1815, had suffered many evils from French privateering and Negro rebellions, but were now at the height of their prosperity. Vigorously, if recklessly developed by the slave-owning planters, they were at this moment the main producers of sugar and coffee for the whole world. The colonies of France and Spain had suffered so fearfully that they could hardly attempt competition. Other outlying possessions were in the hands of England, some destined to prosperity, some to obscurity, such as Mauritius, the Falklands, St. Helena, Bermuda, but we have no space for more than a hasty mention of them. The history of the more important groups, India, Australia, Canada, and South Africa, requires a more detailed treatment. At the Great Peace of 1815, we were masters in northern India of the great province of Bengal, lately increased by the northwest provinces, the territory between Allahabad and Delhi, which we had taken from the Scindia in 1801 through 1803. We had also annexed in the same year the possessions of the Raja of Berar in Orissa. These three tracts constituted the Presidency of Bengal and were governed from Calcutta. South of Orissa, the whole east coast of Hindustan was in our hands, the Carnatic having been annexed in 1799. The Carnatic, the lands taken from Sultan Tipu, and the Sirkars, which the Nizam had ceded to us, formed the Presidency of Madras. Our possessions in this quarter were completed by Ceylon, which we had acquired from the Dutch at the Treaty of Amiens. In western India, the Bombay Presidency consisted as yet of no more than the islands of Bombay and Salsette and a few ports along the coast. But in addition to these dominions ruled directly by the company, English influence was predominant in a much larger tract of India. The Nawab of Oude in the north, the Nizam in the Deccan, the Raja of Mysore in the south, the Peshwa in the west, and many smaller princes were all bound to us by subsidiary treaties. They had covenanted to guide their foreign policy by our own, and to supply us with troops and subsidies in time of war. In all the Indian peninsula, there were only 3 groups of states which were still independent of the British power. The more remote Maratha powers, the realms governed by the Scindia, Holkar, Gaikwar, and the Raja of Berar, were still, for all intents and purposes, autonomous. The treaties which Lord Wellesley had made with them were not enforced by his weaker successors, and the Maratha princes continued their feuds with each other and their incursions into those parts of India which were not yet under British control. Their chief victims were the unfortunate states of Rajputana, where a cluster of native princes of ancient stock were as yet unprotected by the treaties with the East India Company. Beyond the Rajputs lay the 3rd district of India, which was still independent, the Sikh Principality of the Punjab. The Sikhs were a sect of religious enthusiasts who had revolted against the misgovernment of the great Mughals some 50 years before, and had formed themselves into a disorderly commonwealth. But one great chief, Ranjit Singh, had taught them to combine and forced them into union. He ruled them for many years and organized the whole sect into an army which combined the courage of fanaticism with the strictest discipline. He was friendly to the British and took care never to come into collision with them. Thus, in 1815, the British in India held a position dominating half the peninsula, but unprovided with any solid frontier on the land side. They were charged with the care of several weak and imbecile-dependent states, surrounded by greedy and vigorous neighbors. Unless they were to make up their minds to go back, they were bound to go forward, for no final peace was possible till it should be settled whether the East India Company or the Marathas and Sikhs were to be the dominating power in the whole land between the Indus and the Bay of Bengal. The first important advance after the departure of Wellesley was made by the Marquis of Hastings, Governor-General from 1814 to 1823. This active ruler was resolved not to permit the petty insults to British territory and the plundering of British allies which the unsettled condition of the frontier made possible. In 1814, he attacked and drove back into their hills the Gurkhas, the hill tribes of Nepal, who had been wont to harass the northern frontier of Bengal and Oude. They offered a desperate resistance, but when once beaten became the fast friends of the British and have given valuable aid in every war which we have since waged in India. The Nepal War having ended in 1815, Hastings took a larger matter in hand. The dominions of our vassal, the Nizam, and the other princes of central India were much vexed by the Pindaris, organized bands of marauders, like the free companies of the Middle Ages, who found harborage in the territories of the Marathas, and when not employed in the civil wars of those chiefs, plundered on their own account all over the Deccan, under the great captain of adventurers named Chetu. These hordes became a public danger to all India. Hastings had them hunted down and destroyed by armies which started simultaneously from Madras, Bengal, and Bombay. They were completely exterminated, and their leader, Chetu, fled alone to the jungle and was devoured by a tiger. The Pindaris had long received the secret countenance of the Maratha chiefs, and while the British were still engaged in chasing the marauders, 3 of the great chiefs of western India took arms. The Peshwa Baji Rao was anxious to free himself from the dependence which Wellesley had imposed on him in 1801. He conspired with the Raja of Berar and the regents who ruled for the young Holkar. But the event of the Third Maratha War, 1817-18, was not for a moment doubtful. The allied chiefs never succeeded in joining each other. Baji Rao was defeated in front of Poona by a mere handful of British troops, and after long wanderings was forced to lay down his arms and surrender. The army of the Holkar state was routed after a much harder struggle at Mahidpur. The hordes of the Raja of Berar fled before 1,500 British troops at Sitabaldi. Each of the Confederates fought for his own hand without aid from his neighbor, and all alike were crushed. The campaign of 1817-18 made an end of the independence of the Marathas. The Peshwa's whole realm was annexed to the Bombay Presidency. He himself was sent to live on a government pension at Cawnpore, far away in Oude. 1/3 of the dominions of Holkar was confiscated. The Raja of Berar was deposed. Stringent terms of subjection were imposed on both their states. All the Maratha principalities now came under British control. For Scindia and the Gaikwar of Baroda, who had taken no part in the war, consented to sign treaties which made them the vassals of the company. The same position was gladly assumed by the chiefs of Rajputana, who had suffered many ills at the hands of their Maratha neighbors and were only too glad to gain immunity from assault under the protection of the company's flag. In all India, only the realm of Ranjit Singh beyond the Sutlej was now outside the sphere of British influence. Owing to the wisdom of that aged prince, it was to be yet many years before the English and the Sikhs came into collision. For some years after the victories of Lord Hastings in 1817-18, India enjoyed a term of comparative peace. Lord Amherst and Lord William Bentinck, the two next Governor Generals, were more noted for the internal reforms which they carried out than for the wars which they waged. The only important annexation of the period 1823 through 35 resulted from a struggle with a power which lay altogether outside the bounds of India. The King of Burma assailed the eastern limits of Bengal and was punished by being deprived of Assam and Arakan. But the times of Lord Amherst and Lord William Bentinck have a far better distinction from the liberal measures of reform which they introduced than from any annexations. The latter Governor-General, a man of strong will and a very enlightened mind, put down the horrible practice of suttee, or widow-burning, and crushed the thugs, the disguised gang robbers who infested the roads and took life half for plunder and half as a religious sacrifice. He lent his support to Christian missions, which the company had hitherto discouraged from a dread of offending native susceptibilities. He introduced steamships on the Ganges and worked out a scheme for the carrying of the mails to Europe by way of the Red Sea and the short overland journey from Suez to Alexandria. But this wise plan was not finally adopted till many years after. In 1833, while Lord William Bentinck was still in power, the East India Company's charter from the Crown ran out and was only renewed by the Whig government of Lord Grey on the condition that the company should entirely give up its old commercial monopolies and confine itself to the exercise of patronage and the duties of administration. For the last 25 years of its rule, the tone of the great corporation was vastly improved, now that dividends were not the sole aim of its directors. End of section 103. Section 104 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 44, India and the Colonies, 1815 through 1902, Part 2. In 1836, Lord Auckland took over the Governor-Generalship. His tenure of power is mainly notable for the commencement of the disastrous First Afghan War. Frightened by the intrigues of the Russians with Dost Muhammad, the ruler of Afghanistan, Lord Auckland unwisely determined to interfere with the internal politics of that barren and warlike country. There was living in exile in India Shah Sujah, a prince who had once ruled at Kabul, but had long been driven out by his countrymen. The Governor-General determined to restore him by force of arms and to make him the vassal of England. Though we could only approach Afghanistan by crossing the neutral territory of the Sikhs, this distant enterprise was taken in hand. An English army passed the Suleiman Mountains, occupied Kandahar, stormed Ghuzni, and finally entered Kabul, 1839. Shah Sujah was placed on his ancient throne, and part of the victorious troops were withdrawn to India. But the Afghan tribes hated the nominee of the stranger and refused to obey the Shah. Lord Auckland was compelled to leave an English force at Kandahar and another at Kabul to support his feeble vassal. For 2 uneasy years, the garrison held its own, 1839 through 41, against sporadic risings. But in the winter of 1841-42, a general insurrection of the whole of the tribes of Afghanistan swept all before it. The very townsmen of Kabul took arms and murdered the English resident almost under the eyes of the Shah. General Elphinstone, who commanded the brigade at Kabul, was a feeble old invalid. He allowed himself to be shut up in his entrenched camp, saw his supplies cut off, and was finally compelled to make a retreat in the depth of winter after signing a humiliating treaty with the Afghan chiefs and giving them hostages. But the treacherous victors attacked the retreating army as it struggled through the snow of the Kurd Kabul Pass and massacred the whole force. 1 British regiment, 3 sepoy regiments, and 12,000 camp followers were cut to pieces. Only a single horseman, Dr. Bryden, made his way through to Jalalabad, the nearest English garrison, to bear the tidings of the annihilation of the whole army. Sujah was murdered by his rebellious subjects, and all Afghanistan was lost save the 2 fortresses of Kandahar and Jalalabad, whose gallant defense forms the only redeeming episode in the war. But to revenge our disaster, if for no better purpose, a new English army under General Pollock forced the Khyber Pass, defeated the Afghans, and reoccupied Kabul. They evacuated it after destroying its chief buildings, and Dost Muhammad, whom we had deposed in 1839, was permitted to return to the throne from which we had evicted him. For long years after we left Afghanistan alone, the memory of the massacre in the Kurd Kabul Pass sufficing to deter even the most enterprising governor-generals from interfering with its treacherous and fanatical tribes. Ere the Afghan war was over, Lord Auckland had been superseded by Lord Ellenborough, an able and active ruler whose qualities were only marred by a tendency to grandiloquence and proclamations in the style of the great Napoleon. He not only brought the Afghan war to its close, but annexed Sindh, the barren lower valley of the Indus. We were drawn into a quarrel with the emirs of that country, and it was overrun by a small army under Sir Charles Napier, who beat the emirs at Meeni, though their forces outnumbered him 12-fold. Sindh was annexed to the Bombay Presidency, and by its possession we encompassed on 2 sides the Punjab, the only remaining independent state in India. Ranjit Singh had died in 1839, and his successors were weak princes who perished in civil wars or by palace conspiracies. They were utterly unable to restrain their arrogant and unruly army, which made and unmade sovereigns at Lahore like the Roman praetorians of the 3rd century. In 1845, the rash and ignorant generals of the Sikhs resolved to attack the British and dreamed of overrunning all India. They crossed the Sutlej and invaded the northwestern provinces ere the new Governor-General, Lord Hardinge, had fully realized that war was at hand. Our Sikh wars saw the hardest fighting which has ever taken place in India. The army which Ranjit Singh had spent his life in training was a splendid force and proved able in the shock of battle to beat the sepoys of the company. It was only by the desperate fighting of the British troops, little aided by their native auxiliaries, that the Sikhs were finally driven back. Unfortunately, Lord Gough, the commander-in-chief, was a reckless general whose only idea of tactics was to dash his men at the center of the enemy's position, regardless of batteries, obstacles, and earthworks. A more circumspect officer could probably have attained his end at much less cost of life. At Ferozeshah, he was completely foiled in his first attempt to force the entrenched camp of the Sikhs, and only succeeded on the next day because the enemy, who had suffered as heavily as the British, had not the heart to stand up to a second battle within 24 hours, and retired from his position. Sobran, the decisive engagement of the campaign, was even more bloody, but on this occasion the Sikhs fought with the Sutlej at their backs, and when at last they were driven from their lines, a fourth of their army perished in the river, February 10, 1846. The Lahore government then asked for peace, which was granted them on condition that Dulip Singh, the young son of Ranjit Singh, should acknowledge the suzerainty of the British. But the brave and obstinate Sikhs did not yet consider themselves beaten. Less than 2 years after the first struggle was over, they again tried the fortune of war. In March 1848, Mulraj, the governor of Multan, rose in rebellion to throw off the British suzerainty. The whole Sikh army fell away to him, and a campaign not less desperate than that of 1845-6 began. Lord Gough, who was still in command, repeated his former tactics at Chilianwala and flung his army against a line of batteries hidden by jungle. The British only carried them with heavy loss, the 24th foot being completely cut to pieces. The old general's disregard for common prudence and the lives of his men so irritated his officers that when they again met the enemy at the decisive Battle of Gujarat, February 22, 1849, they clandestinely confined him on a housetop till the Sikh entrenchments had been pounded for 3 hours by an overwhelming fire of artillery. The British infantry were then let loose, carried the earthworks with little loss, and brought the campaign to a prompt end, for the whole Sikh army surrendered a few days later, March 12, 1849. The Punjab was now annexed, for Lord Dalhousie, the Governor-General who had succeeded Lord Hardinge, did not intend to give the Sikhs the opportunity of raising a third war. Dulip Singh, the titular Maharaja, was sent to live in England on a pension. Certain outlying districts, such as Kashmir, were left to chiefs who had not opposed us in the struggle of 1848, but Lahore and the whole of the plain of the Five Rivers were put under British rule. The officers to whom the settlement of the Punjab was given over were the picked men of India. So ably and genially did they do their work that the Sikhs soon settled down into quiet and loyal subjects. When next the British Empire in Hindustan was in danger, it was largely saved by the gallant aid of levies from the Punjab. After the great struggle with the Sikhs was over, the rest of Lord Dalhousie's administration was comparatively uneventful. The Second Burmese War of 1852, provoked by the ill treatment of English merchants at Rangoon, was a short and easy campaign, which resulted in the annexation of Pegu, the coast district of the Burmese kingdom, and the mouths of the Irrawaddy. But some of the doings of Dalhousie in India itself, though they made little noise at the time, were fated to have grave consequences. He held strongly the doctrine that direct British administration was the best thing for natives, and took every opportunity of annexing vassal states where the ruling houses died out. This was much against the prejudices of the Hindus, who always try to perpetuate their family by adoption when natural heirs fail. By refusing to allow of this custom, Lord Dalhousie was able to annex the great Maratha state of the Rajas of Berar, the old opponents of Wellesley and Hastings. He also took over the smaller Maratha states of Hansi and Satara and refused to allow the deposed Peshwa Baji Rao to pass on his title and pension to his adopted son, the Nana Sahib. There is no doubt that these acts gravely displeased pious Hindus. Moreover, in 1856, Dalhousie, more by the company's wish than by his own, completed his wide annexations by dethroning the king of Oude, the chief Muslim state of northern India and the oldest of the vassals of the British. His abominable misgovernment and folly drew down his fate deservedly enough, but the seizure of Oude was not popular even among the subjects who were delivered from the tyrant's rule, and it created a feeling of distrust and resentment among all the surviving feudatories of the company. End of section 104. Section 105 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 44, India and the Colonies, 1815 through 1902, Part 3. Lord Dalhousie, broken down by hard work, returned to England to die soon after the annexation of Oude. He was succeeded by Lord Canning, the son of the great Tory Prime Minister of 1827. Scarcely had Canning gathered up the reins of power when the terrible Sepoy Mutiny of 1857 broke out. A power which undertakes to hold down a vast empire by a great mercenary army raised from among the peoples of the land is always exposed to the danger of military rebellion. The army has no other incentives than its pay, its habit of disciplined obedience, and its loyalty to its officers to keep it true to its foreign masters. If the soldiery realize their power and are ready to unite with each other for a common end, they may aspire to cast out their employers and rule for their own benefit. Mutinies of single regiments were not unfrequent episodes in the history of the Indian Army, but hitherto no general revolt had occurred. In 1857, the proportion of British to native troops in India was abnormally low. The regiments withdrawn for the Crimean War had never been replaced, and small expeditions to Persia and China were absorbing many more. In the whole peninsula, the Europeans stood to the sepoy troops in the ratio of only 1 to 6. At present, 1 to 3 is considered the least that is safe. Moreover, the spirit of many of the native troops was very bad. They had been so flattered and pampered by the government that they believed themselves to be the masters of the situation and despised the few white regiments scattered among them. The army was arrogant and discontented. The old ruling families of the lately annexed states were intriguing and conspiring all over northern India. A widely spread prophecy that the rule of the British was only to last for 100 years, dating from Plassey and the annexation of Bengal, was disturbing the minds of the masses when a trivial incident let loose the elements of discord. The government was introducing among the native troops the use of rifles in place of the old musket. The new weapons required greased cartridges, which were duly issued, when some mischievous incendiary spread among the Bengal sepoys the rumor that they were being defiled. The cartridges, it was said, were lubricated with the grease of pigs and cattle in order that the Hindus might lose their caste by touching the flesh of the sacred cow, and the Mussulmans might be polluted by the contamination of the unholy swine. When all had become unclean, it was said, the government intended to make Christians of them. This foolish rumor sufficed to set the army in a flame. 2 regiments which mutinied near Calcutta were easily disbanded, but a formidable and successful revolt of the Sepoy Brigade at Meerut near Delhi, May 10, 1857, was the signal for the outbreak of well nigh the whole Bengal army. In the months of May and June, more than 40 garrisons in the valleys of the Ganges and the Jumna mutinied. In most cases, their rising was followed by hideous cruelty. The European officers were treacherously shot and hundreds of women and children massacred. Both Hindus and Mussulmans eagerly joined the rising, but the main guidance of the mutiny was in the hands of the latter. They proclaimed the descendant of the great Mughal, who still resided at Delhi, the heir of the empire of his ancestors. Delhi itself, where there was no British garrison, fell into their hands after the great magazine had been blown up by the desperate courage of Lieutenant Willoughby. The ancient city became the center of the rebellion in the north, while further south, in Oude, the whole population rose in arms to restore their late king, and beleaguered in the residency of Lucknow the one British regiment which formed part of the garrison of the newly annexed state. Except in Oude and certain parts of the northwest provinces, the rebellion was purely military, and the peasantry preserved a timid neutrality in the strife. But the whole Bengal army, with hardly an exception, rose, or tried to rise, against its masters. Fortunately for England, the mutiny did not affect the Madras presidency at all, and only spread to a small corner of the Bombay presidency. But all northern India, from Benares to the Sutlej, was lost for a time. Unwarlike Bengal remained quiet, and the Punjab, where English regiments were more numerous than in any other part of India, was kept under control by its able governor, Sir John Lawrence. But all that lay between them was a seething flood of rebellion. where a few English garrisons lay scattered like islands in a tempestuous sea. Agra, Cawnpore, Lucknow, Allahabad were all insufficiently held. Only at the third of them was there so much as a single regiment of British infantry. While the authorities at Calcutta were collecting the few European troops who could be gathered from Burma and Madras, and were making desperate appeals for prompt aid from home, the governor of the Punjab struck the first blow for the reconquest of the lost provinces. 4,000 Europeans and some hastily raised Sikh levies crossed the Sutlej and marched on Delhi, now held by at least 30,000 mutineers. They defeated the rebels in the field and commenced the siege of the royal city on June 10, 1857. This bold move threw the enemy on the defensive, and the rising spread no further in the north. But Delhi was beleaguered for 14 weeks, and even when every available British soldier had been drawn from the Punjab, the storming of the place was a hazardous task, only carried to a successful end by the reckless courage of the assailants. After 6 days of deadly street fighting, September 14th through 20th, 1857, the rebels were driven out, and their titular leader, the aged Grand Mogul, with all his family, was captured. Bahadur Shah himself was only banished to Burma, but his sons and grandson were shot without trial by Major Hodson, the daring cavalry officer who had tracked and captured them. While the siege of Delhi was still in progress, a small force had been collected at Calcutta and hurried northward to attack Oude and relieve the beleaguered garrisons of Cawnpore and Lucknow. General Havelock commanded this brigade, a mere handful of 1,200 men. He pushed on from Allahabad on June 30, but when he had cut his way to Cawnpore after 4 considerable fights, he found that he was too late. The small garrison there, hampered with many hundreds of women and children, had held out for a month, but surrendered on June 27th to the chief of the rebels, Nana Sahib, the adopted son of the late Peshwa, whose pension and title had been denied him. This revengeful and treacherous ruffian promised the besieged a safe passage to Allahabad, but as soon as they had evacuated their entrenchments, he massacred them all in cold blood, save 200 women and children, whom he saved alive. When the news of Havelock's victorious advance was heard, he had these poor survivors hacked to death and cast into the famous Well of Cawnpore, July 15th. The British brigade cut its way into the city a day too late to save the prisoners, but was able to wreak a terrible vengeance on their murderers, though the Nana himself, to the bitter disappointment of all, got safely away and died a fugitive in the jungles of Nepal. Havelock had to wait some time at Cawnpore for reinforcements before he could march on Lucknow, where the garrison, some 1,000 strong, had maintained themselves for 87 days behind the walls of the hastily fortified residency. The much-tried defenders were cheered by the arrival of Havelock, who, with 3,000 men, forced his way into the residency after a day's street fighting. But 60,000 rebels, the whole fighting population of the province of Oude, still hung round the place, and Havelock could not drive them away. The final relief of Lucknow was only accomplished by Lord Clyde, the Colin Campbell of the Crimean War, who had arrived in India with the first reinforcements from home. On November 9th, he swept away the rebels and liberated the garrison, but Havelock died the very day after he and his troops were delivered. Lord Clyde drew back to Cawnpore with the rescued garrison, leaving Lucknow to be reoccupied by the rebels. He was forced to turn because the Maratha army of Scindia had just revolted and joined the Oude insurgents. Clyde beat them on December 6th just outside Cawnpore and drove them back on to central India. The final stage of the war was reached in March 1858, when Clyde marched for the second time against Lucknow, stormed the city, and drove the remnants of the rebel army of Oude to Bareilly, where they were crushed in the last general engagement but one of the war, May 7th. Meanwhile, Sir Hugh Rose had collected an army from the Bombay Presidency and overrun Scindia's dominions and Bundelkhand, where the rebellion of the Marathas had been headed by the Rani of Hansi and Tantia Tope, a clever leader of irregular troops. On June 16th, he beat them in front of Gwalior, and the Rani was slain and her army dispersed. But Tantia Tope took to the jungles and was not finally caught and hung till the spring of the succeeding year. Thus ended the Great Mutiny of 1857-58, a ferocious struggle in which the treachery and cruelty of the sepoys were amply punished by the ruthless severity of their victors, who gave no quarter, blew prominent traitors from the cannon's mouth, and hung meaner prisoners by the hundred. The English nation were convinced that something must be done to reform the administration of India, and the East India Company was abolished by Act of Parliament in 1858, the whole administration, civil and military, of the peninsula being now taken over by the Queen's government. To mark that no blame was thrown on the Governor-General, Lord Canning, whose conduct all through the war had been most cool and courageous, he was made the first viceroy of the new empire. Since the mutiny, the annals of India have been comparatively peaceful, and hardly a shot has been fired within the bounds of the peninsula. The history of the last 30 years has been a record of growing prosperity, of the development of trade and industries, the building of railways and canals, and the marvelous increase of seaborne trade. Since the Suez Canal has brought India so close to Europe, the arable land is everywhere encroaching on the jungle, and the main difficulty of the future appears likely to be the overgrowth of population in the thickly settled districts, where, more than once, a year of dearth has slain thousands and brought tens of millions to the edge of starvation. The terrible Madras famine of 1877, the worst of its kind, is said to have cost the lives of 1,500,000 peasants. The one great warlike episode in the history of British India remaining to be chronicled is the Second Afghan War of 1878-80. This struggle was a consequence of the Russo-Turkish War of the previous year and of the estrangement between Russia and England which resulted therefrom. Lord Lytton, the Viceroy of the years 1876-80, was a disciple of Lord Beaconsfield and a believer in a spirited foreign policy. He found that Sher Ali, the Emir of Afghanistan, was intriguing with the Russian governor of Turkestan and promptly summoned him to sign a treaty of alliance and receive a British resident at his court. The Emir refused and at once saw his dominions invaded. When General Roberts stormed the Peshawar Kotal and advanced within a few miles of Kabul, the Emir fled towards the Russian frontier and died on the way. His son, Yaqub Khan, accepted the British suzerainty and promised all that was required. But when the army had retired, the populace of Kabul rose just as in 1842 and murdered Sir Louis Cavagnari, the British resident, and all his escort. A second invasion at once began, and Yaqub Khan was deposed and sent to India. Lord Lytton would probably have annexed the whole country but for the troubles which broke out in the winter of 1879-80, when the Afghan tribes took arms and assailed the garrisons of Kabul and Kandahar. Roberts was besieged in his entrenchments at Kabul, but finally drove off the insurgents and held his own. But in the south, General Burrows, advancing to attack the pretender Ayub Khan, was totally defeated at Maiwand with the loss of half his brigade and chased back into Kandahar. He was only saved by the rapid and masterly march of Roberts, who in 23 days forced his way from Kabul to Kandahar, routed the army of the Oude, and liberated the Kandahar garrison September 1st, 1880. But the disaster of Maiwand had troubled English public opinion, and a liberal government had now replaced Lord Beaconsfield at home. Afghanistan was evacuated, and Abdurrahman Khan, a nephew of Sher Ali, was recognized as ruler of the whole country, where he maintained himself with success till his death in 1901, and proved faithful to the English alliance. Perhaps Lord Lytton's administration may ultimately be remembered less for his unhappy Afghan war than for his proclamation of the Queen as Empress of India in the Great Durbar held in Delhi in 1877. This step marked the commencement of a new and more intimate relation of England and India, of which an earnest had been given 2 years before by the Prince of Wales's tour through the peninsula. Since then, every attempt has been made to enlist the sympathies of the natives on behalf of the British rule. Their princes have been encouraged to visit England, to interest themselves in public works, education, and internal reforms, and to supply troops for the general service of the empire. Elective municipalities have been created in the cities to teach their motley population the art of self-government, which they are still very far from having learnt. A share in the administration, which some think unduly large, is granted to native civil servants, and the native press has been granted a liberty which it often abuses. All financial and agrarian legislation is framed to press as lightly as possible on the masses, but the results of these efforts are still somewhat problematic, and the British bayonet is still needed to keep the peace between contending races and creeds. End of section 105. Section 106 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 44. India and the Colonies, 1815 to 1902. Part 4. In strong contrast with the stirring annals of British India are the unromantic details of the development of our Australian colonies. We have alluded to the uncompromising foundation of our first establishment in Botany Bay by the dispatch thither of the gangs of convicts who in an earlier age used to be sent into servitude in America, 1788. For many years, this annual crop of ruffianism swamped all attempts at real colonization in New South Wales. But after a time, the extraordinary fertility of the soil began to attract more immigrants, while the mitigation of the English penal law under the hands of Sir Robert Peel decreased the number of convicts. As the free population grew, they began to protest so strongly against the companions who were drafted in upon them that the government diverted the stream of convicts to new settlements in Tasmania and Western Australia. For long years, New South Wales remained a purely pastoral colony, and its immense plains were inhabited only by the squatters, the proprietors who had bought large tracts of land from the government. They dwelt in stations thinly scattered over the face of the country, rearing vast herds of cattle and sheep. It was as exporting wool, hides, and tallow alone that Australia first became known to the commercial world of Europe. In 1851, however, an enormous difference was made by the discovery of rich alluvial gold deposits near Port Phillip on the southern shore of New South Wales. The washings proved so productive that thousands of immigrants of all sorts and conditions poured in to profit by them. The Port Phillip district was cut off from New South Wales and made into the new colony of Victoria, 1851. Its population went up from 80,000 to 450,000 in the 10 years that followed the discovery of gold. When the alluvial deposits were exhausted, it was found that large reefs of auriferous quartz lay below them, and a steady development of scientific mining by machinery superseded the haphazard work of the early diggers. Victoria still continues one of the great gold-producing centers of the world. New South Wales still remains a mainly pastoral country, though here too considerable goldfields have been found. After throwing off its southern districts to form the colony of Victoria, it ceded its northern territory to form the colony of Queensland, 1859. The semi-tropical climate of this last province differentiates it from the rest of Australia. The great heat makes European labor difficult during the greater part of the year. South Australia, settled in 1836, is mainly an agricultural country with some copper mines. Western Australia, originating in a convict settlement in 1829, has lagged behind the rest of the sister colonies for want of any of the natural advantages which attract immigrants. But the tardy discovery of gold in 1892 may suffice at last to draw thither the much-needed population. Tasmania, originating, like Western Australia, in a penal colony, has developed into a small island community of steady prosperity. Far to the east of Australia lie the Twin Islands of New Zealand, first explored by Captain Cook in 1773, but not planted with English colonists till 1839. Unlike the Aborigines of Australia, the lowest and feeblest savages in the world, the natives of New Zealand were a fierce and clever race of cannibals named Maoris. They bitterly resented the settlement of their islands and raised two considerable wars, for the second of which, 1861 through 66, British troops had to be brought to this remote colony and had hard work to expel the Maoris from their pas, or stockades. After their defeat, they quieted down and are now slowly dying out before the progress of civilization, which seems fatal to them, though they are a vigorous and intelligent race. New Zealand more resembles Great Britain in climate and situation than does any other of our colonies, and has enjoyed a long career of prosperity, somewhat checked of late by a tendency to a rash extension of the public debt. Passing westward across the Indian Ocean, we come to the second great group of English colonies, those of South Africa. The old Dutch dominion of the Cape of Good Hope was conquered by the British in 1806 and secured to us by the Treaty of Vienna in 1815. It reached only as far as the Orange River and was thinly settled by Dutch farmers, or Boers, scattered among a population of Kaffirs, whom they had in many cases reduced to slavery. When English emigration was directed to the Cape, the Boers resented the intrusion of the foreigner, and many of them trekked, that is to say, migrated, into the wilderness to conquer new homes among the Kaffirs. But the British government followed them and annexed their first settlement in Natal, 1843. They then moved inland and finally established, 1852-54, the two republics of the Orange Free State and the Transvaal, which still remain, though each of them was for a short time under British control. The history of the Cape Colony till within the last few years was one of comparatively slow development and of frequent Kaffir wars. No less than 8 such struggles with the natives are recorded between 1815 and 1881, some of them of considerable length and difficulty. Each led to an annexation till at last all of the country south of the Orange River had passed into the hands of the settlers, though large reserved tracts were set aside for the native tribes. Meanwhile, the Dutch and English colonists held apart and have always remained more or less estranged. The first rapid development of the settlement began in 1867, when the discovery of diamond mines in Griqualand West, beyond the Orange River, led to the northward extension of the British boundary, to the grave discontent of the Boers of the Orange Free State, 1872. The great mining town of Kimberley has arisen as the center of this arid but busy district. The most formidable difficulty which the English have met in South Africa came from the annexation of the Transvaal in 1877. The Boers of that republic, having engaged themselves in dangerous wars with the natives, Lord Beaconsfield's government resolved to place them under British rule. This was done, and, as heirs to the Boers' quarrels, we fought out the sanguinary Zulu War of 1879. The Zulus, an immigrant tribe from the north, had built up a military monarchy over their neighbors under a despot named Chaka, who had disciplined them and formed them into regiments in imitation of European organization. We made war on his grandson, Sejong, and incurred, on our first meeting with the formidable Zulu army, the disaster of Isangela, where a whole British battalion and 1,000 native auxiliaries were exterminated to the last man. It required the dispatch of 10,000 men from England under Sir Garnet Wolseley and 3 sharp battles at Iko, Kambula, and Ulundi to break Sejong's army and restore the prestige of the British arms. Hardly was the Zulu War over when the Boers of the Transvaal revolted and defeated the small British force in Natal, at Langsneck, and Majuba Hill. We have related elsewhere how the Gladstone government thereupon made peace and gave the Boers their independence. The history of British Africa during the years 1885 to 95 was mainly the story of a scramble with the other European powers for the possession of the unoccupied parts of the continent. Since the Germans began to seize large tracts of southern Africa and the French to extend their power into the Sahara and the valley of the Niger, the British government was forced, in self-defense, to make similar seizures in order to prevent its colonies from being cut off from the interior. This has resulted in the annexation of 3 great tracts, one reaching from the Orange River and Griqualand up to the Zambezi and circling round 3 sides of the Transvaal Republic, a second round Lake Nyasa, a third further north, including a slip of coast about Mombasa and Witu, and running up inland to the great equatorial lakes which feed the Nile, so as to include the Kingdom of Uganda. At the same time, the Niger Company has been allowed to establish a protectorate over the lower valley of that great river, where a colony is being built up which throws into the shade the old pestilential seaports at Sierra Leone and on the Gold Coast, which were once the only British possessions in Guinea. The annals of South Africa from the day of the Jameson raid, December 29, 1895, onward have possessed so much more than local importance that they will be found recorded in the general chapter dealing with the closing years of Queen Victoria. The history of British colonies in North America is of a very different character from that of British South Africa. We have spoken in an earlier page of the gallant aid which the colonists gave England in her struggle with the United States during the years 1812 through 15. When the excitement of this war had died down, there arose a slowly increasing estrangement between the 2 provinces of Upper and Lower Canada. The English settlers of the former and the old French habitants of the latter were separated from each other by race, language, religion, and prejudices. They were, moreover, administered as wholly different colonies. Gradually, a dangerous spirit developed itself among the French Canadians, who complained that their governors and officials were unsympathetic and chafed against the limited self-government allowed them by Pitt's Canada Act of 1791. Even some of the settlers of the Upper Province expressed disloyal sentiments on this latter grievance and spoke of asking for annexation to the United States. This discontent took shape in the Canadian Rebellion of 1837, a movement almost entirely confined to the French-speaking districts and easily suppressed by the Loyalists, aided by a few British troops. After investigating the grievances which had led to the rising, the home government resolved to unite the 2 provinces into a single colony, that the French districts might be more closely linked to and controlled by the English. At the same time, a more liberal measure of self-government was conceded. The Constitution for the future comprised an elective lower house and an upper house of life members, who stood to the governor much as the two houses of the English Parliament stand to the Queen. 1840. The most important event in the history of British North America has been the federation of all its colonies into the single Dominion of Canada in the years 1867 through 1871. The danger which the British possessions had experienced during the threatened war with the United States in 1862 and the Fenian invasions of 1866 through 7 impelled the provinces toward the union which gives strength. Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, British Columbia consented to federate themselves with Canada. Only the remote and thinly populated fishing station of Newfoundland has preferred to remain outside the alliance. The 4 other colonies send deputies to the Dominion Parliament, which meets at Ottawa, though they retain for local purposes provincial legislatures of their own. The Canadian Pacific Railway was completed in 1885, so that free communication exists across the whole continent from Nova Scotia to British Columbia. Since then, the broad plains between the Great Lakes and the Rocky Mountains are being rapidly peopled. The old settlement of Manitoba and the newer provinces of Assiniboia, Saskatchewan, and Alberta are all being put under the plow or turned into cattle runs. Our general survey of the history of the British colonial empire brings us to the topic which will be all-important in the 20th century, the practicability of imperial federation. At the present moment, the Crown is the only formal link between the many colonies and possessions over which the Union Jack floats. Is a closer connection desirable and practicable? May we look forward to a firm and well-compacted league of all the British lands? Such a union might almost control the world, but it is hard to bring about. First among the difficulties in the way is the doubt whether Great Britain would ever allow herself to be outvoted by her colonies in an imperial parliament, and whether Canada would submit to the dictation of Australia, or Australia to the dictation of South Africa in matters where their interests clashed. Next comes the question of free trade and protection. Most of the colonies are zealously protectionist in spirit, and as a condition of federation, they would probably demand that the mother country should give their goods a preference over those of foreign states by means of a revised customs tariff. A third set of objections turn on the likelihood of the colonies refusing to countenance the purely European policy of England. A fourth and formidable question is the place which India would have to take in the Confederacy. She is not yet fit for self-government and equal partnership with the rest. If she were, the votes of her 250 million inhabitants would swamp those of all of the other members of the League. Yet none of these difficulties appear wholly insuperable. The idea of federation is in the air both in Great Britain and in her daughter states. The day has long gone by when a not inconsiderable number of English statesmen looked forward to the time when the colonies should, as it was phrased, cut the painter and steer their own course. The consciousness of common origin and interests grows stronger. The interdependence of the mother country and her colonies is more realized. The development of rapid communication by sea and land makes the distance between the various British communities in different hemispheres less felt as every year rolls by. Facts like the splendid aid granted by all the colonies for the late South African War speak for themselves. But there are still difficulties in the way. If local jealousies prevail and the English-speaking peoples drift asunder, each must be content to play a comparatively unimportant part in the annals of the 20th century. If, on the other hand, the project of federation can be worked out to a successful end, the future of the world lies in the hands of the Anglo-Saxon race. End of section 106. End of A History of England by Charles Oman.